So what I'm saying is it's all relative. If you don't have to get there in a hurry, you don't need to go fast. All
Okay.
comes back to the land. You don't have to pay for your
Okay.
land and you live on it. You don't have to work as hard. You can spend more time learning, doing what you want to do.
Okay.
The banks have got you all locked
What do you
in.
like to What do you like to learn about?
What would I like to learn about?
No, what do you like to learn? You said you could spend more time learning.
Yeah, that's what you do.
So what do you like to, learn
Learn
about?
about everything.
Yeah. Give me an
That
example.
an example.
I like to
Christ.
learn about history, for example. History
Well,
is fun to me.
yeah. History is one important thing because if you don't know where you've been, you don't know where you're going.
You won't know where you're going. Exactly.
That's right. It's we're in a
So
debt
you
trap.
believe history? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm waiting for some point of engage in the conversation.
Yeah, you
What
believe in
point of-
history. What a ridiculous
What point-
sentiment. Let's go.
What? Okay, yeah. Somebody asked me a question then.
I just did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Go ahead. What was it?
You believe in history.
You don't believe in history.
Apparently you do.
No, you don't believe. It's your statement just now. You don't believe in history.
You ever heard
One,
history is fun?
a person does not believe in history. A person can research history and understand history and think that history is important.
But
you
he's
don't
saying,
believe.
he's saying, how do you know that history was written down correctly and that what they tell us really happened?
We
That's
don't
right.
necessarily know. We have to take the time to research and learn.
Yeah,
And
you believe it. You believe.
Did I say that? Did I say that I just believe it? I
heard
just
you say it.
explicitly said that we don't just believe it.
You said you understand it, so
We
that's-
we
believe
use
it.
education and we begin to understand and so on and so forth.
you mean indoctrination?
I'm sorry. How much do you guys want to project?
Project? I don't know. Like you say you believe in history. That's cool. I mean, I think
I
it's a
didn't say I
ridiculous
believe in
sentiment.
history. I did not. I said
Napoleon
history is
Bonaparte.
important. History is
Napoleon
important.
Bonaparte said that history is a lie agreed upon, and what you reckon you can study that and get any information
okay,
from it? Go
okay.
ahead.
Doc
Don't
does
waste your
know
life.
some history. Napoleon Bonaparte said blank.
Yep, even that quote could be a lie.
So understanding history is important.
You can't understand it, dude. It's a lie. It's a lie agreed upon. It's definitely
History.
bunk. There's
Wait, did
nothing
you just
to
say history?
understand.
Did you just say that history is a lie?
Yes.
Please, you go now. History is a lie.
You
Please
go.
tell me why.
You leave this place.
Oh, that's cute.
What do you mean? Dude, history is a lie. They just make it up on the spot, man. And then they teach it in schools and everyone agrees and nods along with it. And then a couple of people get a paycheck for spreading that idea. Then they'll get a book deal signed. Yeah. And then they just hide all the real shit.
Such as, can you give me an example of what you're talking
That's why
about?
you don't know how the pyramids were built, right? Because it's a lie. We have no consistent.
That's a different subject. That's a different subject altogether. I mean, if you want to go down the pyramid, no, I want to understand why you think that all of history is a lie.
Because they lied to you. The winner gets to write the story.
Wait,
the whole
wait. Who is they? Who lied?
The guys that won the war.
Which guys? The Russians, the Americans, the Germans, the British,
Well, I mean, I'd be
the
pointing more
Australians.
fingers like the Stalins, the Roosevelts, those sort of characters for sure.
The Killuminati.
You're the Illuminati. You're a full-on conspiracy theorist, then.
No, I said the Killuminati. Kill. Killuminati. The killers.
If you're not a full-on conspiracy theorist by now, man, I mean, you're just not paying attention enough. That's all.
You're lost in the sauce.
Oh, so wait, you're telling me that I should be a conspiracy theorist?
It is the most reasonable position, yeah.
There's a lot of
you could be. Wait. That's a claim. It's the most reasonable position is to be a conspiracy theorist. Please elaborate. Please elaborate.
It doesn't really need that much elaboration. You get what
It
I'm
really,
saying.
really does.
Okay.
It really, really does, though. It really,
Well,
really
I would-
does.
I would say that. I would
Have
say
you-
this. There are numerous conspiracies going on, because all a conspiracy is two or more individuals who are involved in something that has a criminal component to it, some kind of a shady, could be evil, could be etc. Generally, that's why, like in law, there is conspiracy is like written into the laws and so on. So when there's numerous conspiracies going on, you could more so call it like a conspiracy realist, or just being aware of said conspiracies. So if there's a bunch of conspiracies going on, then yes, it would be very, very rational and reasonable to try to be aware of said conspiracies, or to at least have your finger on the pulse the best you can, in a world where there's a lot of conspiracies. So that would make sense, and that would be a very rational. Instead of, what's the other position? Just to be completely blind to them? That's not a strong position.
So, have you heard of Art of War by Sun Tzu?
Who?
China.
Me?
Chinese general.
I've heard of
that
it.
wrote yeah, okay. Well, there's a professor. He basically says that the Art of War was written by a Jesuit priest in China. There was no such thing as Sun Tzu.
Isn't that a
That's
fallacy,
predictive.
though, appealing to authority?
Predictive history, isn't it? Is that Chinese fellow that says it's a phony baloney, the Art of War?
Yeah, he basically says that it's been written by a Jesuit priest, and the priest was Father Ricky, who actually went to China at that time. And
Tricky
he was
Ricky. Yeah.
Yeah, the Jesuits call him General Ricky. He was actually banned from the Vatican, and he was under house arrest in a building next to the Vatican. And he was the one that instigated Art of War. And it's really funny. I watched this Chinese movie, and it was called Eternal Hero. And in the beginning of the movie, it actually said, "Oh, listen, this priest, Father Ricky, was in China at the time of this emperor," in the beginning of a movie. Which I couldn't work out why they would put it in the movie anyway, but it was one of these time travel things. But but he's basically saying that Art of War was not written by Sun Tzu. It was written by a Jesuit priest. And
I feel like we got a little bit off of topic.
yeah, but you're sitting back and saying that you have to believe everything that's written down.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Well,
I want to know why all the fallacy callers aren't calling out a fallacy. If I would have said that, it would have been called a fallacy because I would have been saying that someone said something, and I'd be referring to authority or something like that. Where's all the fallacy callers?
Well, that's not what an appeal to authority is. The appeal to please.
Of course not.
Do you know what it is, Cole?
Who
I know
called?
it's the same exact thing that I do when it gets called a
Who
fallacy.
Okay. So
who appealed to an authority?
Hold on, Corn Cutter. Let me speak.
I apologize.
Well,
I apologize.
Okay, that's all good. You're laughing at me. You didn't let me finish. It's not an appeal to authority because there's a reason. When you do an appeal to an authority fallacy, the difference is it's not a problem to reference an authority, to say, hey, here's a paper, here's a book, here's what this guy said. In fact, you can bring evidence from an authority in a debate. That's no problem. The fallacy comes in when you say it's true because the authority said it. That's where the fallacy is.
Right.
Exactly.
And I don't never say
Geo
it's
is
true
100%
because
correct.
somebody said it. I always just say that this scientist says this.
This is where I heard it.
I never say it's true because he says it.
That's fine, but neither did Doc.
Called an authority.
But neither did
But
Doc when he brought up this Art of War thing, and you were trying to say, isn't this an appeal
Okay.
to authority? And the answer is no, it's not.
I'll remember that next time somebody yells that I'm doing that. I'll remember those very words. Thank you.
All right, sure. Sorry, I got a little heated, but it's just I felt like you laughed at me, and I just wanted to say why it was, but all good.
It's cool. It's cool. This whole conversation went from flying cars to history to appeal to authority and everything. All that I said was I like history, and then I got attacked. Sort of, not
You like
really.
lies. That's what you like.
No, I wasn't.
I like.
saying, I
See,
wasn't.
there it is again. So that would be what fallacy would that be? An ad hom? You like lies?
Hold on.
Da-da-da.
Hold on.
That's not a projection to say that.
Little comfort lies.
as-
Tuck you in a bed.
There
at
it is.
night.
There it is.
Yeah.
Lies. So you just trust all the history. You entrust the indoctrination, guys. Learn something. Go back and read. It's okay to read. You know that you can read, right?
I don't believe lies.
Just
Why
to
do you?
whoever.
You don't. No. Don't believe anything. Read a book. Read
Why?
your history
What do I need to
Stop
read a book
reading
for?
for me to be reading, okay?
so that you can
Yeah,
actually
why
learn
would,
things.
why would I need to read something?
Yeah,
so
they're
that you can
lies.
learn things, so that you can
Why do I
understand
need to
other
learn
people's
something?
opinions,
Why should
so
I
that you
learn
can
something?
understand different angles of history, so that you can understand all of everything.
Why do I need
And
to
then
understand
instead of
everything?
coming
You
into
can't
any
understand
debate
all of
or
everything.
any conversation as the incredulent person who is just like, I think blank because of my own, like, know your shit.
Why do I need to know something?
I know
Why do I
that's
need
the
to know
greatest wisdom
something is
right
the
now that I've
dumbest
learned
thing
from
that you
reading
could
history,
possibly say.
Corn Cutter.
Oh,
The greatest thing I've ever.
so you think it's dumb if I don't know anything? You think that's dumb?
Absolutely. If you absolutely sit here and say, why do I need to know things? That's, are you fucking sick? Defend your
Yeah,
position.
Why do you think knowledge is important? Go ahead.
Knowledge is power.
Oh, so you think A is B? So you're just retarded?
No,
Okay.
no. I didn't say A is B. I said
Well,
knowledge
yes, you did. You
is
did.
power.
Okay, no,
Did
it's
you hear
not.
me?
Knowledge is not power.
Yes, it
That's
is. Have you
retarded.
ever heard that
A
phrase?
is not
You've never heard
B.
that phrase?
Knowledge is not
Knowledge is
power.
power.
That's retarded. You're stupid.
Yeah, why
I'm
does knowledge have
stupid.
to be power?
What's
Why
5
can't it be
squared?
love, Corn Cutter? Why does it
I'm
have to be
stupid. What's
power?
5 squared?
Oh God, are we really doing some sort of weird trivia right
Well,
now?
if you're gonna call me stupid, then I have to say something easy so that I can understand how you can't answer the question.
Yeah, how do
I
you
think
Five
he
peel an
was,
squared?
onion?
5 squared?
That is
So you can't
relevant.
do 5 squared?
let's move on. He was trolling. The guy creates like
Fair enough. He was trolling. Gotcha.
Like
Okay.
he's like a Discord. He goes around to different servers. He has like hundreds of accounts, and he creates accounts, goes into servers, does wild things to get like. Anyways, we know we know that guy. He was trolling. Let's just move on.
I'm new. Gio, thank you. I'm new. I was challenged, and I'm not going to back down.
It's all good.
Yeah, you believe in history. That's a problem. How can we
Oh, what?
uh,
Wait.
just amuse
Wait.
you with something? Let's
No,
go.
I really want to address this because so what? I like history. I like to know my past. Why don't you?
No, it's a lie. You're reading lies and then you're just believing in them.
What's the lie? What's the lie in the history that you think that I'm reading?
The little comfort lies that keep you
What,
warm at
which
night,
which
keep you
one? Which
comfortable.
one? Point out to me the lie that you think that I believe.
Well, you said knowledge is power.
I did. I did
just
say knowledge is
scrutinized that.
power.
So I don't think I don't know. From what I understand, it's a bad sentiment to be sort of walking around with, because you're
What,
only
knowledge
thinking of knowledge as power. Why can't it be love? Why can't it be wisdom? No, you're saying it's power.
Wisdom.
Why? Control.
Wait.
To manipulate
Why
others.
can't it
to
be?
influence,
Wait.
influence over others. You know where that saying came from, don't you? It's a Francis
Are you
Bacon
done?
statement.
Are you done? Can I respond to anything that you said?
Proceed.
Oh, proceed. So knowledge is power, and then you made fun of it for a second, and then you said wisdom. Is wisdom and knowledge not the same thing?
Two different things.
They're two different things. Wisdom and knowledge are two different things.
Yeah, it's two.
Yes. Knowledge
Please
and
explain to
intelligence.
me.
Knowledge
Please-
and intelligence is two different things.
Please explain to me how these are not all the same thing.
Okay, I can
Yeah,
explain it to
I'll
you
let-
easy. Knowledge is something you learn, like when you go to school, you learn things out of a book. That's knowledge. It's memorization. It's things that you learn. Intelligence is having the ability to reason, to understand, to know when you
Critical-
look at
critical
something. You understand. So you look at something, you can by looking at it understand
Critical
how it works.
Critical
Yes,
thinking.
yes. But still, it's different. It's different than just something you learn out of a book. You can learn. A dumb person can learn something out of all kinds of stuff out of a book and not be able to change a tire on their car. There's a difference between knowledge and intelligence. And wisdom is the same way. Wisdom is like something that you gain over time.
Over time.
It's how you know the difference between when you should do something and when you shouldn't do something. That's wisdom.
Okay.
They're different.
But
They're all three different.
all of these words are interchangeable and can be used to mean what you want it to mean when you want it to mean what you want it to mean it.
I disagree. I don't think.
No,
they're
let me
interchangeable.
write that down. Can you just say that again? I gotta write that down real quick.
That was a lot. That was a lot. All of these words
Yeah.
are interchangeable and can be used to mean what you want it to mean when you want it to mean what you want it to mean.
I'm falling.
And I did just repeat myself almost verbatim.
No, because if you say
Oh.
you have knowledge,
Oh.
that makes that don't mean that I think that you have intelligence. I think that you have
Oh.
a lot of book learned knowledge, not
Yeah,
intelligence.
here's
You
an
think-
example.
I have.
Here-
So
here's
so
an
you
example
think
for
that-
you, real quick.
So just based off of the conversation so far, do I have book learned knowledge or
I don't-
intelligence
Well,
or
it sounds like to me you have both.
You got lies.
both?
Let me give you an
And so,
example
Wait,
real quick.
there's
though.
somebody who thinks that I have lies. I haven't told anything.
Well, I was next, so they could
All
tell. They could
that I
tell
have
about your
said
lies
is that
later.
I like history. That's
Let
it.
Jeremy get in. Let Jeremy get in.
Here's the example, dude. Me and you go to the same school. We learn the same exact things. We have the same knowledge. I have the wisdom to invent, I don't know, whatever, invent something, a helicopter, an electric car, Airbnb, whatever. I invented something, right? You didn't do
Okay.
anything with your knowledge. You just know stuff now. So that's the difference between the wisdom and the knowledge. You're wise enough to, you're wise enough to be able to do something with the knowledge.
I'm wise enough to
It's
know,
being able
but
to
not
do
to
something.
invent.
It's being able to do something with the knowledge. If you just know things, okay, that's neat. But it's when
Okay.
you can do something with it is when it turns
Okay.
into like real
Intelligence.
some real shit, intelligence, wisdom, whatever.
Right, but that still didn't necessarily fucking get to how all of these words are interchangeable.
They're not.
Knowledge,
'Cause they're not.
intelligence.
I don't
There's
think
an
they
old
are. You
saying.
just made a
They are.
baseless.
They can
You
all
just
be
made a
used in the
baseless
same
assertion
sentence.
that you just made a baseless assertion that they're interchangeable and can mean anything
No, I
you want
didn't.
when you
This
want.
has been the
You
topic
literally
now
said
for the last like 5 minutes.
5 minutes ago you said you can make these words mean anything you want when you want, or what? I didn't write it
I
down,
did.
but yeah.
Yep, I did say that, as in they're interchangeable. Knowledge, intelligence. You guys are trying to fucking redefine it in terms of I have knowledge, which means I can be an engineer and put something together, or I have intelligence, which
Oh.
means I have wisdom and understanding. Guys, you're using the words interchangeably. You don't even realize that you're doing it.
No,
I'm not.
I told you. Knowledge specifically means that you've memorized a bunch of stuff. That's knowledge. You've memorized it. You know it.
What if I said? What if I said here?
Intelligence
What if I
is
said
the-
here that's been
hold on.
memorized other than
In-
5 squared?
Corny, chill out,
Intelligence
man.
is
Have fun.
intelligence is the ability to be able to take that knowledge and use it for something useful. It's completely different.
And then
Those two words
Jeremy,
do not mean the
then
same
Jeremy
thing.
said something about being able to apply that, and
That's
all.
wisdom. Knowing when to do it, when to use it. It's wisdom.
So being an engineer and put things together, that's wisdom.
Wisdom is knowing when to use it. Knowledge is knowing it. Intelligence is being able to use the knowledge, and wisdom is knowing when and when not to use it.
I
You're
wouldn't
using
necessarily say you're
using
wise just
all
because
of
you
these
put
words
something. I
interchangeably.
know you heard me because you stopped and stuttered for a second, but it's fine. Go ahead. Just please, let's try to go.
Socrates said, I think, I know I'm intelligent because I know I don't know everything.
How are we trying to get in, man? Go ahead.
There's
I
an
don't
old
remember what I
saying
was going to
too.
say now. That shit gets me tight, but go ahead.
There's another old saying: you hang around a fool long enough, you'll learn something.
I agree with that. I think if you hang around a retarded monkey long enough, you learn some.
People-
What would you learn from him?
Well,
Probably
it doesn't matter
not
what
to
you
let it-
learn.
Probably not to pay him.
It's two things. You're the fool, or you'll actually learn something from them if you hang around them long enough. Just carry
Wait,
it on from there.
I believe that. If you hang out with them long enough, you might actually learn something.
That's right.
And I do
Once-
agree with
once-
you that
Once
That
you
it-
get past Doc, I agree with that. Once you get past the original, you might actually learn that this person actually knows what the fuck.
I do agree with you that
Well,
that just in a common sentence talking, you can
I'm an
interchange
asshole.
those three words that we were discussing, and people will typically know what you're talking about. But when you said they mean the same thing as when I said no, they don't. But I do agree that you can interchange them in a common sentence, and people will usually know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so how many words we
I
got? We got
apologize
knowledge,
if
we
it
got
was so
intelligence.
straightforward that it became
Wisdom.
something.
Yeah, hold on.
It became,
Hold on,
but
real quick,
that's why I countered you
Gosh.
with that. Those words are
I know, Trey, I don't
interchangeable.
give a fuck. Yo, my man, can you hear when other people are talking when you're talking at the same time?
Yes, I wanted to finish my
Yeah, real
point.
quick, just yield the mic. Yeah, but we started at the same time, bro, and I haven't said anything. You could yield the mic for a second. I'm just gonna lay these words out so we can talk about it. That's all. So we got knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, and understanding so far, right? And you could add comprehension and cleverness to the list. And I would like to go through the list and see if we could hash these things out. Flesh these words out. Go ahead.
I like that line.
I do too. Leon was that was Leon for Zion. Thank you for the clarification there, buddy. You can please speak up more. I'll be quiet.
Thanks, Leon. Cheers, Leon. Well done.
No, that was
I mean-
that was a great moderation. Thank you.
Oh, we found the fool.
I mean, don't you think it's funny that people study like these like Greek philosophers that wrote things down like 2,500 or 2,000 years ago, that over 2,000 years that no one else has ever come up with that sort of philosophy. Why
What
is it just that? Well,
What
you got Socrates, you've got like Pythagoras, like he come up with a theorem of Pythagoras' theorem, but Pythagoras' theorem was known about way before that,
What is Pythagoras' theorem?
of a triangle.
A
Okay.
squared
Keep going.
plus I already forgot. A squared plus B squared.
Yeah.
No, A squared times B
Equals-
squared equals C squared.
C squared of a what's the name? But that was known about way before that. Why is it just
Right.
these? What I'm saying is, why is it like just these philosophers and scientists back around that period were the only
Because they-
ones that wrote
because
it
they-
down?
Because they figured it out.
Yeah, but what in like 100 years, or like in 200 years, we've gone from horse and buggy to hadron collider.
Mhm.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen before.
Wait.
That didn't happen
So
2,000
wait,
years ago.
wait. So wait. You're interjecting that technology went really, really fast at some point. I think. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, it did.
Yes, it did.
Well, it would be
That's why
exponential.
we're
I mean-
able to have this conversation right now. Because 100
I
years
realize
ago,
that,
100 years ago,
Yeah.
we couldn't have done this.
Yeah, I need to correct myself. It was A squared plus B squared equals C
B
squared. Not
squared
times.
What did
Yeah.
you say,
Real
dude?
embarrassing.
What did you
I
say?
said plus. I said plus, but then I doubted myself and I switched it to multiplication. But
It's
Oh,
okay.
dude, come on. A squared times B squared times
No,
equals C squared?
I doubted myself under pressure right there.
Like
Oh, you folded
formula
like a
I mean,
cheap suit. Like a
I'm
cheap
just-
suit
X
lion.
equals negative B plus or minus radical B squared minus 4AC all over 2A.
What's
That's
the
the
hypotenuse
quadratic
of a
All right,
triangle?
don't start nerd raging on us, dude. It's okay, man.
What's
I'm
the
sorry, I know
hypotenuse of a
stuff.
triangle. That's for you.
What's the hypotenuse of a triangle?
Yeah.
I
You're
can't.
gonna quiz
I
me.
don't
It's
know.
only fair. Oh, you don't know.
I didn't quiz you. I just fucking sang the quadratic formula. I
You've
was
been quizzing us
praising
since
you.
you got here, dude.
No, I wasn't.
All right,
I was
what
praising you.
formula? Here's a quick pop quiz. What formula is y equals mx plus b?
Slope.
Why MX plus B? That's a fucking.
My boy knew it. My boy knew it.
What did he say?
It's a slope intercept formula.
Okay, that's like algebra 1 or 2.
We know all kinds of formulas, dude.
TI 83
We
stuff,
got
bro.
basic formulas.
Again,
I'll
that's
type it.
algebra 1 or 2.
Texas
Yeah.
Instruments. Yeah, it's algebra.
You don't even know algebra.
I just
Geometry.
Okay.
Dude, we got a guy in here that did calculus.
Whatever you do to one side, you
really
gotta do to the other side.
Really, we got a guy in here who did
Somebody
calculus.
did
Is
calculus.
that right? So he did some derivatives.
It might have been pre-calc. We're not sure yet. We're trying to
What's
figure it out.
what's a derivative?
Do you not know?
I absolutely know. You mentioned somebody who does calculus. I'm waiting for them to tell me what a derivative is. What's an integral? How do you calculate an integral? You use calculus. How do you calculate
I
a
don't think the
derivative?
calculus guy's
You
in here.
use calculus.
Yeah, I don't think that guy's in here.
We get back to the philosophy.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought you guys were gonna go through knowledge
Yeah.
and wisdom, and I was ready for that.
Physics.
I'll tell you what. Things you know, things you think you know, you don't even really know.
You
I
don't
gotta
think
pop
that
quiz
you know
you.
that you don't even really think that you know. Let me ask you one very simple question. If I push on the wall, does the wall push back?
No. Does it take energy
Yes.
to push? Does it take energy to push?
Sure. Yes.
Well,
So the
according to
wall has-
Newton,
Does it take energy for the wall to push back?
So the wall's
Yes.
taking energy to push?
Yes.
Wall
So
didn't
the
push
wall
back,
has-
it'd fall
so I
over.
could lean a- so I could lean a wall. I
Yes.
could lean something
Yes.
against
If
the
the wall doesn't
My
push
man,
back,
yo,
you would
can you hear
fall
me, dude?
over.
Hello?
Cole has got something
Come
right.
on, dude. You got to stop, man.
He just got
Yeah.
it right though.
So when I lean it, he's a fucking glober. So what, dude? He doesn't get shit right. Here's the thing: if you
Who's
got
a glober?
broomstick,
Cole, wait.
you get a-
Shut up.
if you get
Who's
a
a glober?
broomstick, ah,
Cool. Go ahead,
Cole
Jeremy.
is the
Let Jeremy go real quick, and then you can talk to whoever.
My bad.
so if the wall takes energy to push back, and I just lean a broomstick, and I have tons of guys leaning against the wall all day long, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for decades and millennia. I mean, how much energy is in this wall?
Jeremy, can I simplify this for you?
How much energy is in the wall?
Jeremy, can I simplify this
Yeah,
for
well-
you?
It's
What do
pushing
you-
back. We're gonna have a wall pushing
Jeremy,
nonstop,
Jeremy,
365.
Jeremy.
How much energy does it take?
Jeremy, you're overthinking this. Can I simplify this for you?
I'm thinking too much.
Yes, you're overthinking this. Can I simplify
ahead,
it for
dude.
you?
Yeah,
Jeremy,
do
what
it.
you doing right now? Are you standing?
Bro, how much energy is in the wall, dude? Were you asking questions?
Bruh,
or
are you
questions?
standing?
Bro,
Bruh,
how
are you
much
standing?
energy how much energy does the wall take to push back?
Jeremy, are you standing?
Walls have infinite energy. That's what the conclusion we're
So
gonna come to.
so you
with
don't
this.
want to engage with what I'm saying?
You're not engaging with what I'm talking about, a wall pushing back.
I know. You're not engaging with you pushing on the wall. I want you to lean against the wall. Will you
Yeah,
please
no, that was my
lean?
scenario. That was already my scenario. I had guys 24/7, 365 for millennia pushing on the wall. That was my scenario. You don't want to deal with.
Nobody. I want
Who's
you
handing out
alone,
Uno reverse
not
cards
you and
today?
your guys. Just you alone. Not you and your guys, not you and anybody. You and the wall. Sit down, lean against
Why
the
are you
wall.
changing the scenario? I
Do
already
you
made a
fall?
scenario you don't want to address. We're not changing the scenario. We're not going to just keep coming up with scenarios no one's going to address.
It's not a
If you're not gonna
scenario,
address-
dude. Just
if
lean
you're not
against the
gonna address
wall.
the scenario I
Lean
made,
back against the
you're
chair.
not
Does
gonna-
it lift?
Jesus
Does it
Christ.
hold you up?
This guy's fucking unbelievable. If you're not going to address my scenario that I already made up and tried to present to you, and you're just going to switch it up and do a whole nother scenario, what the fuck are we doing here?
What's your scenario, Jeremy? I wasn't listening because you didn't spell it out very correctly. Please
I'm good.
tell me your
I
scenario.
spelled it out crystal clear. I bet you everyone here can steel man the scenario I laid out a minute ago.
Anybody go ahead.
What was it, Cole? Cole, what was my scenario with the wall?
He said that the wall. How
365
much
days.
energy? He said how much energy is in the wall, and if you push against the wall nonstop, that would mean for years and years and years. That would mean the wall would have to have infinite energy to sit and push back the whole time. So how much energy is in the wall?
And so I'm supposed to answer that question before the most basic question of, hey, Jeremy, if you lean on a wall, what happens?
Yeah, that's how
Okay,
conversations
so
work.
I have to answer his question first.
Was that
Okay,
a
wait,
question
so
for me
so
or no?
so it
That
has to be
wasn't a
like
question for me.
let's see, 1.1 million thousand joules worth of fucking energy coming off of the wall in order to keep you up, blah 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 blah. Instead
No.
of you answering a very
How do you
basic
calculate
question.
that? What's
You
the
wouldn't let
formula
me
for that
answer,
1
dude.
million?
You
It
wouldn't let
can
me
be
answer. You
cal-
literally
it can be
filibustered your own
calculated.
question for me, and you're
If
doing it
you've
again.
ever
Still won't let
taken-
me answer. You still won't let me answer. You're freaking out, dude. I'm going to
Go ahead.
disengage. You suck to talk to. I'm good.
Go ahead.
You suck.
I'm waiting.
You didn't
I'm
even
waiting.
answer his
I'm good.
question, bro.
I'm
You
good. You
answered it
suck.
with another question.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, it's on you, bro.
Okay.
The ball's in your court, dude. You got supposed to answer his question. You never did.
Why is
Oh,
it
wait, his-
365 days in a month on this wall?
I'm sorry, what? How is anyone in my position supposed to steel man this? What the fuck is he even talking about? All I asked was, what happens when you lean against a wall? Does it push
Wait,
back
you
or
think
not?
it's-
And he
You
No,
think
no,
it's
it doesn't
pushing back. I'm arguing against that, but you're not letting me get a word in edgewise. I'm arguing against that, and you're not addressing the scenario. Dude, stop. Dude, man, just stop. You're not addressing the scenario we have hundreds of guys pushing nonstop. They're taking shifts. They're 365, 24/7, pushing against this wall for the rest of everyone's lives for millennia and hundreds of thousands of years. This wall has infinite energy.
dude, you're doing a rock hard place scenario. You're doing a fucking immovable object versus scenario.
It's
No, we
actually
just
the
got a
rock,
wall.
paper, scissors
Just a wall.
fallacy.
I'm giving you the most basic of basic. If I lean against the wall, if I push on the wall, does it push back? Yes or no? It's so simple, and you're
The
making
answer
this.
is the
so
answer is
you're,
no.
you're making
The
a
answer
mountain
is
out of
no.
a molehill.
Oh my god, dude! The answer is no, because if it did push back and it takes energy to push, like you said it did, we would have walls with infinite energy because we could just push on
We
them
would have-
for the rest of eternity.
Okay, so wait a minute. When I'm in my classroom, in the high school classroom, in physics class, and my teacher asks me this question, and he says, "Lean against the wall." Why didn't I fall over?
Because there's matter there that would not let you fall over. Duh.
The wall? So did the wall push back?
No, it
It's an
doesn't push
energy
back.
wall.
Because
Yes,
according
it
to you,
fucking did.
according
It
to you,
pushed
dude,
back.
I'm mid-sentence, bro.
It held
Shut
me.
up.
It held me up. It pushed
I'm gonna
back.
temp mute you.
Because
I'm gonna
had
temp
it
mute you.
not
Hold on a
pushed
second.
back, I
Just
would have
hold on. I'm
fallen
just gonna
over.
temp mute you real quick, dude. This guy's unbelievable. Yo, I'm just gonna mod. I'm not even gonna talk to this guy anymore. So if anyone wants to go, let's all go one at a time, though, please.
No, just teach him what resistance is. Maybe he'll understand.
Unfucking believable. Unbelievable.
Don't drink in Discord, guys. that's the knowledge, that's the wisdom here.
That's
The
funny,
wall
dude.
does push back, by the way. It's Newton's third law of motion.
Yeah, I know. We know. We know.
How
Newton's
does the
laws.
wall push back? It doesn't go anywhere.
Oh my
You're just
God.
basically wasting energy into the ground. Jeremy's right. We have an
Sorry,
energy
wrong.
loss machine
Yeah.
going on.
This is they teach you this in school. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
you
wrong.
have a wall with infinite energy. It's fucking stupid as hell. This is like a violation of some kind of law of energy or something. Are you allowed to have infinite energy?
In my lucid dreams.
Well, Jeremy, on the atomic scale, not that I can verify this, but is your hand actually touching that wall, or is there space between the whatever that wall is made up of in your hand, or the atoms touching or mixing together?
Is that
'Cause
what
if
they do
not,
when they go touch that wall in Israel?
I think we touch things. The mainstream says we don't touch anything. No, nothing ever touches in the mainstream. Even though I have Zanuck quoting, I think I have Zanuck quoted as saying everything's touching everything. So that was neat.
Well,
I mean, there's a reason why your hand. Well, hold on. There's a reason why your hand isn't going through the wall, right?
Yeah.
So at what point, at what scale, right? Is there a space between your hand and the wall? And if there is, then there seems to be a barrier resisting your hand, from going through the wall. So in that sense, it is pushing back.
There's no space between your hand, dude. Can you leave fingerprints on a wall?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so where was the space? Obviously, your hand touched the wall. You left a piece of your hand on the fucking wall. Or you took something away. Valid. I don't know how fingerprints work, but something definitely touched is there.
That's valid. That's valid. You're right. You would leave a fingerprint or a stain or a spot on the wall. But maybe that spot is actually just ever so slightly floating above, the wall.
What they're saying is about pushing back is if you push against someone and they just stand real loose, you can push them over. The only way that they can stand and not move is when you push them, they have to push back against you. And that's how it works for everything. Even a wall, when you push against it, if it does not push back, it'll just fall over. The only way you can stand there is to push back.
Does it take energy to push?
Yes, the energy is the friction and stuff involved when you push against it and all the nails and stuff that are holding it up.
Okay, so we have this wall. We're leaning broomsticks up against it. We got people leaning on it for the rest of. We got one of those Puma Punka walls, right? The weird stone ones that all fit together, all weird. We're just gonna have dudes just pushing on that wall, leaning on it. We're gonna lean broomsticks, mops, all types of shit up against that wall forever.
Yeah.
And that wall is just gonna have infinite energy, be able to push back forever and ever.
Yes.
Yep. That's exactly what it's gonna fucking do.
Infinite energy walls. That's where we're at. 2026.
Yep. You have created a wall that will push back against you forever.
It's an interesting thought, honestly.
You have made but you have also proved my argument about physics. The wall does push back.
Yeah, but the
because
wall
if the wall is not infinite energy, like you just described,
care if you start talking, he don't care. Just keep going. He doesn't give a fuck.
Pause.
No, he did. This guy does not give a fuck at all.
Talking about me?
Go ahead, Lon.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that you're acting like the wall is conscious, right? That it's pushing back. But really, according to Newton, the energy is being transferred to the wall and it's returning back to you, right? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So your force is just being returned to you. But then he brought up if you hang like a megalithic stone or push a megalithic stone against another megalithic stone and you just leave it there for thousands of years, what's going on?
It's got potential energy. It's still trying to one wall is trying to fall over against the other wall. That's potential energy.
It's infinite energy.
A couple other types. It's not that it's infinite. It's that it's trying to fall over. Just like if you move the other wall, it would fall over. It has the energy of it trying to fall over, laying against the other wall. That's where the energy is coming from.
It's got infinite potential energy.
Yes.
It's like if you put a rocket against the wall and fire the rocket, the energy is just dissipated in another form. It's not in the wall.
Isn't all energy infinite?
Yeah,
so therefore, everything has infinite energy.
Sorry.
Isn't all energy infinite?
Yeah. When does energy start becoming energy?
Because you can't create it or destroy it. It can only transfer forms.
If what you guys are saying is true, right? And there's energy that's being transferred, you would expect to see heat, some type of evidence of that happening. Indicative of that happening.
You do. You see friction.
If you pushed against the wall, you would be dissipating energy in heat.
No, I'm saying if you lean a megalithic stone against another wall, you just lean it at a 45-degree angle.
Oh my God, you guys overthink this so much.
We're just trying to think outside the box, dude. Outside the paradigm that we've been given it. Is that all right with you?
Start thinking with the simple. Go back to square.
He didn't even know
one. The first domino. You lean against a cement wall. You, 120 pounds, 190 pounds, 260 pounds, 300 pounds. I don't know how much you all weigh. Any of you lean against a cement wall. Does the wall support you? Does it keep you up?
Yes, dude,
yeah, it's resistance to change, right?
Right. So the wall has more energy than you.
What part of resistance is force? Is it in action? Right? Why do you have a resistance? Right, fuck it, dude.
Yeah, resistance is force. If it's resisting you, it's pushing back. That's what resistance is.
Yes. It is pushing back against you.
It's just resistance.
And it has a bigger force against you.
Yeah, it's not a counter force.
Yes, it is. Resistance. If something is flowing one direction, if something is moving one direction, and something else slows it down, that means that something else is pushing back to slow it down.
What is inertia?
Resistance is.
What is inertia?
Hold on. All right, go ahead.
What is inertia? Go ahead and
Yeah.
tell us.
Well, you guys fucking want to talk about this? Let's talk about it. Want to talk about the resistance to change, right? Let's talk about it.
Inertia means at rest.
You just brought up inertia. Please
Hold on. I want
explain.
to respond to Cole real
I
quick.
brought a
please.
hint there, buddy.
I answered your question. It means rest. Inertia means rest. So
Yeah,
when you rest,
resistance to change.
But that's
hold
okay.
on. When you rest a giant stone against a wall, right? He's saying that the wall is resisting, right? If that was the case, if there was resistance, you should experience heat. Heat would be being released. We don't see any heat being released.
I bet you said
Well,
like
you're gonna
not
need
be good.
friction.
It doesn't.
Right?
It
No,
doesn't
you-
matter if you see it or not. There's still energy that gets expended. It
No.
can be calculated too.
No, where there's resistance, there's
Do you know
heat.
what? Do you know how?
When there's
do you know how
friction,
to
there's heat. Now, if you would rub the rock against another rock, yeah, you're gonna get friction. You're gonna get heat. You're gonna get resistance. You don't get that when you just lean a rock against another rock.
Corncutter's
Sure.
been banging his head against the
Oh.
wall for
Yeah.
some time now, I suspect. Okay.
Just because
That's why I
it's
brought
not
up
enough
heat
heat,
earlier.
just because it's not enough heat to feel, does not mean there's no heat created there.
Infinite
Yeah, when
energy
two things
walls.
come into
Do you-
contact, you're gonna
Do
get
you all
friction.
know how to calculate work?
Do you know what glass is? Glass is supposed to be a liquid. If you left it a
Do you
piece
know?
of glass,
Do you
Wait a
know
minute,
how
wait a minute,
to
wait a minute.
calculate work?
if you leave a piece of glass for
Oh,
thousands
no.
of years,
So no.
it will eventually melt. It will literally just meld into the ground. It's not actually solid.
I've heard that's a
I've
myth.
seen arguments. I have too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen arguments against that.
It would be cool
I don't
though,
know.
wouldn't it?
I don't know. It could be. I'm not saying it's not. Like I've heard both sides of that.
Yeah. I mean, what's temperature like? If you heat the glass up, it'll just melt. So why wouldn't it melt over a long period of time?
Glass. I've heard glass is actually
does.
a liquid.
Yeah, that's
that's
Like
what I
they've
reckon.
done a 70-year experiment. There's been like a 70-year experiment right now on they didn't know if pitch was a liquid or not. And
That's
Yeah, pitch is
It
weird.
is.
Yeah, pitch is like I've had
it's
it.
done like
and-
7 drips or 11 drips or something. The guy who started the experiment only saw like 3 drips.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can
they're-
heat it up and it's liquid. You put it on something, it goes solid, and then you can literally get it and break it. It just breaks like it's glass.
from what I watched about the glass. The myth came from glass that was made like back in the 1700s. Always looks like it's got like thicker at the bottom, and this is what I watched about it. And they said that led to the myth that over time glass slowly oozes down.
Well,
over
wouldn't
long
it do
periods
that
of
on a
time.
globe? Isn't that how it would
But-
work on a globe?
But they said that that's not caused by long periods of time with the glass. They said that was actually caused by when they made the glass. That's how part of the making of the glass. It's just what I watched. I don't know what's true and what's not about that. I'm just telling you what I watched about it.
Yeah, well, back in the 1800s, when they made glass, it was the only way to
No.
make plate
Okay.
glass was the only way to make plate glass was you either spun it, right? Like you spin it and then you cut it into little squares. That's why all the old buildings have got little tiny square windows. And if you go to really old buildings, you'll actually see the rings in the glass.
Yeah.
Then they would extrude it, but what changed the whole theory of the whole process of glass
Gentlemen,
making
It's
was
been nice to
Pilkington.
talk to you. I'm out of here.
Okay, goodbye. But Pilkington made the way we make glass today. It extrudes down, and then he had a pool of molten tin. And then what you would do is you would take the glass extruding down, and then you would pull that over the molten tin. And the molten tin, as the temperature is less than the glass will solidify at. So then you just pull the glass off, and it's just this one continuous sheet. And then by the time it gets to the end of the pool, it's actually solidified, and then you just pull it over rollers and then cut it up into slabs.
That's how they still do it, isn't it? And how
Yeah,
they do it today.
that's how all glass is made today.
Float glass.
Yeah, it's just floated on a bed of molten tin, and the molten tin is a lower temperature than when the glass solidifies at.
There.
It's actually genius, absolutely. Genius.
There's a hypothesis that all glass actually has the shape of the globe, because where they float it across that tin, the tin would naturally have the shape of the globe since it's on the planet. Even though it's on a short pull, it's still got that very slight curve to it, and so all glass ends up with that curve.
Yeah, I couldn't see
What?
that because when they pull it out, it goes over a
It
It goes over
rollers.
rollers.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that.
That's
You
why I
can
said
only
it's a
make glass.
hypothesis.
Yeah, you can only make glass up to about 20 mil. After that, it it just cracks because it's too thick, and you can't get the temperature difference between the outside and the inside creates fractures in it. So there's an anomaly with in England they had the Crystal Palace. They reckon the glass in the Crystal Palace was only supposed to be like 3 mil thick, and I can't even see how they could do that back then, because I think that was before Pilkington glass made the plate glass process. Because Crystal Palace was it was made through one of the what do they call them, for the expeditions in England.
Talking about the exposés or whatever.
Yeah, expositions, like it was made for that. It was massive, absolutely massive. And this is where you're believing history. Well, how can a steel structure made of glass burn down? How can it do that? And it burnt down. And they said even down the street, the glass melted down the street. And that the whole structure was shifted from where it was originally made.
Wouldn't it just have to be the stuff on the inside got hot enough to melt the glass on the outside?
How does it? It's all steel.
There was nothing flammable in the whole building?
I don't know what was in it, but how can you? I'll give you an example of what. Last year, the Windsor Palace in England burnt. The main ballroom burnt down, and a bloke did a whole story on it. And the fire brigade said they couldn't understand how it burnt so quickly. Right? It was a big anomaly. Now, the Windsor Palace had all state-of-the-art fire surveillance. They had a 6-man fire brigade on call 24 hours a day. They had all the carpets, all the tapestries were all fire retarded, right? And the place burnt. They put retardant in the carpets, like borax, for instance. You can use borax as a fire retarder. It won't catch fire easily. But this whole building, the whole hall, which is huge, just caught on fire. They had video of the flames just swirling around the windows, and it went into another building. And I'm sitting there going, like, you can't spread a fire in a big building like that. It takes ages to do it, for it to actual spread. So if you know anything about...
All it needs is air. Just needs fuel. It'll spread.
No, sorry. Just wait a minute. Just let me finish, right? When you have a big building like that, to contain a fire in a big warehouse, they actually put vents in the roof every, say, 100 meters or 50 meters. So when a fire starts in one spot, they open up automatically with the heat. So the heat goes up to the top in the roof, opens the flaps up, lets all the hot air out, and then it contains the fire to within that area. So for that room to literally burn completely, right, would never happen in the time that they were supposedly the fire was running for. So I'm sitting there. I'm sorry. I'm sitting there and I'm going, like, how could you propagate that fire in that building?
I'll tell you, dude.
You got the three.
Bro, I'll tell you, bro. You already mentioned the head vents, so there's plenty of oxygen to go around. One.
Wait a minute.
Two,
wait a minute. No,
bro, no, wait a minute, bro. You just talked for fucking 5 minutes, bro. Let me go.
Yeah, but I haven't finished.
Oh my gosh. All right, go ahead.
Oh, you've been done. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
I thought you. Come on, man.
What I'm saying is, to propagate it, that didn't have vents in the roof. To propagate the fire that fast in that building,
He's still going.
All they had to do was add oxygen into the building, and that would have torched the whole place very quickly.
Okay.
In other words,
it's not like you can vacuum seal this stuff, right? My bad, line. Go ahead.
No, you go, because I heard you trying to get in earlier too. Go ahead. But I got next.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you have this idea of, like, if you close the door, the door is the room is vacuum sealed. It's just not how things work. You're gonna have oxygen, and the fire is gonna be attracted to wherever the oxygen is. That's just what's gonna happen. So it's gonna spread. Spread that way.
Wrong.
Whatever's like
If you want to control a fire, if you want to control a fire,
what are you talking about? I'm wrong.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
It's the fuel source.
I'm wondering. I thought he said there was vents.
Listen. No, I'm telling you how they control a fire.
There's no windows. There's no vents at all.
When you want to control a fire in a big warehouse, they open the vents up, which controls it into one point. That building was closed, and the fire propagated through it very
hermetically
quickly.
sealed. Was it hermetically sealed?
All the windows were still there.
No, it wasn't. The answer is no, it wasn't. It couldn't have been. So with that being said,
I'm
bro, like, I
sorry,
was a volunteer. Dude, I was a volunteer firefighter for a little bit, dude. And believe it or not, even cement buildings, dude, concrete buildings can catch fire, right? You wouldn't believe it until you've seen it for yourself. Now, it could start with just the wiring alone. Like a lot of times, there's miles of wiring in these buildings, dude, through the walls, through the outlets and all that. And sometimes all it takes is the wire itself to catch fire, and then the fire starts to spread through the whole building through the wiring harness alone. And if you got curtains and you got rugs and you got mattresses, even if the building is concrete, the fire's going to spread. And if there's any type of ventilation, which I'm sure there was, if there was people living, if it was inhabitable, there would have been ventilation. Then whoop that out, you got your fire. Go ahead.
Right. It was the main ballroom. So this was a massive building with fire systems set in place and a 6-man fire brigade. None of that worked. It burnt the whole place. The only way that could have happened is if you oxygenated the actual air in the building. You increase the oxygen, and I can't remember, but years ago, I think I read something about if you increase the oxygen content even by 10%, you will not be able to put the fire out. They torched that building. They used oxygen, as far as I'm concerned, to propagate the fire.
What building are you talking about?
The Crystal Palace. Did it have electricity?
No, not the Crystal Palace. The Windsor Castle, which burnt down last year, got burnt last year.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Crystal Palace.
I was,
How old
yeah,
is-
because that Crystal Palace burnt down, and that's an anomaly because it was a steel building with glass in it. How did it burn down? That's the actual history of the Crystal Palace.
Did it have
in
running
England.
electricity? Yes or no? And what year was
No,
this?
that was I think in 1890 or something. 18.
Did it have electricity?
No, they wouldn't have had electricity back then. No.
All right.
In 1890, they may have.
They might have. I don't know. That's the anomaly with it. And people, we're sitting back and saying that originally it all come down to you've got to believe history. Well, yeah, I'm sitting there looking at it and I'm going like, yeah, I don't think. How did it burn
Most
down?
fires are caused by electrical fires, bro, and especially in
Yeah,
the early 1900s
I know
or
that.
late
I know that.
1800s, electricity was
Yeah.
just getting.
But if you go in a
Village.
building that's got fire services, they will have automatic door closers. All the doors, they have like sliding doors, which will shut off all the buildings so the fire can't spread from one room to another. It doesn't just spread. It's like fire. Every room will have an automatic door closer on it, so it only the fire will only stay in that one room, and you can't even leave the doors open. I've got door openers, closers here, which have got little solenoids built into them. So if someone opens the door and flips it to leave the door open, if the fire starts and it trips the fire system for the whole building, all the doors will close automatically. You close all the doors. You never leave the doors open because then the fire can spread from one to another.
No, yeah, I know, and you're not supposed to open it either
Yeah.
because if you open
That's right. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
ever seen that movie where they open the door and the fire just went?
Yeah.
consume them?
Backdraft.
Backdraft.
I thought
I-
like every time I've seen a house burn, the first thing the firefighters do when they get there is cut holes in the roof and knock the windows
Yeah.
out.
Well, that's mainly to get the water into the building. So the first thing they do is go in the roof because the roof is usually timber. So you want to get that. It's like over here we used to have sawmills. All sawmills were built out of timber. You never build a sawmill out of steel because if they catch fire, which they can, you can get the sawdust can start and catch fire when it comes off the blade because it comes off red hot. Like you can. So they'll build the whole building out of timber because a timber building, you will literally. It doesn't lose its strength. Like you have a timber beam, it has to literally burn right through before it'll actually collapse. But if that was a steel structure, right, as soon as it heats up and gets to a certain temperature, it just literally collapses.
Are you saying jet fuel melts steel beams?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, steel burns, dude. Steel burns.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I just looked it
liquefy
up real
fire.
quick.
I know that was a
It's
joke.
a-
It was
Yeah,
I
I
It's
just
a
looked it up
class
real
delta
quick, bro.
fire, dude. So much. Oh, god.
It says right here, bro. It's exactly what I suspected. It says, yes, the famous Crystal Palace in London, originally built for the 1851 Great Exhibition and later moved to Sydenham, was destroyed by a massive fire on November 30th, 1936. Despite being made of iron and glass, the structure contained large amounts of flammable timber flooring, causing it to burn down within hours. Key details about the destruction. The fire began in a staff room with suspicions of an electrical fault or a discarded cigarette, but the exact cause was never confirmed.
That's what I was saying. It had to
Yeah.
have flammable stuff inside of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, but a wooden floor, it's going to
Yes,
burn, but
Alright,
it's going to make a
timber,
lot
yeah,
of
so-
smoke, but it's not going to melt down the steel structure.
Right, but you have this idea in your head that putting out a fire is easy. Suffocating
it's
a
not.
fire is easy. It is definitely not, dude. If you just
Yeah.
have like a little breeze, that's gonna fuel the fire.
Yeah,
A little
I
like
realize that.
air pocket, you know what I mean? In your vent, the side of your vents just leaking oxygen. Yeah, that's gonna stop it from suffocating. Even on like military ships, it's the same shit. They use an agent that will suffocate it because you can't just hatch down the space and make the space airtight. It's not enough. You actually have to
says-
spray it with a foam-like liquid that's gonna suffocate it at the
It says
base.
that
Yeah,
the building
that-
shape, dude,
wait a
it
minute.
says that the building
Wait.
shape acted like a chimney and allowed the fire to spread rapidly, and there was high winds during that day. There's a lot of wind. That's a recipe for disaster. It's a perfect storm.
Hey guys, if I may just interrupt for just a moment, or I was in the military and the Navy, and we had to go through firefighter training. Everyone in the Navy has to go through level 1 and level 2 firefighter training. And the 4 different types of ways that we put out fires is CO2, water, halon, PKP, and AFFF. AFFF stands for aqueous film forming foam. And
That's a good stuff.
CO2 is what puts. That's why you're not supposed to spray a fire extinguisher at someone in their face, because it can deplete the oxygen in their lungs. It can actually be very, very harmful. And also, I'm an electrician as well. And what we have to do is this thing called fire stopping. When you're installing an electrical box, pretty much like in commercial settings and residential, it's not that big of a deal. But you have to take this putty and wrap it around the box so that if an electrical fire does occur, then what happens is all the smoke in there, well, it doesn't get to leave and it suffocates itself. There's something called the fire tetrahedron, and there are 3 different ways to put a fire out, and that is through removing the heat, removing the material, or removing the oxygen. It's the fire tetrahedron, and
Yeah,
you need
know that.
all 3 of those things to occur in order for a fire to start. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, well, all those things you said, it
Thank you,
depends on
Andrew.
what sort of fire you got. Like if it's a fuel fire, you use foam. If it's a CO2, it is for electrical fires, because you don't want to spray it with water, especially if it's not distilled. So
Chemicals for Delta.
yeah,
Chemicals
each-
for
there-
yeah. It
There are
depends
4
on what
different
the
types
fire
of
is, yeah.
fires. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
4 different classifications. I think they're starting a 5th one apparently. One of my guys I work with, he was in the Coast Guard. He's there's another one now. I was like, what could it possibly be? Maybe it was like concrete or something. I don't know.
Lithium,
But alpha
lithium
fires are
ion
something that
batteries.
create in ash, and that creates a certain color of smoke. It's like a light gray color. And then you have grease fires and like liquid fires, things like that, gasoline. That puts off a very dark colored smoke. And then you have electrical fires, which is a class Charlie fire. So Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta fires. And then Charlie fires, those are electrical fires. And class Delta fires, those are the hardest to put out because that's when metal catches on fire and metal produces its own oxygen. So normally what has to happen, like on a Navy ship or a Coast Guard ship, what they'll do is they'll throw it off the side of the ship.
Yeah,
It's
well,
called
that's magnesium.
jettisoning the metal.
I think metal is oxygen at this point. That's what I'm starting to think. It's interesting.
No, they would have been on a ship. You see, would have had a lot of magnesium alloy. If you fire up magnesium, you can't put it out. You got to use like a flux to actually put it out. So you get like some motorbike rims are actually real high magnesium alloy, and you can actually chuck them on a fire and they'll burn. Magnesium will burn
Where's the magnesium though?
in alloy,
You're saying
in
in the
the
material?
aluminium.
In the steel?
In aluminium, they put magnesium in aluminium to make it lighter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
isn't
the
that what they
rims.
use
Oh,
for
it looks to be in the
uh,
stainless.
underwater welding? I think that's what they use, right? They use magnesium torches.
Underwater
Something
welding,
like
they
that.
just got to. It's just you got to have a rod which is waterproofed. So the rod itself creates its own little. Like when you're welding, you're actually creating a little blast furnace. That's what welding is. So a welding rod is basically limestone. It's limestone coated steel, and then the metal you add into the weld pool makes the weld stronger. So if you can make your own welding rods.
What?
And just we're just coating them
That's
with
not how it works.
limestone. Yes, it is. Yes,
No, your flux is your environment.
Yeah,
it's
you got-
it's limestone. When
Yeah,
they
the
have a blast
electrode
furnace,
is your filler.
when they have a blast furnace, the 3 components. You put your metal in the blast furnace. You fire up the blast furnace. You use oxygen to literally burn the iron, and you use the flux is just limestone. So if you want to set up a blast
No, the
furnace,
flux isn't just limestone. The flux is like how you create the environment for the metal to cure.
yeah, the
It's very
flux,
specific.
no,
flux
Very
keeps the
specific
oxygen
to the
out.
type of material you're using.
it depends. Yeah, but it's basically limestone.
The flux keeps the
Let me
oxygen
explain it like
out.
this.
Yeah, it keeps
if you're gonna
oxygen
weld,
away.
yeah, if you're gonna weld, right, you're gonna create like that molten steel is gonna have its own atmosphere, right? The flux
Mm,
provides that.
yeah, yeah, that's what the
If you
flux.
don't have the
But it,
proper atmosphere for that type of material at those temperatures, you're gonna get contaminants. They're gonna
that's
call
right.
that porosity and things like that. Okay.
That's
So
right.
the
Yeah.
flux is providing your atmosphere for the steel or metal to cure properly.
Well, the flux keeps the atmosphere away from it. When you're welding, you want to keep
No,
nitrogen
it
away
creates
from it.
that. It creates the proper
And
atmosphere.
yeah, listen, as far as I know, you can make welding rods with limestone. That's how they're made.
Oh, you can get different fluxes on your
Oh yeah,
rod.
there are, welding now is state of the art. I mean, there's all sorts of additives they put into the flux, and they put all sorts of base metals into the rod, so you get a stronger weld. You
I
can
didn't
have
know that
stainless
they were
steel.
made. I didn't know they were made of limestone though. Never heard of
Yeah,
it
it's just
before.
limestone. Yeah.
It's not just fucking limestone, dude. All right, whatever. Okay, cool.
All right. Well,
Yeah, I don't
just
think it's just limestone. I mean, it could be the base, and then they could add stuff to it maybe. Because I know you can get
I've
different
seen this.
fluxes.
Yeah, there's different fluxes, but a standard welding rod is basically your parent metal with limestone. And if you want to start up a blast furnace to molten steel, you've got to have a
All right,
supply of limestone, a supply of oxygen to run the blast
let's try
furnace.
this. Let's try this. So you have like we'll just take an electrode. We'll call it 7018. Are you familiar with that? Maybe 6011, 6010. We'll take the first two digits, throw those away, right? We'll throw the first two digits away, and then the third digit, we're going to throw that away too, right? We're not even going to talk about it. Then we're going to look at the fourth digit. Then we're going to be like, oh, what does this represent? Right? And it's going to give us some clues to what's actually going on with the actual rod and what it's made of.
Okay, can I say this real quick? It says welding rod flux is a complex coating composed of mineral, organic, and metal powder ingredients, including cellulose, rutile, which is titanium dioxide, iron powder, silica, lime, and binders like potassium silicate.
Yeah.
It cleans and stabilizes the arc and creates protective slag and gas, with components often including minerals, fluorides, and oxides.
Yeah.
So it's a whole bunch of different shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, the rods are a lot more sophisticated than the ones I used to make, but basically, it's just limestone.
That bothers me to no end. But all right, I'm just going to, whatever.
Well, it says silica and lime. That's
Yep.
silica is like
I watched a
sand
show.
and
I watched a show
limestone.
years ago where they actually were given these scientists were given a project to make, like out in the bush, a welding rod, and they just used limestone, coated the rod, and you made a welding rod.
I could do the same
Now-
thing without flux. I could do the same exact thing without flux. I could create a welding rod with a coat hanger. No flux needed. No
Yeah, yeah,
lubricant,
well,
no liquid,
yeah.
nothing. And I can weld
You
and
can
get two
do-
metals to join together, right?
Yeah, I
It's just
know.
not going to be
You can do-
strong.
No, you can get just as strong, but you use fusion welding. Use oxytorch.
No, I don't need to do that. I'm telling you, I can put a coat
yeah,
hanger.
if
I
you-
can wire a welder up,
Yeah,
right? Like you would a stick, and I can melt that thing down, right? I can melt that electrode down. It's just not going to be as good as if I use the proper electrode.
That's right. But you can just use an oxytorch, and the best is acetylene and oxygen.
That's a different
gives you
process, though. That's a
No.
completely different process to an electrode
No.
when we're talking
Yeah, that's just
7018. Yes,
cutting
it
the
is.
steel.
Yeah,
No,
but
it's a different
if
process
you were to
entirely.
if you were to stick a piece of rod into your electrode of your welder and it would just stick. You would never get it to arc and produce a
No,
part.
you don't. Yeah, so you think, okay.
Okay, you can say you can do it, but I'll tell you, it will just stick.
What if I
But if you
reverse the
want-
polarity? What happens?
It doesn't make any difference on a stick welder.
Yeah, it does. It's going to change your polarity.
No, it
What's that
doesn't.
gonna do?
No, it
No.
doesn't. Not on a stick welder. If you want to use a welding rod,
Yeah,
you
it
can
does.
either
Yeah,
use
it's
it-
going to. If I
Wait a
change the
minute.
negative, if I put the
Just
ground on the
listen.
positive,
Just listen. It makes no difference on a stick
you're
welder.
not teaching, buddy.
and It makes no difference on a stick welder whether it's negative or positive, except when you get into a certain corner, it will create a negative a force that pushes the arc out, and it won't weld properly into a
100%.
corner.
100% wrong. You are
Rigor is a
welding on the
welder
wrong
by prof-
polarity.
Yeah,
Rigor's
I've
a
been
welder by
welding for
profession.
I've been welding for fucking 50 years now, so
Oh shit! And you think reverse and straight polarity are the same thing? Okay.
you can use a stick welder, reverse or straight.
Yeah. DC, right?
DC.
Electronegative.
Yeah,
Yeah.
DC.
DC, electropositive. To
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
those mean the
I
same. To me, they mean different things. The current will travel
Yeah.
differently
No,
through them.
there
Right.
is different.
So, all right.
There are some rods that work better with a negative work arc. I mean, a negative work, or some work different with a positive. But you can still weld with it negative or positive. Or you can
No, you'd
run
have to
AC.
switch the machine over.
It'll still
I mean, you
weld.
could change the type of process. You could change it from AC to DC. You can do that.
Well, most
You
stick
can
welders do
revert the
AC.
polarity safer on AC, but you can't. You're not going to get the same result on DC EN versus DC what is it SP. Well, negative, electropositive. It's not going to be the same thing. Like if you were trying to weld aluminum, right? Say you're trying to
Yeah.
weld aluminum. All right. Now you set up your ground, right? All right. Now switch your polarity. What happens to
No,
the
wait,
tungsten?
wait a minute.
Hold on.
No.
You're doing
On
TIG welding.
aluminium TIG welding, you don't use DC or positive. DC. You use AC.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now switch your ground. What happens to the tungsten? Get the ground
That's
fucked
why.
up. What happens to your tungsten? You fuck up the tungsten, right?
Yeah, but
You just fry it. Okay, there you go. That's my point. That's the
But
point I'm making.
That's TIG
You're
welding.
changing.
That's not stick welding.
It's electricity.
Oh. Well, you don't need
It's current.
electricity to weld steel with a fusion welder. You use an oxy torch. I used to do it all the time.
Yeah, you're doing.
back when-
Yeah, now you don't have
when-
grounds.
when- Yeah, that's right. But
Oxy fuel. Yeah.
I can weld steel with an oxy torch with just a piece of wire.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. I could do it with a coat hanger on arc or oxy, right?
Yeah, with oxy. I've been doing it for years. I don't use
Yeah,
it anymore because now I've got a MIG welder. But I can
Right, but
weld
if you just take.
down to like 1/2 mil steel with an
All
oxy
right, now
torch.
Now you're familiar with the flux, right? How you have to like
Yeah.
wire brush the surface of things, right?
Yeah.
You have to clean like when you're doing oxy fuel or brazing, things like that. You're gonna like one of the most important things is gonna be the cleanliness, right? You're gonna have your little alcohol spray bottle or denatured alcohol, acetone, something along that, right? And you're gonna scratch the surface with like maybe like an emery cloth, toothbrush, wire brush, something like that. Then you're gonna spray it clean, let it air dry, and then you're gonna hit it. But you're gonna coat it in flux first, right?
Yeah, well, that's if you're brazing. That's different to fusion
Right. Is
welding.
that lime? Is that lime? Is that flux gonna be lime?
No, it's usually borax. If you're bronzing, if you're doing bronze welding
Oh,
or
boy.
brazing, you use a flux, which will usually be borax, and it's brazing. It's not really welding.
Well, then oxy fuel's not welding.
Oh. Okay.
You said it, not me. I
No,
didn't say oxy fuel's
said
not welding.
no.
You told me you're brazing, you're not welding. I agree. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, when you're brazing, you're using bronze. You're not using steel to do the weld.
Well, we called anytime that
I don't
we
know
ever
what you're
just
on
used an oxygen, just a torch, and you just sort of melted the welding rod along with melting the metal a little bit to make it weld. We always called that brazing, just in general. It's just like
No,
Yeah.
well,
brazing.
a brazing is basically you're using a bronze, right? And you can
Brass.
braze with silver solder, which is used like copper is the easiest for using silver solder. It's self-cleaning, like copper self-cleans, so it's easy to use a silver solder. But you can silver solder steel. You just need to have a flux on it. Trust me.
Yeah, if you're brazing in general, you need flux.
Yeah, if you're using either bronze or silver solder, you can get silver solder, which will be like 2-3% silver, or you can get it right up to 60% silver, or you can use just pure
Right.
silver. But usually it's like the silver breaks it, the melting temperature down.
All right, so you're saying if I use on steel, on carbon, I turn around, I just
using
put the
steel.
flame, the
Yep.
flame, no flux filler, and just dab it in.
No, you'll have to have a flux for doing steel. If you're using
That's
silver,
not true.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna sit out. My bad.
Yep.
Come on, Rigger, don't say that. I enjoy listening to you.
I have a question in regards to, because I really, really suck at welding and soldering circuit boards and stuff, but I've never
Yeah.
understood the actual technical reason as to why flux is actually needed.
It cleans the metal so that it bonds to it. Otherwise, it'll just sit there and make a globule, and it won't bond to it. So even if you're soldering, it's got to be clean, and you've got to have a little bit of flux. The flux then sort of cleans the metal and makes it bond to it better.
Okay.
Why it does it, I don't know. But if you're using solder, you call it solder, but we call it solder. You can solder anything. You can any metal as long as you've got the right flux for the metal, the parent metal that you're soldering it onto. Because solder is just lead and what is it? Lead and zinc, I think. Trying to think now. More lead, but even nowadays you're not allowed to use solder. You're not allowed to use lead in a lot of electronics now. They use something else.
Yeah, years ago when I was going through some electronics courses,
Yeah.
they would be the lead-free stuff.
Yeah.
But then
yeah.
when I started working with electronics, they would have the lead-filled solder. Sorry, not trying to make fun of it, but you guys also pronounce aluminium, putting an extra syllable in it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not right. Anyways, then I was working around some plumbers and HVAC technicians, and they were saying that they didn't know how to silver solder. I'll try to help.
What?
And they said that there's like a special certification they had to get in order to be allowed to do that. And I was like, "Isn't it the same thing?" They're like, "No, it's not." And I was like, "I don't know. I suck at both, so I don't have any leg to stand on when it comes to that."
So soldering or silver soldering copper, for instance, is the easiest thing you can do because all you do is you heat the copper up, it self cleans, it'll go bright copper, and then all you got to do is just touch once you heat the silver solder up, it just touches it, goes onto the copper, and it just travels right around the whole pipe. It's so easy.
That I can do. Yeah, creating a joint or something. But it basically auto does it by itself as it just is liquefied. But these were government federal employees, and they were saying the government requires them to have like an entire certification for it.
Isn't that like HVAC? Most HVAC stuff.
HVAC and plumbing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saying using silver and copper. That simple brazing.
You can use normal solder, but if you're doing that on water pipes, right?
Silver, right?
If you're using normal solder, which is lead, and you're putting it on water pipes, it might put lead into the water pipes,
right? Into
the water. So probably won't, but it could do it. I mean, lead poisoning was rampant years ago in like England and places where it's really cold because they used to actually have lead pipes because during the winter, if the pipes freeze, if it's copper, for instance, they'll just burst the pipe. But if it's lead, it just expands it. But there was a problem, they reckon, this is a bit debatable too, that people were getting lead poisoned from the lead pipes in your house. So if you go to, say, a place where you got, it's cold, you'll have no external piping, all the piping will be inside the building.
Well, now they use PEX.
Yeah, they use plastic and PVC and...
well, not CPVC, they use PEX.
Even with copper, they're using just compression now. They're just crimping the joints with a little gasket.
Yeah. There's a whole series, but what they're using now is just a plastic pipe and then crimp fittings that crimp it up.
Yeah.
But over here,
it's different.
It's
PEX, way more
yeah.
expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I'm a journeyman. I got my journeyman plumbing license, and one of the things that I had to learn when I got it was how to use PEX, because in Florida they use CPVC and PVC on everything because it rarely freezes. In Tennessee here, it freezes, so they use PEX. PEX actually will expand out. When it freezes, it'll expand way out, like get a big knot in it, but then it'll shrink back down to normal when it thaws back out.
It can take some heat too.
There's different kinds. You can use the crimping, or you can use the do what?
How long did it take you to get journeyman? How many years or hours?
Down there in Florida, I think 3 or 4 years I was down there before I was able to get
about right. Yeah. About the same where I'm at. I think it's like 2 years in Maine.
But it don't count here in Tennessee. So when I came back to Tennessee and West Virginia stuff, it's no good up here. I'd have to retake all the shit. So I never did do it. I was in Florida. I was in Florida when the big housing boom was going on in 2005, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And then when it crashed, it all went to shit. So I left, came back, worked in the coal mines some more.
All right. Sorry for the derail. Just curious. I take PEX though. I'll choose PEX 9 times out of 10.
I like PEX. They have have you ever seen the PEX? Looks like a circuit breaker. It looks like a breaker board in your wall of electric, but it's PEX, and you can literally shut off the hot and cold to every fixture in your whole house from that one board.
You see the panels? The panels where you can tweak the fucking pressure in them? Those are nice.
Yeah, they some nice stuff when it comes to PEX, but it's aggravating because you have to pull it all. You have a gigantic bundle of lines that usually running up through your floor and going everywhere like a rat's nest. It's annoying.
You know what you know what the scary part is though? I don't think we really know the side effects of, say, drinking water through PEX, like potable
Probably
water.
don't. Well, they
It's
say
like,
drinking
when
out
you
of
get-
plastic is bad for you. That's what I've always heard. If you if you got a bottle of water and you let it get hot, and then it tastes like that plastic taste, I've always heard that that's bad for you. It's like poisoning you.
If you go online right now and look up like water bottles or something like that, or whatever, and I forget what it's called. Like it's like BMP free or something like that. I forget what the acronym is. It's
that's
3
right.
letters, and yeah, it's like something that's like lined on the inside of soda cans, along with in some older water bottles, and they found out that it basically is carcinogenic.
Just like
Yeah, well,
CPVC, same thing. I mean, and the glue you use to glue it together. I don't know how healthy that glue is over long periods of time to drink, have water running through it. That glue is some nasty shit.
Yeah.
I've been on
That-
such a deep dive lately. Oh, sorry. My bad.
You're good.
These Epstein reveals. I normally
Yeah,
don't
let's-
give a shit,
Don't
but
get sucked into the Epstein portal.
Let's talk about
Oh,
something different.
man.
We'll start running people off if we keep talking about plumbing.
Oh, I got something for
Yeah,
Beast.
fully plumbing and borax. There's nothing more boraxing than this conversation at the moment. Okay?
Hey,
Well,
hey,
for
Beast,
me, I
put-
love
yeah,
it, but a lot of people don't.
yo, is that
I
the
was wondering, what'd you
Island
think of that
Boys?
picture?
Is that why they call themselves the Island Boys? Yo, it's fucked up.
Is that too much of a conspiracy with that one?
No,
I mean, there is similarities to those faces.
I don't.
Did you guys know that the Beach Boys Kokomo song was about Epstein Island? It was written about that island.
I ain't surprised.
You know what's
That's a
crazy?
conspiracy theory, though, Jake. You better be careful with those. Go ahead, Piasticles.
Okay, so me, Lion, a couple other people, we were watching the Gate video or whatever, and then I looked at my recommended, and someone posted, I think it was DJ Vlad TV, posted a 2-hour unseen interview with Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein. I've never actually heard Epstein talk like fully and articulate himself, etc. So we just watched that, and it just seemed it was so crazy. He was saying some base stuff too, talking about Newtonian mechanics, etc., and how like we took science and math and basically took it, to as far as we could possibly take it. And that we'll never be able to answer certain questions. It was crazy. It like the way I was watching, like I was just empathizing with Epstein. It was like, what the hell? What the heck is this? You know what I mean? So it sent me on a rabbit hole that I've been on all day. I'm just gonna post what I found, but this is what sparked it.
My only issue nowadays,
Now,
if you were to show that, I don't know, 10 years ago, I'd be like, oh, that's trippy. But nowadays, they can just use AI to recreate anybody. They could put my face on Jeffrey Epstein's body or something like that, and all of a sudden, like, you don't even know. It's so hard to
that
tell.
wasn't though. That wasn't deep fake. You can watch it right now. But this is crazy. So apparently, Epstein was close with the OG founder of 4chan. There's that, and how he wanted to moot. Yeah, exactly, dude. And how he wanted a weaponized autists essentially to basically destroy the rise of globalization and return to tribalism. That was one of his quotes in his emails.
He posted though. Moot posted on like an alt account, explained the whole ordeal, what was happening when the website got compromised. Basically, the feds did come in and said, "Look, we're taking this shit over."
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah, I
completely
remember that.
compromised.
But did you know before that he met with them?
Yeah.
That's crazy. No, I meant Epstein. Epstein met with Moot.
Oh, Epstein? No, I had no
That's what I'm
idea about
saying.
Epstein's involvement. But I
You
mean,
look at that
Epstein would
article.
kind of be like CIA, right? Isn't that what they're alluding to?
Or Mossad, but yeah, I mean you
Right,
can
right,
say
exactly.
all that, but bro, Epstein was super involved in 4chan and actually friends with Moot. Had a meeting with Moot and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Tim Cook.
You see the Joe Rogan Experience meme where he does all the people that were connected to Epstein and Rogan's interviewing them. They're all on his podcast doing damage control for him.
Dude, wild. No, I haven't, but yeah, Peter Attia, Elon Musk, Tim Cook, to so many. But the thing that's interesting is that that email between him and Bannon saying like, "Yo, these are the most dangerous people in the world. These guys scare me more than anything." He's talking about like these group of anon hackers who just basically, they can disrupt anything. I just find it crazy that the same place where the quote unquote first Epstein files were, the pictures about Epstein and QAnon and all that stuff, that was the same exact place where it was all leaked originally, yet Epstein is involved with the creator. So it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think
I don't
they're
know.
distracting us, but from the distraction. They created a war to distract us from the Epstein files, but the Epstein files are actually a distraction from something else that must be going on, in my interpretation at this point. Because there's too many weird things out these days. It's like all too convenient. It's almost like some sort of controlled release. Makes more sense to me at this point.
No, I feel that, especially the fact that like it's popular now.
They
remember
literally
when all
want
the
us
shit was,
it's disclosure or something, man. Like they want us to know that the elites are engaging in cannibalism, and this is like the soft disclosure, essentially.
maybe. I don't know. I really don't know what to make of all of it, but I still always found it fascinating that like the idea that the QAnon people and that like Trump's gonna save the world and where we go one we go all, like those people, like that was all a cultural thing that was developed by Epstein himself. That's what I'm starting to find out.
What are you saying? He's the brainchild
Yes.
to that?
Yeah.
No.
Dude. I'll post a zip file I'm gonna make of all the stuff I've been collecting. Actually, I don't know if I should post. If you want it, just DM me. I'll just do it that way. I've just been like archiving all this stuff in case it goes away.
Well, didn't the DOJ like release it or something? And I heard them, like Kim Iverson was saying that they retracted it within an hour, but most of the people had already done that download. It's just like, why would you do that? It doesn't make any. You know that people are instantly going to let you download this stuff. Why would you retract it all of a sudden? It just doesn't even make sense. None of this bullshit makes sense. This is all a Fugazi.
Dude, that's so funny. That meme. I just looked at it right now. Yeah, I know, dude. It makes no sense, but just check out that article that I posted. See if it connects any dots for you, but because it connects a couple dots for me, like the idea of like what happened to 4chan poll. Remember /poll, which is now politically incorrect, and it changed from like poll to like new or news or whatever for N. Like, makes a lot of sense why all that was changing at that exact same time.
No, I don't know anything about it. It sounded like you were having an Asperger's attack or something just then.
I always thought in the back of my mind, like, why the fuck is this in the public?
The culture shift was holy shit. What a change.
Right?
When was this?
It was all.
What's the?
It's
what
always
culture shift?
documented over at 4chan. Like, so every space you go to, right? Like even the server has like a certain culture, right? A certain way that we communicate with each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Certain types of conversation, right? So the culture of the space was completely different. It was just organic, people fucking around. Like you had no idea when someone was serious or not, And then it had like a huge shift. Like after that, there was a big shift. The culture changed. Like you started noticing some of the people that didn't use proper terminology. They didn't really understand the dynamic to the space, and you could tell they were just inserted in. And it wasn't like they were new, just some new person that was, oh, I used to lurk here and now I post. No, it wasn't anything like that. And you just saw the amount of inorganic shit on the rise. Like that was not even. It's like you come in here and then all of a sudden every time that this one person comes in, they're talking about like something irrelevant to all the topics we discuss.
It's
And
in missiles.
over and
Yeah,
over.
for sure.
Yeah, and then it's like a flood of it. And that's what you started seeing more and more of. So just so inorganic posting.
Exactly.
And they turned it into some type of just another outlet for propaganda, really.
Yep.
And then the
So
derailment.
essentially, they cultivate it though, right? They sort of they make it a good space, and then they cultivate it, and then they just start slowly drip feeding in bad information or something and turning it over time. Is that what you're inferring?
Yeah, so there was like an unfound respect, like an unspoken respect rule. Like people would talk shit there. They're like anything, like you name it, Hitler's God, N bombs, you name it. It's no rules there. Verbally, say whatever you want. convince people with like methods, give them instruction manuals on how to delete themselves through some messed up those are the type of things that happened there, right? It was pretty bad. But on certain threads where the community was coming together and working together, everybody just respected that. You didn't just troll it, you didn't post dumb shit in it, and everybody was like serious about whatever that topic was. You know, whether they were trying to uncover something, like dig deeper down a rabbit hole. For some reason, people didn't fuck around in those threads, and then that started changing. And that's when you notice like the big shift. Is when you had like it's what they call smooth brains, right? All the smooth brains giving their opinions. It's like nobody. This
No one
thread
gives a
isn't
fuck.
about opinions.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Nobody's looking for your speculation or your opinions. It's just all this was an avenue to just drop truth or drop the things you uncovered that are factual. That's all. It was basically an info dump in a thread, and all that started going out the window.
Dude,
That's when
when
you
do you
know.
think it?
all right,
When do you
we'll
think it
compromise.
changed? Like what year? Because I have a year in mind.
I mean, it changed quite a few times. Even after 2016, it changed. Before Trump got elected, that's when you saw. I'd say that was one of the biggest changes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. 2015, 2014.
That was
Remember
probably.
Gamergate?
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Gamergate, bro. Guess who organized it? Epstein.
No way.
Bro, I'm telling you, I've been on this fucking rabbit hole all day. It's great. It's like, and it's being substantiated by the Justice Department emails.
What is Gamergate? Was that the GameStop thing?
It makes so much sense how it's connected though, because who's friends with Epstein? That basically was his PR guy, Steve Bannon, right? Who did Bannon promote? Milo Yiannopoulos or whatever, Milo Yiannopoulos. Who's the one that brought Gamergate to the front? Milo Yiannopoulos. When was that? After Andrew Breitbart died.
That's why when I see people like Nick Fuentes with Milo, I'm like, you're compromised. No way you're getting out of that one. I know way too much about Milo for you to ever convince me.
Why did Milo try to come back? That was funny.
Because
He
Nick.
tried to, yeah, right.
That's the thing.
They
It's
gave him
like,
another run at it. He's good.
yeah.
Yeah, like, he's no longer gay or something. Like he completely reformed. Like what a character. That is a that guy's a chameleon
Persuasive.
for sure.
Yeah,
He's
dude,
persuasive,
Candace Owens. Most people don't realize where she came from. She came from a scandal. She actually did a thing. It was called a Whole 180 or something like that. Her company was called like a Whole 180. And the scandal with her was that she created a website based off of this fucking obviously bullshit ass story about having a racist encounter and like these guys were calling her house. So what she did is she wanted to promote a website where this website would basically collect activity of children in school who are bullies. So she basically made a doxing website and was called out for it way in the beginning by this trans lady or whatever named Blair White. And like, dude, I actually happen to agree with the trans lady on this whole topic.
She actually, she has got whatever it is, has some good takes.
Bro, like it's so crazy. Like the entire thing was just completely orchestrated. And the reason why I was I'm so invested, not so invested, but why I'm super interested is because I was on the Trump train. I was for sure on the Trump train in 2016 up to 2018, 2019, etc. until COVID. And same exact year COVID happened, it was like flat Earth. So like I'm just kind of backtracking my shift in perspective essentially now. It's interesting. Thank God for God. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the whole room, but it is interesting. So stuff.
The thing I find very interesting about what's going on with the whole Jeffrey Epstein, whatever the fuck is going on, is that there's someone, I forget who it was, put out like, 3 million more pages of files have just been released. Like, who has time to read that?
AI.
And, I mean, even if you put it through like an Adobe like word filter and stuff, that would still, 3 million more pages? I'm not even sure how many there are.
Yeah, well, they seem to want, like, they've got guys like Kevin Rudd, like the ex-Prime Minister of Australia, on there. Clive Palmer's on there. He's a big mogul, kind of Trump-like character in Australia. He's got a mention as well. Everyone's just getting like spiked. So they just troll these documents with the AI for certain names in their local municipalities, and everyone seems to be connected to it. It's like they're trying to implode the entire democratic system all at once.
That was Epstein's goal.
I think it was more for blackmail. I think that's what I'm hearing, at least. But I don't know. I mean, I think he's still alive. if I'm a betting man, and I am, I would put money on that he's still alive. He's just not where people think he is.
What do you mean? You think the cameras just happened to go out?
Oh, I know it's kind of weird how that worked, right? But I don't know. But yeah, it's just, and people can set up to fake their death just to get off of the public spectrum. They can plan it 2 or 3 years ahead of time and make this very elaborate thing. And then, oh yeah, I got arrested, and suddenly, yeah, then it's a multifaceted type of an operation where people are not going to be able to figure it out because there's so many avenues to go down. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a racist. It's like, all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, bye, guys. I'm chilling on a beach somewhere in Israel or something. I don't know. But then all of a sudden, there's all these people coming out that are saying that they were victims. Like, wait a second. It took all of this to happen before they come out? Huh. That's a little odd.
So what, you guys reckon Trump will get kicked out of office? I have heard some sort of speculations floating around about that.
Some people think he's going to die.
What do they have to gain?
According to The Simpsons, he's gonna die.
Oh, so they're going to take him out, really?
No, I mean, like, he's actually going to, they think his health is declining very quickly because I guess people have been looking at his hands. Like, he has, like, some sort of, like, an early onset of, like, Parkinson's or something, and, like, his veins are changing color.
Is that what
I mean, he's
happened
almost
with that
80 years
Twitter
old.
release? Yeah, that Twitter release where he, it was an AI video of Trump and he barely moved his hands, which is very unusual for that person communicating. And then it just does this one little flick where one finger becomes another one or something. It's all AI, apparently.
Dude, it's been AI for a while. I remember one of the first times I like spotted it. It was right after Trump was supposedly in the hospital because of COVID. I don't know if anyone remembers that. It was only for like a couple weeks and it was around Christmas. I think he died then.
Oh, you think this is a clone? That'd be kind of cool.
No, I don't believe in clones.
Oh. Well, a replacement?
It's way cheaper to just create a mask.
Just like plastic surgery kind of thing?
Hey, you ever see Mission Impossible?
Yeah, with the mask. Oh, yeah. Good point. Yeah, Mission Impossible 2, that's when they introduced those masks and stuff that are actually real today.
Well, I mean, they've been doing
but
since
we know,
like the 50s, though.
we know they got doppelgangers floating around, though, right? Basically.
Yeah, that's
Saddam
what I'm saying.
Hussein famously had like 20 or so, so I wouldn't be surprised if the US has a couple.
I think you're thinking of Fidel Castro, but yeah. Yep.
No, Saddam Hussein had not clones necessarily, but lookalikes.
Body doubles.
Body doubles, yeah. They've been doing body doubles for a long time. Like, long.
But are they clones, or are they actually are they people that they found that happen to look like Saddam Hussein that he can use as a proxy for himself? In case like they try to assassinate. That's the claim anyway.
That's been going on, like I said, for a long time. Even, I mean, it's even depicted in The Man in the Iron Mask with fucking Leonardo DiCaprio.
I forgot about that. That's a good movie.
It's like from 1700s.
Yeah, I remember actually looking at the Saddam Hussein stuff only because in 2000, I forget, it was 2002 or 2003, I forget the year, when we were about to invade Iraq, and everyone was looking at these. We had firsthand glimpse of it before the public did because we were being debriefed on what was going on, and everyone was looking like, that is not Saddam Hussein. And everybody in the military was like, that's not Saddam Hussein. It's a body double. That guy went into hiding, and that guy's going to basically he's going to be the fall guy. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump has a fall guy, a body double, or something else like that. I mean, if I had enough money, I'd pay some money to have a body double. I'd have to have a reason, though. Like right now, no reason.
Yeah, just when it comes to any of this stuff, just remember what William J. Casey says, right? We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false.
Yeah, William H. Casey.
It's Jay.
No, it isn't. Come on.
We'll bet on it.
Yeah, I know he's the former CIA director in the 1980s. William H. Casey.
Nope, it's Jay.
All right, well.
Let's bet on it.
J for Jesuits, Andrew.
I'm not gonna spit on my phone. No, or in my car. I'm in my car right now.
You're in your car? Okay.
Yeah.
50 push-ups.
It's going to be a blood oath.
And now Theo chimes in. It's like, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
I mean, You don't want to bet the push-ups?
I'm just going off of memory at the moment.
It kind of sounds like Jay is the right one. Is that the one you're saying, Beast? Jay?
Mm-hmm.
William J. K. Yeah, sounds right to me.
It's funny though, because you're thinking of William H. Macy, bro, the actor.
No, I knew exactly who you were talking about when you said that.
Anyway, I'm saying that's where
CIA
he got the
director.
age from.
I thought I looked at it on the multiple websites, like memes and Wikipedia and the CIA website and lots of different spots. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's fine. Cool. I like being wrong. I like learning.
I guess his middle name is Joseph, is what the Wikipedia says.
Oh, okay.
1913, this guy was born. Wow.
I did not know it was that long ago, but he said that in the 80s, I believe.
He was what spawned out of the Jekyll Island deal. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that was Jekyll Island was way before. Actually, oh yeah, the same time frame when he was born. Yeah.
That's like when the Federal Reserve was all being set up too, around those years. 13th, yeah. The Titanic sinking and all that.
That is absolutely worth, even on audiobook. Just get it on Audible, and it's called "The Creature from Jekyll Island." And Edward Griffin, I think it's Edward Griffin. He's still alive. He's in his late 80s now, and he talks about the entire aspect of how that actually came about. And it's very disturbing as to how we can't do anything about it. Pure evil has turned into something unless we just completely crush the system. Yeah, it's The Creature from Jekyll Island. The most disturbing thing about it is what I found out in the book, and it makes complete sense, is that we have so much debt now in the United States that if every single dollar of savings, I'm talking everything, was to go to pay towards the national debt, we would be out of money and there would still be debt. That is pretty messed up.
Yep. Here's a controversial question I've been chewing on ever since that interview I saw. How do we know Jeffrey Epstein is the man that people say he is?
Yeah, that's why generally I don't jump on these narratives that are out there in the world, that Epstein is a this and a that. I mean, I've never met the guy, I've never even heard him talk. And all of that myself. I've never really, but there's just so much that's said on each his own, like what people want to consider. And I'm not saying everything out there is fake, but I mean, as far as I would consider as possible as it could be, I mean, I think to me that whole thing's just intuitively seems like a psyop. Like I don't think they really out any of their own guys. Like they control the media. They control what's in the media. So if they don't want something in the media, it's not going to be there. It's only there if they want it to be there. So the fact that they want it to be there, like, was he a regular guy that then got totally misrepresented? Yeah, patsied or misrepresented, or is he totally part of their club and then it's just some other psyop? But even if he is part of their thing, I don't think that like they would out him in that way, unless they're like booting him out. Well, that's a whole speculation of whether they even do that. But anyways, I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm just saying, yeah, like in my own mind, I don't have any strong opinion on who he is or what he is. I just know it's something in the media and everything else that's being pushed and like who he's claimed to be. I mean, I've seen pictures with him with a lot of people, so obviously he's got some connections going on.
Unless we're wrong, and there's actually two sides, right? Meaning there's probably two sides. Let's say two sides that are actually good. In other words, there's the not radical left and the not radical right, and then you have this cabal that's mixed into both sides.
One of the things I have come to the conclusion of, I'm still working on a way to formulate this, and it goes into that same thing, which is magic. Magic tricks up on the stage or something, Penn and Teller kind of stuff. And there's these certain methods that are used in regards to trying to trick people. And one of them is misdirection. And then there's double misdirection, like making you think that's what they were doing, but they weren't actually doing it, but at the same time they were doing something slightly similar. And this is where, Patsy and Fall Guys and stuff like that are used. So they're not necessarily doing a magic trick, they're just using deception. sleight of hand, misdirection, dealer's choice, things like that. Where if they're going to be doing something like that, well, in some cases they don't even care. Like the Clintons, like yeah, come on,
Yeah, you know what I'm
we've
saying?
already been found
Like,
guilty of murder how many times, and they just walk away from it. Like
yeah,
whatever.
like, well, I mean, he hasn't found guilty, but there's a lot of suspicious shit. Now, what I'm
Yeah.
saying, could there be there's like this cabal or secret society that's in there mixed in with the good and the bad? I mean, like you have good cops and you got bad cops. Could there be some that are actually not part of the whole cabal thing, and then part that is, and they're mixed in both sides? And what we mostly see is that side that is, controls the media and controls most of Congress, or like what they do supposedly to the artists. They offer some shit, and all of a sudden, hey, I got you. If you say or don't do what I say, I'm gonna use this against you. What do you think about that, Joe?
Yeah, I think that's possible. Like that they try to like people that are maybe in their club, they have like kind of fully brainwashed if they're like, trying to kind of like groom for psychopaths. But conceivably, if there's people just like regular people out in the world, the whole thing of compromising someone, yeah, and like that could be a thing as well. And then they use threats.
Like especially like some of these let's say probably Emar, right? That lady that all of a sudden now she's rich. She probably did this. She's probably started just as trying to make a difference. And all of a sudden they start showing her all this, the way she can make more money. I mean, money definitely makes people, do whatever sometimes.
Yeah, you read my mind. Actually, I was just about to bring her up, and I don't necessarily think that she was out to do good, but she was an object. She was a pawn on the chessboard that went from being in debt to being worth. No one. I don't know if they audited her bank account or whatever, but some people are saying it's between $30 and $50 million. Someone else to take a look at, that old fucking hag bitch Nancy Pelosi. Like how did she get so rich? Like her salary is not that much.
Insider trading.
Yeah, it's corrupt to the fucking bone. All they have to do is invite you to one type of a gala or something, and all of a sudden they bring you into we're going to be doing a photo shoot over here. All of a sudden there's like some, let's just say, naked people you have to take a photo shoot with, and like you don't want to, but it's like too late. Here's the photo. Now you do what we do.
Yeah, I mean, compromise it. You can compromise someone in a myriad of ways. But
Yeah.
Jill, if you're interested, I skipped to the part in that interview. Cole, you're hot micing, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I skipped to the part in the interview where they talk about quote unquote radical visionaries, God and gold. What did Newton solve? Let's measure everything. The soul is the dark matter of the brain. A lot of cosmological topics in this like little part of the interview that I think you'd find fascinating. I think everyone in here would find fascinating. It's pretty wild. If you guys are down.
I mean, just do it, man.
Yeah, I'm already I'm streaming.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
asking though. I'm just at because yeah, before this, I've never seen him talk, never seen his characteristics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so weird you say that because I totally agree. Not
Isn't
until
that
this whole
crazy,
thing.
dude?
Yeah.
Dude, wait till you see him or hear him. It's very Jewy. It's hilarious. It's like, oh my god, I've talked to a million guys like this. It's very like Grabbler-esque, I should say.
There's a lot of Jews in Vegas, aren't there?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's mostly back east. Because my family's from back east.
I'm being sarcastic. Yeah, do it, man.
Beast, I went back on YouTube, so I was like 20 seconds behind. I just heard you mention me, so sorry if I was I just missed what someone said, and I went back, and then I didn't have it on double speed. So you were saying you're gonna play something?
Yeah. I want to show you this part of the interview where they talk about Newton. They actually talk about Newton, and yeah, it's interesting. So basically, Steve Bannon is a guy asking the questions in the background. At the very beginning of the interview, he prefaces it saying, "The audience is not going to hear me. There's going to be edited later, etc. They're not going to hear my questions. So when you answer, repeat back the question, etc." But yeah, we get to hear everything because this wasn't released. And apparently, this is 2 hours. 2 hours of 15 hours of interview footage from Steve Bannon and Epstein. because apparently, and this is right before he got arrested in March. This was supposed to be part of like a PR campaign to like soften the blow of Epstein files and stuff like that. So before he died. Anyway, yeah, if you guys are down, well, that odd moment when you feel like you're in agreement with Epstein, right? Right? The person in the background gets me, dude.
What?
Boom. Cavendish. Antipodal.
Holy shit, this is bad. Wow.
So crazy.
Well, yeah, well, good, bad. Yeah.
This is where he gets a little based, and I'm like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Epstein right now. He says thank you. So wild, dude. 10 more minutes left.
I think we know why he's not married.
What he means is equivocation, but all right. I shaved my beard off. I
I
used
love
to be
that part, dude.
radical. Dude.
Who was
Fucking
this
Steve
interviewer?
Bannon. Dude, Steve Bannon
That's
is
Steve Bannon.
so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, way to go, Steve. Give yourself a round of applause.
He's such a gentleman.
Dude, it's so wild. The disconnect, like Crazy. Yikes.
Did he just admit to poisoning people?
When was this interview done?
Hold on. A minute left and we can discuss. Trust me.
Yeah.
Listen to what he says here. What the rook, dude? Crazy, right?
That is fucking twisted.
This whole thing is nuts. So here's this history of like when this was released, Cole. It originates likely March / to June in 2019.
Because he was already convicted of. I didn't know he had been convicted of being.
He was
Yeah, like
convicted in
2000.
July 2019. It was right before he was convicted. Like right before.
No, but he was originally convicted of
Oh yeah, 2008.
sexual
Yeah.
assault. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh what? Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't know he was convicted before. Oh, huh.
There. 2006. Trafficking. 2008.
He was locked up in jail when the stock market crashed in 2008. He talks about it a little bit.
Yeah. And he talks about how, dude. So Jeffrey Epstein was one of the reasons why Lehman Brothers went down in terms of 2008 financial crash, and his firm, Bear Stearns or whatever the fuck, survived. Isn't that nuts? Anyway, yeah, what'd you guys think? Like, I'm sure that most people haven't seen his mannerisms or how he talked before or anything like that.
Right at the end, he was saying how he distributed some sort of medicine for polio or something.
Oh yeah, that was a good cop out there. They always go to children after that. Like, oh well,
Yeah.
you know, if I what would the mothers say, you know, about me giving them vaccines?
Yeah, if we didn't poison all these people, then maybe your child would have died too. Whoa, that is twisted.
Now, regardless of what you think about vaccines or whatever, think about what he said when he's like, "Are you the devil?" He goes, "No, but I have a good mirror."
Yeah, no, that was crazy.
That was right. I was like, "Ooh." But yeah, dude. Before that, like, smart guy. Definitely seems like a smart dude.
Yeah, he's eloquent with what he's talking about, but when he starts getting into the whole some of the mathematics, Foucault's pendulum, as an example, which I've tried, doesn't work.
No, he was talking about Cavendish, but
Wait, what's that?
He-
Oh, it's whoops. Okay, there you go. I'm
But
correct.
what he
Yeah,
said
Cavendish.
was absolutely true, though. He said gravity unknown. We don't know what causes it. We just see it happening. He said we view science and math to its fullest, and that we're trying to answer questions that science and math can't answer.
What's the
He
what's
was
the
based.
point of this interview?
That was actually based.
But what's
Yeah,
the
so
point
the-
of it? Like, why
mean,
why is he saying that he's there? Why does Bannon say that he's interviewing this person? Like, what's the revelations that they're both
They've
trying
been
to
friends.
achieve?
They've been friends for a long time. But I'll read what it says here in the video. It says,
Pretty hostile interview for a friend.
I know,
So,
right?
go ahead.
Well, he
So
doesn't.
are we with each other sometimes?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he says in the
especially you,
beginning
Lon.
of the video. He says in the beginning of the video, like, the audience is not going to hear me or whatever. So, like, I think that's probably one of Bannon's techniques is to basically badger to an extent to, like, get a good, whatever he thinks is good. But anyway, let me read this. It says, these were filmed as part of an unreleased quote unquote documentary per Bannon or media coaching / PR rehabilitation effort per Bannon's detractors to help Epstein counter negative publicity following renewed scrutiny from 2018 to 2019 reporting and before Epstein's July 2019 federal arrest. Bannon has long teased releasing parts of this material, but has never fully done so publicly. The full 15 hours remained under wraps. According to author Michael Wolff, who was there for years, attorney Darren Indike, and accountant Richard Kahn.
So is this like or just say a recuperation effort of his image so he can continue peddling in his, his business model, whatever he's got? So essentially, he can take this interview and show it to other people that he wants to basically engage with, like on a business transaction or like whatever they're doing with his liaisoning with university professors.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, dude? Who really does know? But I just want to know what you guys think based off of his mannerisms, his, like, how you can just pick up on a person. I just want
He's
to
a
hear.
genius in his own way, bro. And there's a lot of murderers that are geniuses, a lot of psychopaths that are geniuses, high IQ.
Exactly. That's exactly the feeling I got.
Yeah, Ted Kaczynski was also a genius, but he, the Unabomber.
Yeah, Tesla thought, Tesla had some weird relationship with pigeons, right? But, he's Tesla.
Yeah, but he wasn't a psychopath.
Well,
you don't know that.
yeah, who
There's no
knows,
evidence
man?
for it.
All our heroes are fucking, set up.
It's just fascinating to hear a concession from, an evil person like himself to at least acknowledge God and the devil, dude, and the soul. You would think that he was soulless and he would completely ignore the transcendentals, but instead he actually dove headfirst into the transcendentals of this life, and you could hear it, bro. And that means even the Masons in the Masonic doctrine, I told you this the other day,
Yeah.
they consider an atheist like less than
Lower
an
than
animal.
trash. Yeah.
Like they're not even worthy of becoming Masons because they're not capable of higher knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't that because
Yeah.
they want people submitting? Is that because they want people to submit?
No, they
because
want. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
In order to actually climb up the chain, you need to understand the mysteries of the Masons, which requires ultimately giving your allegiance to Satan. But if you don't believe in good and evil, then what's the point? You're just going to be a serf.
Yeah. The reason why they need you to believe in God, or in order to be a member, is because they put themselves in between you and God as like leverage. That's the point. So you need to have a belief in any higher power, no matter what it is, and then you put the Brotherhood or the Masonry, you put that, that organization above God. That's like one of the techniques. But Gio, yeah, what did you think, man, about his mannerisms, etc.? Because I had the same feeling, like, whoa, I've never really seen him talk like that.
Yeah. I mean, do we know for sure he did the things that are claimed that he did? Is that a fact, or is it not?
We don't know. I don't know. I've only
Depends on-
been
yeah.
I've been only at a,
He just doesn't really seem like that kind of dude. You wouldn't. I don't know the stuff that he's been accused of doing. Just doesn't sort of seem like. I don't know. I mean, who could you pick up on? But I feel like people that do the stuff he's claimed, they're like kind of squirmy and creepy. You know, there's a whole creepiness going on with people that actually do that stuff. I don't know. He seemed pretty grounded.
Well, he actually mentioned that. He said that women and men alike say that they have this sort of like a fifth sense of that guy's creepy. I just don't know why. And that's what I get out of him. I can tell he's just creepy for some weird reason. Maybe because I'm a little jaded when it comes to all of the information that's been provided to me through the media. But yeah, he comes off as creepy to me.
all right, check this out. Talk about psyops, right? So I'm on the Department of Justice website. They have a hyperlink to allow you to share to Facebook, X, LinkedIn, email. Have you ever seen that? The Department of Justice. Oh yeah, go ahead and share these files, guys.
We got the files for you. Go ahead and share them. Just click here. No, it'll go right to your account. That's funny.
I think if there's anyone that would have faked his death, if I believe any famous person ever may have faked his death, I believe that he would probably be the one.
Here we go, Cole. We got you on board. Just one step, mate. You're on the what
I
do
mean,
they call it? The ladder of disbelief. You're on the first step of the ladder of disbelief, my man.
He just had he's just the type of person where he had enough high friends, he had enough money, he had all these things that I feel like he would be one that would definitely be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and he's not acting alone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, who was the one, Lion? Who was the one when we were watching this? Someone else was in the VC when we were watching this that said one of the email files showed that one of the whistleblowers was actually a corrections officer at the prison.
At the prison.
Yeah. Was that you? What happened exactly?
That was Piezo. But he said
Piezo,
that
that's right.
not only was he a correctional officer, but he was apparently connected to some branch of military. I don't know. I forget. He was a higher up. He wasn't just a security or a PO.
Something like
patrol,
that, yeah.
What do you call it? What's a PO called?
Police officer?
No, in jail.
Parole officer?
Oh, parole officer?
No. It's all good.
You mean
dude.
CO?
Whatever.
You mean
Don't even
CO?
matter.
Corrections
CO,
officer?
corrections officer.
Yeah.
No, that was
Because-
interesting. I mean, I've never heard that guy talk. He's definitely more like philosophical and kind of talking about Newton and all that. That was, yeah, I've never heard him talk before. I didn't know he was into that stuff.
Yeah, of course. Of course he's into that stuff. Because then now it makes sense why that kind of a dude was involved with all of those scientists. You know what I mean?
Or what are they engaging with there? Scientists that have a belief in the soul, essentially. So he's basically trying to sort of accommodate them, make his position more amenable to them, so they sign on for whatever, I don't know, service or program he's trying to sell, I suppose.
It could have been a mix of things, but like he could genuinely be interested.
Oh, I think he's genuinely. It sounds like he's genuinely interested. Although I
thing
should
is-
say that these agents, man, like they take on personality types, and they're pretense for interest, just like Candace Owens and how interested she is in certain sort of political thing. I think she's an actor.
The one percenters, the very upper echelon of society, they're all deists.
Yeah.
And they worship there's certain entities that have territorial dominion on the earth, and they literally sacrifice to those entities. They know God exists, but they choose to worship the devil. They're not dumb, dude. The dumb ones are on the bottom of the totem pole, dude.
I'm going through all the data sets right now just for the heck of it. I figured why not if I'm this far in. Look at this photo. Look at Epstein's setup, bro.
That's supposed to be like, so on the Department of Justice website that there's a photograph with two red shoes on the left-hand side. Give me a break. Two red shoes.
Well,
That's
the
the
one
witch.
before-
That's the witch sticking out from the side of the building right there.
Well, the picture right before it is actually showing what that is, and that's Bill Clinton in a dress.
Oh.
Yeah, that's let's see, this one right here.
So he's got a picture of Bill Clinton in a dress as he walks into his big sort of IT sort of room with 4 screens.
It seems like pictures of like the entire state when they broke in terms of this first data set. I'm just going through them.
Yeah, what was up with that picture of Bill Clinton in a dress? Like, what the fuck was that all about?
It's called I Own You.
Called a what, sorry? I own you?
And what? Look at all the computer screens. Like, what's up with that? Is he? The
He's
hell's
a
he
stock
got going
trader.
on? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Forgot about that.
What is his kind of claim to fame? Like,
He's financing.
did he do technical trading or fundamental, or what did he do?
He was well, according to that interview, he was approached, like he was friends with Rockefeller, A, right? B, he was invited and as like one of the youngest members of the Trilateral Commission, which is basically a partnership between Asia, North America, and Europe, I believe.
China.
Yeah, China. Well, I say Asia.
Oh yeah, yes.
So if you know anything about the Trilateral Commission, they're basically a coalition of business-oriented people, like straight business guys, who basically, this is their mission statement that, politicians only are available for the amount of time that they're in office, so they don't really have too much power. So they needed to form a coalition that basically swayed things, just like the Rand Corporation or something like that. All those big groups.
Can you imagine what all went on in that house?
I don't think it happened here in this house. Most people don't realize that he had a New Mexico estate. Like, I don't even think the island was where most of the things happened. I think it happened mostly on his ranch.
The island was fake, bro. No,
Yeah.
that building was fake. Just a front, it's all facade.
Yeah, I think what they did was they met at the island and then went from there. But the island represented the meeting spot.
I would actually agree as well, because the island was actually put up for sale for, I think, $120 million. They wouldn't be selling it if it was under investigation.
This is an interesting thing right here.
Yeah, they may put it up for sale in preparation for the time that it comes after the investigation, so called.
Dude, look at this one.
Yeah, islands take years to sell usually.
What is that? It's it's a TV antenna that says Larry's Apartment 301. There's a fire extinguisher, a crowbar. I don't know what kind of wire that is.
What? Are you looking for like coded communication in these photos or something?
Oh, it's braided wire. It's just braided wire. 2 crossbars, actually. There's 2 of them. The fire extinguisher has a whole bunch of overspray on it from doing like stucco or something. And a big printer.
Yeah, well, like a big printing machine.
Yeah, why is there a picture of that? Like, just for trying to decode something that's not decodable?
This is all for posterity. So this is what the cops. This is all from the cops, all from the Department of Justice. This is what you would do when you would.
Yeah, but why? He's got a photo of Bill Clinton in a dress with high heels on, or something. Oh, sorry, not a photo. A painting.
Yeah,
right?
that was known even before this raid.
That's like that would be considered to be like sort of a privileged piece of art. It would have a certain value to the person who, it's not high art by any means, but it has value to the person who owns it, or for whatever reason they own it. And that's in that location. And then everything else is just junk. It's odd. You've got junk lying around, and then this sort of very sort of what might be considered to, what's that terminology for something of value that has no monetary value, but it's like
intrinsic.
I think this is exactly what you would expect for a billionaire. You would have a house, but the house would be very minimal, and you would have only your important things in terms of your own personal things, because you're traveling pretty much all the time. You know what I mean? And then having that Bill Clinton, Clinton one is almost like his proudest work. It's probably his best blackmail.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm finding something very odd about this right now. The hinge right there on that. So it's going to be, they're not showing the entire thing, but then there's also a door right next to it. Hinges are on not the strike side of a door, it's on the hinge side of the door. Hinges are not usually exposed. What the fuck is going on with that? That's weird.
What do you mean?
Well, actually, my hinges are exposed in my house.
And mine are exposed. What does that mean?
You'd think you'd have white hinges, though.
These are not in order.
Type of door, man.
By the way, the ones I'm posting are not in order. Just the interesting ones. Like, what the hell is GSJ, LSJ, Zorro, PB, Paris? Zorro is the one that stuck out to me because that was what they called MLK when they were doing surveillance on him before he was assassinated. They called him codename Zorro. That's what.
You guys are looking at the wrong picture. Okay, I was looking at the one that has the big A on the 3 pictures back with Bill Clinton right there. It's got a door hinge.
What's with that door?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you were saying.
It's weird,
the
isn't
hinges usually hit in the crack.
Exactly. I don't know what that's about.
Well, I'd say the door looks like it's open. You're looking at an open door. It's
Yeah.
not closed on that wall. Whoever took the picture standing in the doorway and the door's open.
Yeah, that's
Right,
all.
So when you
Just a
close the
bigger hinge.
door, yeah, when you close the door, the hinge would be hid.
I can't make logical sense of that one. Sorry.
It's
If
like
you-
old
if-
school hinges. Like
if you-
what you could do is shrink that whole assembly down of the bolt running through the cylinders or the cylindrical shape. You just get a smaller version and look concealed, but you'd still see a hinge.
It's
It's on the
Yeah,
inside.
It's
It's
a
on the
normal.
inside. It's on the inside of the door.
It's a normal hinge. If you just reach out and grab the doorknob and pulled the door towards you, you would close the door.
Sure. Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
with
hinges
this
always
side
have to
view
go on the
panel?
inside, or they don't do anything.
There's like a viewing panel. That's normally a door that's for inside outside. So you have a side panel for security purposes, so you can see who's there before you open up the door, right? And you've got that on an internal. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, maybe
Oh, it
just like
looks
in
like
all my years of architecture, there's no one really putting like a viewing panel to the side of a door
Like-
for two internal like rooms adjacent to
If-
one another.
Exactly.
It's
all
very
right.
unusual.
In the room I'm in right now, and in my daughter's room, and my son's room, 3 rooms in my house. If you open their door to walk into their room, the door opens just like this, and it swings open against the wall on the inside of the door, and that's exactly what you're looking at. You're
Yeah,
standing
but
in the
just feeding
doorway, looking
I'm-
into a room, and if you pull
Are
the
you
door
responding to
closed,
me?
I'm responding to anybody. If you pulled the door closed, then it's just a normal door. It's nothing weird about it. That's
Okay.
exactly how it should be made.
What? But why is there a
That's weird.
viewing panel right to the left of the door? Right, like in architecture, that is very unusual to have a
Unless
viewing
it's like an
panel
office.
into the other room.
What do you
Think
mean
of
a
it like an
viewing
office,
panel?
right?
Sorry, I
Say
brought
you're
up
a
hinges.
secretary.
Okay.
You guys,
Say you're a secretary, right? And you're in the other room, and you just want to peek in the window to see if whoever's in their office or not. So you don't have to
But is this
knock
an
on the
office?
door, go in.
no, this
I
is
mean,
his
look
house,
at it.
but
You have files on the
domestic
wall.
property.
but
Well,
check
you
it
have
out.
files on the wall. Like
Check it out,
that's
guys.
signs of an office type setting.
Yeah.
It's both. It's his residential. It's his residence, but it seems to be set up like an office. Because look at that picture I just posted now. There's like a please take a number thing.
Yeah, there's no real furniture in there. Like you see, like you see the shelves slapped onto the wall. That's not cosmetic. That's just function.
It just seems like a weird complex between someone's domestic residence with a bit of junk hanging around, right? Like you've got a used extinguisher which looks very old, some crowbars just to the side. Like that's just like a domestic setting. That's not like an office that you would invite people into, as far as like professionally speaking. Very odd.
No, I'd
Yeah.
say like an at-home office for yourself.
Yeah.
It's like
This
the
one.
room at your house, and maybe you have somebody work there for you or whatever. Or, you don't want to be disturbed, but somebody. I mean, you could have put that glass up just so, like, hey, honey, don't disturb me. Like I just want to know where you are, type thing.
He could have. I'm just like sort of highlighting something that's like architecturally speaking, you wouldn't do that unless like that particular resident, like that internal
Yeah, it is odd.
specifically designed for an office. But what we're being proposed here is that, I mean, is this a place that he slept at, like a residence? It's very unusual in my
On that
interpretation.
island,
I'm not
isn't
saying it's impossible. I'm not saying it's like it's a smoking gun. It's just kind of unusual in these images.
You know
on
what's
that
unusual?
island, isn't it? Or where's this at?
No, this is in. Let me go back.
What's
Here's a weird
unusual
place
is
to put
the
a
fact that
crowbar.
it's being put out into the public.
No, it's because of the law or whatever that was passed by Congress.
What law?
It's weird. Yeah,
fascinating.
So these are
Yeah.
the files. These are some of the Epstein files that they talk
Yeah.
about.
By the way, it's that book in the bottom right corner of that last picture, Atlas Obscura. That's pretty weird.
It
Here
just
we
makes
go,
them
yeah.
doors look awful
Look at-
short. That last picture you posted. Look how low them doors look. Or is it just really,
That's a high
really
ceiling.
high ceilings?
Could be a
Actually, no,
high
you're
ceiling.
right.
But I mean, look at the height of the desk. It just seems like the doors are awful low. They just in this picture it looks low.
Yeah,
Guess
you're
it's
right,
just-
dude.
They look funny.
There's a whole bunch wrong with this, and if you looking at that last picture, that is an iMac Pro or something, and maybe 17 inches, which means that desk is going to be pretty low from the floor.
Do you think that they
Yeah.
would have AI'd any of these pictures just to say,
Oh yeah, for sure.
oh yeah, here's some here's part of the Epstein files, and they needed a bunch of just random pictures to show people.
Yeah, so
Not only that, but the other images that Biasically showed with his setup, like that's a Windows setup, and this is a Mac. Like, would you have a Mac and a window? Like, if you were
Yeah, that-
Enterprise, you would
No,
go all Mac or you go all Windows, no?
This
that
is
is-
the
I think that would
secretary's
fuck me up.
office. This is what I
That-
imagine.
But that's
Seems
true.
like
That
a woman's touch.
that room with that door with the window beside of it looks exactly how AI would make a door.
Nah,
You don't think so?
Nah, I
Like,
think-
like, go
I
ahead.
think this is exactly. I mean, here's what I mean by exactly. That literally looks like a secretary setup right there. That
so
Mac. You know what I mean?
so from the Mac,
And that,
And
and
a
that
click page.
original picture where it shows his setup, that seems like that would be his setup for sure. Makes a
Okay,
lot
so
of
the
sense.
photos, and then also let's go into the architectural aspect of it, and only because I'm a stickler when it comes to this. So when you're going from that open door, just to the left, if you're sitting at the desk, is that a sink right there? It looks like a sink. That's like the strangest setup in a bathroom I've ever seen. I'm assuming it's a bathroom. It's just weird, and there's a light
What
right
image are you
on the
looking at?
door hinge, or on the strike side of the door. Like, what is that?
I don't know what image you're looking at.
Last
The
one.
one with the desk with like the shark.
42 past the hour, or?
Very last one that he
Well, you know
posted.
what's also weird?
I see what you're talking about. Yeah, cool,
The
gotcha.
formation of the books.
Yeah,
Yeah, the title is what you want to be looking at. You want to be
Yeah,
trying to figure out the titles of those books and why are they
already
placed
there.
that way, and which
Yep.
books
And
did they place
Candy in
there.
the middle.
why is there so much candy in the fucking bowl? What's that for?
Well, look at
That's
the
a
way
good
the
point.
lamp is made. The lamp goes up on that last picture. It goes up and over, and it's supposed to be over the desk, but it's over between the door and the couch.
And it would stop the door from closing.
So that would mean you'd have to walk under the lamp to get to the bathroom, which is weird.
No, it's a
Am
clip
I,
on.
am I, what do you mean?
It's
Clip on
slapped
what?
onto the
It's
side of
weird.
it, and the lampshade just hangs over the edge of the table.
Yeah, but
You get what
it
I'm
goes
saying?
Here's more
it goes
perspective.
all the way over between the couch and
It's
behind
still-
the door, though.
You still couldn't shut the door.
Trying to read those books.
Oh, I see what you mean. I thought the vertical. I'm looking in the bathroom.
And there's a strange wooden frame that comes up from the trim on the left side of the door. All of a sudden, it converts into something that's unpainted. And this has definitely been done. There's like a split down the middle somewhere. And it's going down to what looks, I don't know what that is, some brown thing right next to the couch. And yeah, positioning of the books. There's a Marilyn Monroe photo up there. I'm not sure what the rest of those
It
are.
just looks funny. I swear. Look under his desk at the
Yeah.
bottom corner of the bathroom, where the door. If you close the bathroom door, the bottom left corner of the doorway, it looks like it don't match at all. It's just you can't see the wall
Oh,
down
it's a
there.
mirror. It's a mirror.
Is that
If
what
you
that
look under the
is?
desk, look under the desk. There's a mirror. It's showing the carpet underneath the glass table where the books are on.
Oh, okay. I see that now. That's what's throwing me off about that. Okay, yeah, I see that
Sometimes
now.
people, including myself, can look into this too much. But when you start finding certain things over and over and over, and it's like, wait a second, there's something weird going on with this. Like, what's that guitar doing there? Like,
I just
why
think-
is there so many stickers on it? And who's it
The
from?
lamp thing seems the weirdest to me though, because
Yeah.
it's literally
the smoking
behind the
gun.
door,
I
but
got
somehow
the
it comes
smoking
out from
gun.
in front of the door. What's that?
Do it, Peter.
I got it, dude. You guys are totally right. This is probably all AI. I see one inconsistency. All right, check this out.
Which one?
I'm posting it. Watch.
The
Oh, your
depth of
live
the
stream?
roundness looks weird to me.
Right,
I
this-
know.
Two separate
It's
pictures,
about it.
right? Taken at two different times, yet the time's the same.
Well, could they've just stepped over and
Oh,
snapped
shit.
another one real quick, or
Or they just
No,
have
it's the exact same.
7:45.
You can
Are
see it
both in
too.
the same position?
I know that, but you got 60 seconds to take a picture and then step over and take another picture, or take a couple
Well, the
pictures.
seconds are right there.
Oh,
the same
oh,
seconds.
it's got the seconds on it.
Yeah.
I can't even read the seconds.
I can't either.
Oh well, here, I'll post the original, so you guys can make sense of it.
Dude sending us pixelated shit. Look at that little pixel right there.
I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm taking screenshots. It won't let me copy the image.
Yeah, I
to
see.
the
I
PDF.
see.
How dare you?
7:45, but I don't see the seconds.
They're just,
What are those little white fixtures?
That's where I'm getting it from. So I
The
mean,
book holders.
Oh, those are fucking weird. What is that? Holy shit.
I think it is AI, guys. I think you're right.
AI
I mean,
actually,
your bookshelves are sloped, like they're curved, so that's weird.
yeah, that might just be like a lens or something that AI
Yeah.
is using as a gimmick. Because you can say, hey, create this certain type of image with 480p resolution.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
why
but
the
the
room doesn't look
Walls curved.
proper. It doesn't have the proper depth, so it's probably just a
Clock.
photo.
Telling you the clock is the giveaway.
Yeah, but I still don't see how you're seeing the seconds. I see 7:45, but I don't see the seconds.
Yeah, it's still blurry. You'd have to put it into like Photoshop and then re-blur it, or sorry, unblur it.
It says 7:45, 1:16, 54, 225. That's what the numbers say in the bottom.
I got a
So
theory.
January 16th, and then the temperature, and then what was the last numbers?
225.
I can ad hoc this. You want me to ad hoc it? 2 different people, 2 different cameras, same type of camera.
From the same exact angle?
No, they're
The hell's
different
on-
angles,
Are
The
they?
hell's on top of that bookshelf up
Oh,
there?
they are different angles. Okay.
and they're
a
different
weird-
heights. The people are different heights.
Up a weird mask thing on top of that bookshelf. Or
Like the one on the right,
thing.
But
the one on the
look
left
at
was
that
taken
lamp.
from a taller individual.
That lamp, right? sort of
That
has
lamp-
a mounting point on the ground over to the right-hand side of the door, and then it reaches right over to the desk.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, the
you-
counterweight
so
you
that's
would
not
need
getting
for
wet
that.
mold.
Like you'd have to
Weird.
put a like, heavy ass. That's what I'm guessing that brown stuff is in there. It's probably some type of like counterweight to stop the lamp from toppling over. I
Looks like
thought
a
it was a
turtle.
fixture going straight up.
No,
Why would you want
I don't
that?
know. I'm calling bullshit on this. That's where I'm landing.
Are you sure? I mean, why would the Department of
My
Justice
spidey,
have a share button, right? To share to Facebook, X,
Mm-mm.
LinkedIn.
my spidey sense is tingling. Okay, not good.
That's the bathroom, by the way. And then look what's in the bathroom, the one that we're speculating on.
You see a toothbrush in there? If you don't see a toothbrush in that bathroom, that's a problem.
What does it
Who
mean?
are
He's a
those
reptile?
gentlemen?
'Cause he doesn't brush his teeth.
Who are those
No,
little
it just means it
gentlemen?
doesn't make sense. Who
Looks like
doesn't
you
have a
got Bill
toothbrush in their
Clinton.
bathroom?
Epstein and fucking Clinton.
There's someone in the back too. Two people in the back. I don't know. None of this
Yeah,
seems
dude, what
legit.
was with that guy in the back of the Bannon interview where he's like in the mirror quite clearly, as if he couldn't freaking tell? That was unusual too.
Bro,
He
that was
popped
a
his head out
urinal.
briefly. That was a What the fuck is going on? Like that is
Dude.
no. There's no way that you would release that video to production, if you knew that was in the background. Just no way. Period. In my opinion.
Well, it's all unreleased stuff. So who knows, dude? Who knows what's real, what's not?
Looks weird because the shower is dirty, but everything is spick and span. If you look near the what would that be? The hot water handle. It looks like this. I don't know, potential like moldish, some discoloring underneath the
see it.
knob, but everything else is like spick and span, like perfectly clean.
It's not a
People
speck
have
up there at the
loaded
shower
phones.
head. Well, compared to shower head, there ain't a speck of nothing up there.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And down below is usually where you have it. Below the handles, like that whole bottom part is where all the the disgust stuff grows. It's like that's all
Well,
spick and span, dirty spot, but yet the
Where's the
countertop
dirty
of the
spot, dude?
sink is perfect.
Right under the
The
handle,
right
right around the
faucet
handle.
Bro, there's a whole
like red
cabinet
mold.
called Zorro and 71st, but the 71st looks weird on the bottom right.
Is that in that weird picture on that bathroom wall, that cartoon drawing? Is that Obama? And it's got one black dude in the background walking up the steps, getting on the airplane.
Hey, I just got here. What are we looking at? Sorry.
Epstein pictures of his compound allegedly.
I'm looking through all the
Yeah.
files.
Where?
DOJ
So,
release.
Rick,
Wait, wait, wait.
because you and I both, well, you have a background in architecture, so do I a little bit. But in that one picture with the FedEx thing on top of the filing cabinets, that looks a little weird. All these ripped up looking architectural type of drawings that are just hanging there. That's kind of weird.
It's all fucking weird, man. There's nothing normal about this. Over the left-hand side, you got like a chest, and then like this is just like random shit that's been generated into a scene or something.
Yeah,
Or it's a billionaire.
That
And
ain't no billionaire.
You have
They
materials,
should have,
right?
like,
You have materials, like it looks like dried up mortar on that crate. So I'm gonna say, all right, this might be some type of little construction project going on.
That's what I wanted to
Right,
ask
and then
about.
you
What
have
the
the-
hell is that hanging? Yeah.
The open panel. You have like the what do you call that stuff? Galvy steel, right? The tin knocker stuff.
Galvanized.
You have that floating in the background.
What image are you speaking to?
Yeah, Galvy.
I'm calling Sherlock
How
Holmes.
far-
Fuck all this.
Is it
I'm gonna call
like 50 past or is it 56 past? The hour.
Which image is it? I think it's the last one he posted.
Last
55.
one for 56. 55 is Elijah commenting on our Discord detective artwork using
So is
Benedict Cumberbatch.
It's 962.82 KB.
There's another one that's super weird. It says Corvette, portrait of a legend. On top of it, looks like a rock that says Little St. James Island.
You must have a much better resolution to see this stuff. It's way too blurry for me. Even if I copy it and then put it into a photo editor, I still can't read that.
I'm looking at the PDFs. I'm trying to like screenshot it for you guys. So it's
Beast
impressive.
is now on the list.
Corvette, something
Logged
of a. It says, I'm not sure what that says,
I'm
but something
blocked
of a legend.
Yeah, something of a legend. Yeah,
It says the portrait of a legend. And it
Okay.
seems like a Corvette book.
kind of out of place. That
What's
should
on
be
top of the book?
That's
then
what I'm
these-
saying.
these
It's a rock that says Little St. James Island.
And it has a U.S. flag on it, printed on it.
Oh, it does too.
So
And
just
then they've got images of
decoration.
like, or illustrations of like interior scenes.
yeah, he's
above
just
it in the
treating it like a little
photograph.
pedestal.
Holy shit, this is a lot of files. I thought it was just one page.
Oh, you're gonna get tracked now. You're gonna get a knock on the door tonight.
What are they gonna
Oh, he's definitely on a list. Second you log into that website, yeah. Good luck,
Oh,
buddy.
we're all on the list by this point. Okay.
Yeah, who gives
As
a
if
fuck?
they're not bagging and tagging us.
Yeah, Beast is on like multiple lists. Oh, the shit he digs up.
Am I on your Christmas card list?
Yeah. I'm not
No?
trying to dox you to send it.
I'm not on your Christmas card list. Sorry, I'm just kidding. All right,
I mean, the lines look good. Don't like if you look at the horizontal lines in the background, like the wallpaper, it looks consistent.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's AI, but that clock one.
Why does the billionaire have the shittiest shower imaginable? Like, look at that thing. That is a poor person's shower.
Well, the problem is it doesn't say where this is. And so this is probably the one in New York or whatever, where his like actual residence is on paper or whatever. But like, who knows how many assets this dude has?
Yeah, this could be in Bill,
Yeah.
like Bill Clinton's house or Donald Trump's or something.
We don't have a location for any of these photos. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, all it says is dataset 1, dataset 2, dataset. It's just that's it. That's how it's released. And then
That's
it's released.
bullshit, man. It should give you the exact address so you could go there and actually see whether or not the sort of like the interior walls look like what that. That's rather telling to me.
Are you serious about that? Come on.
My opinion, I think that's
I
actually
detect your sarcasm.
accurate, where they would have multiple crime scene investigators going in. I mean, when I say multiple, I mean like 20 or more. Some of them are taking videos, recording other people, blurring out their faces, and people are taking detailed pictures about stuff. And then there's no confusion about where this is or the dimensions or accuracy of anything. And who the fuck uses wallpaper anymore? I know this might be like 20 or 30 years ago, but still, I mean, it's like 1950s stuff. Oh, I wish I had wallpaper.
Too old to be from that age. That's at least like 2000s.
So I'm too old for that?
No, the iMac. The iMac on one of Rick's photos. Is that a mirror? Where's that?
Yeah,
I can't tell if that's a mirror in the background or if that's just a door.
Dude, look at those stairs. That's some fancy shit right there.
Yeah, I'm going through all of them. I'm just posting the ones that I think are weird looking, but it just seems like a normal fucking weirdo's billionaire house. Like, I don't see anything crazy except that rock. That rock is weird. I'm gonna look that up later.
What the fuck is that painting above the fireplace?
Yeah, that's why I posted it. I was like, what the fuck kind of painting is that, dude?
It's like the Elephant Man, like mixed with a potato.
I bet you that's a John Podesta painting,
Yeah, no kidding.
right?
There's like a discombobulated zebra going on the back on the left hand side on a painting or something.
What about this guy? He's
These
got a
are
little
fake,
statue
man.
of a
They're
black dude just sitting there.
Yeah,
What? Where's that?
Above it, the insects almost look humanoid. I can't quite tell from this angle, but it almost looked like a humanoid insect, the middle one at least. I could be just pareidolia.
What image are you talking about? Like one past the hour or?
Yeah, the black dude sits on the bench. Yeah, right above it. Yeah, that's like, I wouldn't say pareidolia. It's almost like a Rorschach test, like an ink blot test.
What the ruck is this?
And what is that fucking zebra getting attacked by? What is that? Like
Well, it's
Looks like it's getting split open.
Yeah, it's an abstract art piece. Very bizarre though.
A lot of abstract art pieces in this
I
guy's
like
house.
the gong in the background. That's interesting. That's really interesting.
It's not a
Actually.
billionaire's house though.
Oh, look at that last picture you painted. It's got like a mural of mountains on the wall itself.
Yeah, the wallpaper.
That wallpaper?
Yeah.
But like, it's so like I don't know. Usually billionaires have like some sort of interior designer that sort of makes sense. These are just like it's discombobulated. The feng shui in this place is all over the place.
It almost looks like some random house in a desolate area that never got an upgrade. It's like what else?
That's
It's a landline right below the gong. Why is there a landline right there?
Because he's a fucking billionaire from the 80s, guys. You guys gotta like, dude, have you ever talked to someone that's like fixed in their ways?
Hey, we need to track down that heraldry real bad. That should be, is that French? You got the for the whatever the lily heraldry is called.
That's why I posted that, Ben. By the way.
No, that's a great thing to source from.
Yeah, I want to see what I want to see what family crest that is. I've seen that before.
You ever go one of those Chinese restaurants and they have the mural painted on the wall? That's what the background, like the mountain, reminds me
Oh,
of.
that would make the perfect Discord avatar. It's already circular and everything.
No, that's
Like the Wizard of the Mountains.
Yeah, that's like the feng shui of that specific room. Because like I'm skipping through a bunch of photos, but like every room that you see, right? Like it's they're taking pictures of all of the four corners, etc.
So,
Dude, this looks like a fucking. This looks like his house, dude. It seems like it.
Yeah, but I mean, there's some other kind of unusual things going on. Just to comment, I just did a quick Google image search on that. Was that French? Fayence Renew. I'll need to get Nico in here for that correct pronunciation. But it's a memorial plate. And it's an emblem of the France for the signs of the orders of Saint Michel and Saint Esprit in the center. Coat of arms
reverse
displays
image search.
Yeah, I just basically took a quick snapshot and chucked it into Google. Coat of arms displays the 3 fleur de lis. On the left, the symbol of the French monarchy, linked chains on the right, and the symbol of the kingdom of Navarre. Navarre.
Oh, I got it right. Yeah, large ruin fancy.
We link it. Well, when do y'all link it? I'm lazy.
He's leaving.
It's on Reddit. I'm just doing a quick search through.
That's the Reddit one, but I just found the actual thing that you could buy.
Showed up 31 days ago on Reddit.
That's weird right there. It's a weird fucking picture right there.
I mean, that is crazy. The picture of the bathroom, it's clearly Epstein and Bill Clinton together, which almost seems like that's just such. It's kind of weird to me, you know. I mean, they were like the first little. Oh, they're the pedos. Like they're the first one people ever talked about.
You look at though, it looks like Obama's in the background. I'm gonna take a close up of it too. Let's see what you think when I post it. That looks like because it's the only brown dude in the picture, and I'm thinking that would make sense if it was Obama. There it is. There's a blown up version of it. Right
Obama and
Yeah,
Bush.
that's what I said. Yeah.
well, I know it's him and Bill Clinton in the front, but I'm talking about walking up the stairs in the back, like
Definitely
on the
Obama.
plane.
Could be Obama. Actually, it could be Chris Rock too, because he was on the list.
Rock was? Oh, wow. I never heard about that. Or
And I don't know who that is. That other
Bush.
white dude walking up the stairs to get in the plane.
Bush, maybe.
I swear it looks like Obama to me. The black dude.
Well,
More like a-
not white guy.
Oh, the white guy.
Yeah, white guy I think is maybe Bush.
It seems like I've seen that. That ain't the Biden's son, is it? What's his son's name? Biden.
Hunter?
Hunter.
I don't think that's Epstein though.
Epstein's the one with the blue shirt on beside of Clinton, isn't he?
Bro, that's clearly Epstein.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
don't
thinking.
know.
One way you can test
I feel like it's Martin Scorsese, bro. I don't know why.
show this picture to someone that has no idea what they're looking at and ask them who they think these pictures might be about.
Look at his eyebrows, all right? Who do you know that has the bushy eyebrows like that and white hair? I think that's Martin Scorsese.
Bro, I promise you that is Epstein.
What are they carrying? Some like Louis Vuitton?
Could be Epstein.
Like tool belt? Look, they got some power.
Yeah, it does look tool belty, but the Bush or whoever we're calling Bush right now. I'm not convinced it is Bush. He has a different bag, which is interesting. But then Obama has a similar color, but a different structure. Good, sorry.
No, my bad. You got the red shirt and the blue shirt, Democrat, Republican.
Oh, good call. But that doesn't make sense for Clinton because Clinton was hardcore Democrat. And Epstein, I don't even know.
Well, he's in a striped shirt. Clinton is on the left-hand side of Epstein there, and
Epstein got
calm and
red
collected,
shoes
and then-
on.
It's the American flag. American flag. You got red, white stripes.
red
in
shoes.
the background. No stars.
Yeah.
Look, Epstein got red shoes on.
Oh, you actually
So-
see the stars on Bill Clinton's collar. It looks like stars on him.
Yeah, but they're all looking at Epstein, right? So
Yeah, well, why does Bill
Bush,
Clinton have a fucking black
Obama-
eye? Like he's been getting beat up or something? But like both of them do.
What
But-
hand
but see
signals
how
are they
Epstein-
making in the background? Their hands. Both of them's making some type of hand gesture.
This is called
point of finger.
overanalyzing.
No, it's not. This is legit. So, or like Epstein is looking like that illustration. Epstein is looking into the viewer, looking to the viewer, and all of the other characters in that illustration are looking at Epstein.
Probably some dude painted this on the beach somewhere where they was they just give him like $20 and told him to draw a picture of all four of them, and this is what he came up with. And we're like sitting here.
Are they giving the middle finger? Is that what that is in the background? Obama and Bush?
No, I think they're giving a pointer finger.
The pointer.
Like, let's see on my end. It looks like a pointer finger.
Yeah, they're just going up to Air Force One. It's not a big deal.
Oh,
Or they
sorry.
both got cigarettes in their hand. They don't take cigarettes, are they?
I said Chris Rock earlier. I meant Chris Tucker.
Oh, wow.
No, I think it's Obama to me. He looks like
Say-
Obama.
Well, look at this.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What are we looking at?
Tucker flew with Bill Clinton to Africa on Epstein's plane.
Ah,
I can believe that. I don't know who Chris Tucker is. I gotta look at his face.
Not Tucker. Come on.
Come on, Chris Tucker's a famous black comedian. He was in that movie Friday.
So what the fuck? He went. Yeah, we went to the island. So what?
No, here's my advice to everyone right now. If a billionaire ever asks you to get on their plane, run.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it.
I'm going. When you talking? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm going.
No, fuck that. You're gonna be in a file more than what you're in already.
Nope.
Red shoes. 3 of them have red handbags. 1 of them doesn't.
3, 33.
I think you guys are overanalyzing that picture a little too much there. To be honest.
Like I said, they probably give somebody $20 on the beach to draw a picture of all 4 of them together. One of them guys like at Myrtle Beach that just draws crazy cartoon pictures for you.
Yeah, they do it in like 5 minutes because
yeah, yeah, that's really all it is.
But then again, if that was going to happen, they would all have to be there.
Yeah, it's funny that it's on like supposed to be on an airport and them getting on a plane. Did they have the dude there at the airport drawing it, or did he just come up with the idea of putting them on a plane? Because somebody had to draw that.
Might just like taking a photo that they had, you know.
Oh well, that's true too. Could have. Yeah.
Try and cartoon it.
I'm not trying to put myself on a pedestal, but I could guarantee I could draw that if I had enough information.
Pumpkin, what are you trying to allude with your little screenshot there?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering
the old man's chin.
She kind of zoomed in on.
I think she's just making fun of us.
Oh, maybe.
Nah, she's not that type of gal.
But that whole room though, with the wizard, that's the wizard's face on the wall. That whole room is just Asian theme, I think.
I'm still trying to find that origin of that crest.
So what you guys are like? You think that makes sense for a billionaire's house with all this discombobulated artwork, which does like thematically does not connect together whatsoever, whether it be color, sort of thematic, like sort of.
Have you ever
themes.
talked to an
What does it
eccentric
connect
billionaire?
No, I haven't talked to an eccentric billionaire. No.
If you was a billionaire
what are you asking me?
If you was a billionaire that was providing underage children to other billionaires to do what they wanted to with, I'd say they probably give you a lot of gifts and a lot of different expensive shit, and then you just set it randomly around your house.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Hey Beast, the photo with the old guy in the Asian background. What is the clock? Can you get a higher resolution of the clock next to the old guy portrait? Also, there's a little black kid in the corner. If y'all didn't notice that, like a statue.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know.
And then what? I mean, this ain't a menorah. I'll upload the
Well,
photo.
it has 7 candles on it, so I was kind of thinking it might be a menorah. And there's a little symbol, like a weird menorah, obviously. And then what's the symbol below it? You know, the symbol attached to it at the bottom.
You guys can help me. How about that?
No, I'm good. I don't want to get on a list, dude.
You guys are so fucking hilarious, though. It's so funny. Who cares? Like, legit, like, why are you scared? Oh, they're gonna track my everyday movements. Great. I go to work. I come home. I do this.
And then you're on Epstein Island. You wake up.
turning him in.
Oh shit!
Are you trying to promote this shit, Biasi, please?
No,
For
dude, it's
Ghazi?
obviously fascinating. I'm fascinated by it.
The most bizarre thing out of all of this, for me so far, is that they're taking a lot of pictures of the art. And this Mr. Potato Head Elephant Man picture, that's the one that boggles me the most. I would, if that was worth $1 million, I would sell it immediately. I would not put
Yeah,
that
what
up
if it was just? What if you were just laundering money, and that is your receipt
True.
that you paid?
But I
and
finally
you just
found
hung it on your
something
wall?
weird. Like, really weird.
Yeah, the fan on a chair in an elevator is fucking creepy. But
Oh, that's like an escape room.
It doesn't even look like an elevator. It looks like a fucking prison.
No, that's a yeah, I don't know what it is, but it seems to be open. And
Yeah,
then
you
there's
can
a
see on the
little
right side
porthole.
of it. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like not just an elevator. There's something else to it. Yeah, like an escape room or something. Or what do they call
Can
it?
we sorry. Can we run these images through an AI detection to see whether or not it like potentially AI generated?
You can scan it and see if there's like artifacts and stuff, but no, not really.
Rick,
The
the
only-
government never lied to us, dude.
The only thing is, it's like I don't see anything. I don't know.
What, untoward?
if there was actually things that were going to be released that were going to be like damning, or that they could create a story, or that they would give us an advantage, they wouldn't post it on the fucking DOJ website. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm just
I
doing this
agree.
out of morbid curiosity.
I was just thinking though, if they was just needed something to have to say, yeah, here are the Epstein files, because everybody's been wanting them.
Uh-huh.
If they would just, come up with a few extra shots just to pad the thing to try to please the public, get them off
So
the
you
back.
would call it padding? I would say that that extra padding is some form of communication potentially. Like the arrangement of the books that are on the shelf, the titles of the books, these are all sort of indicators that that particular sort of, what do you call it? That scene is trying to communicate something.
Yeah.
And
what about that
Jessica's
jacket?
pointed out before with the cross, and then you got candy in the center, like in these books that are perfectly arranged in a cross formation with the candy at the center. That's just odd.
Dude, what is that? Is that an Antarctica symbol? Because I can't really tell.
Yeah, it looks like the Antarctica to me. No, it's definitely Antarctica.
I don't know. It doesn't have the right shape.
Australia?
Actually, yeah, I think
I'm doing AI.
maybe it's like the
Arctic
lost
program.
land that we're not told about. Ooh.
It says
Just-
the
it
text phrases the
Might be
Arctic
North-
program
North
and
Pole.
Canada Goose.
That lamp thing is
Oh,
what
dude, check
I
it
thought
out.
was the craziest.
It's
That's
Yeah,
what
Canada
made me-
Goose.
the lamp is very odd. Yeah, agreed.
The AI just gave me an answer of what that is. Canada Goose Arctic program. I've never even heard of it.
I'm curious about what Pumpkin was meant by that one photo. What am I not seeing there, Pumpkin?
She's not here.
She might be listening.
might be
Oh,
listening on the live stream, but,
you can see it. You can see it. It's a
But dude,
person
like-
hugging someone.
What are you talking about?
So do you see the dark coloration on the top of the where the mustache is? It's like they're
No.
hugging someone.
I don't know what you're talking. What image past the hour? Give us a timestamp or something.
10 minutes
10
after
past
the
the
hour.
hour.
Yeah.
It's a
You can
person.
if you tilt your head to the left a bit. Now look at it straight on, and then you can see it's like they're holding up somebody.
There she is.
I don't see
Yo,
it.
Pumpkin, what is the meaning of the picture you posted?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
All right, cool. That is the bottom half of that creepy old man picture.
Yes, yeah. Why'd you
Yeah,
post
we
it?
know. But why? Yeah.
Well, the bottom of it just seemed sus to me, and then when you crop out the top, it looks like some weird thing is like humping a child.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see the hump. I mean, I just see
I'm still trying to see what something that looks like something's holding something.
like
Right,
if
you
they were
see that, like,
hugging.
That wispy thing, you can see the hair flop up top, the face that looks like it's being pushed forward. You got the body, the arms flopping in front, and the feet flopping down beneath. Behind it, you have some sort of weird looking thing spooning it, basically, right? Pushing its head forward. So, I don't know. I thought that was weird. Because it's not, that doesn't look like a mustache, really, to me, right? There's something off about that.
When I squint my eyes, I do kind of see a little bit of what you're saying. It almost looks like someone's like sniffing, like that. The mustache itself, like the left part, is someone's head, the eyeball, and then they're like leaning down onto something.
Yeah. Also, just wanted to add some commentary. Like the last photographs that Biasicles put up, 18 past the hour. You got a feature grade timber wall inside of the wardrobe. It's like you got feature grade timber that you chose to put inside of a wardrobe somewhere. It's just freaking unusual.
Yo, listen to this.
None of this makes
The
sense.
phrase is deeply rooted in the brand's heritage. I'm talking about that jacket, Canada Goose, which began in 1957 in Toronto. In the 1980s, the company developed the Expedition Parka, nicknamed Big Red, specifically for scientists at Antarctica's McMurdo Station, where it became standard issue. The parka's design, including the patch, was heavily inspired by official United States Antarctic program gear. The patch design itself features a map of the North Pole with the ocean in white and landmasses in light blue to give a frozen appearance. Encircled by the words Canada Goose and Arctic Program, this symbolizes the brand's commitment to creating outerwear that can withstand the world's coldest climate.
Yeah, how'd that work out for him?
It's
What's
interesting.
the significance of the goose?
Canadian Goose. It was a brand, a clothing brand. And they didn't
Okay.
endure.
Well, you know what's weird? It says the white is the ocean. And the light blue is frozen.
Oh yeah.
So the white is actually the ocean part, and the blue are the land masses.
And then what? You've got like a red, like you got the sun in the center and some radial sort of red lines that are coming from it, but they don't cut through the white part. They only cut through the blue part.
Oh, that's the North Pole. Kind of does look like a sun, though. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And what do you mean, Rigger? Are you saying that they flopped?
Yeah, they're just not, they're not popular. Compared to like, you
$3,200.
go to a ski shop or any clothing store where they sell winter gear, Canadian Goose kind of died out.
They're worth a lot, though, because they're not. I guess because they're not making them anymore.
Yeah, they weren't that good. They were overpriced compared to even Columbia could compete with them.
Oh,
And
here's a
then work
better
gear.
photo. This will help. How is the blue supposed to be land?
Yeah, where did you get that from? That information?
Can't be. Can't be according to the map.
It's from their website.
Is that the sun in the center as far as like a pictorial sort of breakdown? The illustration?
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah,
peculiar that what the rays of the, if that's the sun, the rays are not cutting through that the white part. It's a bit unusual.
Here, let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Oh, this is where the AI got its source from. So
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking into.
oh, and the islands are light blue. Okay.
On a cursory search here, it says that the white part is actually land, and the blue is the ocean. What were you saying before, Theasticles?
No, it's saying that the white is the ocean because the little blue ones. You see the little blue parts right there?
Uh-huh.
Those are Oh wait, that doesn't make sense either. So those are the islands. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, those are the islands. Yeah. The blue's land. The white is the ocean part.
Seems an unwise choice.
All right, gentlemen, I got to go to bed. Got to get up early in the morning. It's already late.
Ben. Cheers, Carl. Much
Good
appreciated,
night,
man.
Cole.
Yep, I'll catch you guys. I guess probably
Sweet dreams.
tomorrow sometime. Yeah, I know, right? I'll be back out in a couple hours, so probably won't have any time to dream. But have a good night. See y'all later.
Have a think about where you think you go when you're dreaming as well, while you're there.
He's already in. Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you, Ben.
Ben's onto it.
Ben's on. See, it is the ocean.
To the element where people are saying like someone comes to warn them, right? I've heard this from many people.
Yeah, that goes back into Inky and all that. And yeah, there has been warnings, but to say that it is about gods, I think that all the writings basically are more about kings and their sons, the rulers.
Explain further. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, because if you look in the scripture, there's always talk about God and gods. But those gods are more description of things that happened on the earth, and with all the kings and all the fights and yeah, it's more stories about man, but not about things man did, not what God did.
I mean, were you saying there are stories about what man did, and not God?
Yeah, but if you look at all the history about Moses and all the stories, and when it's talking about the God, it's an evil God basically, and it's more bad things in that book than there is good things in that book. So I always felt it is more like a history of mankind itself, the things that happened and the things we lost that we forgot. But in the stories, in the when you tell a story, when it gets passed from one person to another person and through time, the stories change, and I think that is what happened.
I mean, have you read the Quran before?
No, but the text you showed me made me curious.
Yeah, so the Quranic claim is that God sends He sent messengers to every nation. So basically, He sends a messenger. The messenger will warn the people, tell them to stop spreading corruption. He warns them. Then some people will accept and follow that messenger, and then He will save them. And then God will send like a divine punishment or a destruction or punishment on the people that wipes out that nation. The messenger starts a new nation. It grows. But as time goes on, people forget the message. And then God sends another messenger. And it's like a rinse and repeat kind of narrative. And God in the Quran, God in the Quran is telling you to travel the earth. And these are like reminders for us, right? Even now, we have the Quran talks about how God lets the people enjoy for generations. And then he says, when the time of the nation comes, they will be judged in truth and in justice. And that looks like messengers will just start popping up in different nations. Each nation will get its own messenger, and he'll warn them, give them the proofs of God, remind them. And then the ones who follow the person get saved, and the ones that reject get either destroyed or a punishment. So even if you read the Quran in Moses' time, very interesting. The Bible is a lot about like going to war and fighting the other people. Whereas Quranically, no, Moses went, he sent Moses to warn Pharaoh with Aaron. He gave them signs. Started off with some punishments, like famine, all these punishments. Then they promised that they would stop. They lied. And then I think another round of punishments, and then total destruction of them.
Yeah,
That's the Moses story in the
funny
Quran.
thing. When you put all those stories next to each other, they have so much resemblance. and people are still fighting over a book that all basically say the same thing, and that is sad.
Hey,
Well,
well said. Well said.
well, I think the narratives are different. For like the Bible and the Quran, they're different. But at the end of the day, it's about knowing. It's about remembering God, being good people on earth, and not like spreading corruption and being an evil person, and speaking truth and not lies. And that's the message of the Quran. Like,
Yeah, but the true way to the Father is through Jesus himself, but it is the way he teaches that truth lies really within you. So that messenger, that is yourself. Look at the animal world. When there is a bad event coming, they feel that vibration, and that is the God thing in you.
I find
So
it
it's
hard
more like
to.
finding your true self, I think.
What's up, Roots?
No, I was just going to say I find it hard to look past the idea that humans do create this idea in their mind, and it was inevitable that they were going to create this idea of God, you know, and address the salvation issue, what happens after death, purpose of life. I think it's very natural to have a God. And I think it is based on the principle that it's more likely there is a creator. But I think when it comes to all of the politics and all of the, which is the right God and what's the right way to live, I think this is a very human condition. And we invent
Yeah,
these
but
things in our mind.
Yeah, but I always felt that there was a connection to something more, but I never found that in religion.
Yeah, so I could say something about the Quran. When you read the Quran, you have to read it without any like external bias and ideas, because unfortunately, mainstream Islam is not what the Quran is saying. And you know that just simply by, number one, looking at history, and you'll see that the character Muhammad that they invented, right, is just a story. When you got to approach the Quran just by keeping an open mind, reading it for what it says. And even the Quran tells you, by the way, it says, which hadith statement after this will they believe? It tells you, even in the Quran, that the prophets have enemies that say fancy sayings about them. So should you seek anyone other than God as a judge when he has revealed to you the book fully detailed, right? So you have this issue where people have this hate towards Islam because they say, like, if you leave the religion, you should kill the person, right? But that's not in the Quran. Whereas the Quran says it promotes peace, it promotes, for you is your religion, for me is my religion. And God does not forbid you from dealing justly with those who disbelieve, as long as they do not attack you. So a lot of what you might think religion is, or what Islam is, you have to wipe that from your mind and just read the Quran without any bias and let it tell you what the message is about. And you'll see a lot of the truth stuff that you've researched is actually lines up with the Quran. The Quran gives you the model for the heavens and the earth. I can do a presentation for you guys if you like.
Kevin, the Quran was created to bring all the tribes back together for peace, not?
No. I mean, the Quran's message actually is telling you that there was a lot of groups that were going against the messenger. There was a lot of war because they were attacking the Muslims. To bring the bring the tribes
So
together.
it was not a war amongst each other, but a war against somebody else?
It was the new messenger Muhammad. This is the Quranic narrative, and he was sent to a people who had never got scripture before, right? But the children of Israel, being the Jews, they didn't like him. Most of them rejected, so they tried to fight him, and that's why you have, mainstream history talking about some Muslim, not mainstream, but you know, history, true history showing there was a war, right? You guys agree?
I agree.
You have the war between Muslims and Christians, or I think are the Romans or something like that. Basically, that's what the Quran is talking about. How the message came and then they tried to fight them, and so they had to fight them, right?
Yeah, that's why many Europeans fled to America.
Europeans fled to America. Okay, I don't know about that one.
That was because of war and everything, famine, disease.
Famine, disease. Okay. Oh, well. Yeah. Okay. The Quran talks about a divine punishment that was sent upon everyone at the time. They were being swept away or something like that. They had to follow the messenger. My understanding is mainstream.
Yeah, but there was a
history is
lot of death back then.
a lot of death. Death
Yeah,
or
if you
death?
look at the bones in the catacombs and everywhere, all over Europe and all the major cities, there has been a massive death there.
Yeah. The Quran talks about how punishments, messengers were sent to these people. One of the punishments was like people just drop dead. So the buildings are intact, people drop dead. Another one is he caused the earth to swallow them up. Many different types of punishment. Stones to fall from the sky. Buildings turned upside down.
Yeah, but if you look at the volcano eruptions and how Egypt, you had Low Egypt and you had High Egypt, and that whole plateau sink, and even the Giza pyramid has been standing in the Mediterranean ocean water for a long time until it rise again.
Yep. So there's a lot of, you could say, quote unquote, divine punishments going on, right?
Yeah, it's Mother Earth, Father Sky, so you could call that in a way a divine punishment.
Because if you understand that there's a creator, then he's willing for it to happen, or at least allowing it. Quran.
Have you ever thought of it like this? Take out the phantom time, right? What's happening? What's happening in the world if you take out the phantom time before the 1400s, right, which was the fall of the Moors, right? You're going back to Ptolemy. You're going back to the Septuagint Bible. Okay, now there's a story that happened in Egypt when the Septuagint was created. All of the priests and a lot of the senior leadership within the temple religions that they had rejected the Septuagint, rejected Cyprus as a deity, and left Egypt and went to the Middle East. Within 100 years, the Moors are invading Europe and Egypt. They're all the way up in Russia. You get what people say Islamification of these areas.
So I have a
But
question.
I would argue that it wasn't Islam. It was a different type of Christianity, and that Islam was this pre-Islam was a direct response to what the Greeks did with the Septuagint.
Right. Well, I would say, how do you know it was an invasion?
What, when Ptolemy invaded Egypt?
Egypt.
When Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, he left
I'm talking
Ptolemy.
about all of Europe, right? All of Europe. You see, they were all speaking Arabic. They have like Islamic phrases on the buildings and stuff, right? On the armor.
Yeah, that came from the Moors. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the Moors are the actual, like, that's where true Muhammad was. So when you think of Islam, you think of 1400 years ago. You understand there's no evidence of that, right?
Well,
Do you know
you
that?
could be right. You could be right
There is
that
a tradition.
let me
There
just
is a
respond.
tradition in
You,
Spain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you go, Roots.
I just wanted to respond by saying you could be right that these people were already in Spain, in Portugal, part of the aristocracy as this was happening. But I find it hard to believe that Egypt was conquered along with other parts of Africa with them in power. So they may already be there in smaller numbers, but something happened for them to seize power.
Explode.
You can't seize power without some sort of force. And there are direct depictions. There are direct depictions of the Moors arriving, and the Europe in Spain and Portugal on horseback, and they were feared. So we do have accounts of some type of invasion, whether or not they were already there.
Okay, well,
Yeah, but if you look at
you also have the idea whether it could have been a justified invasion, right? You never know. But what I definitely watched that. Mhm.
they weren't Muslim, because if you look at the tradition of St. Nicholas, and they still have a tradition of tomato throwing in Spain itself, but they
have a
make
tradition of
look
what?
like a Negro. It's a celebration, St. Nicholas, and it has and even they have all kinds of strange things from the past in Spain. And they also have an event where they're throwing tomatoes in the streets. But then they all dress up as Moors, and they look like African people with hair and very big red lips. So that's for sure not a Muslim.
But you have to understand that when you're thinking of Muslim, are you thinking of like 1400 years ago in Arabia?
Yeah.
Okay,
Those were more
well,
like white people.
Yes, but you have to understand that the 1400, like the character they invented for Muhammad, definitely watch that Jay Smith video. You will see that there was no one in Mecca at that time. The history and the story and the characters and the hadiths and the seerah, the story, all of that is made up. What that proves when you see is that the Quran came from somewhere else. That's the point I'm trying to make. And it was like even the Quran, for example, it tells you that Moses and Aaron were brother and sister. But mainstream history says there's 1,000 years between them. So the Quranic narrative is like everything is like a lot more tightly closer together, less spread out, and God has sent messengers to every nation. That's why in the mainstream history they have to tell you there's thousands of years of Chinese culture and all these cultures that never got messages and never had this system. But we have a system of constantly nations getting wiped, right?
Kevin, are you familiar with Archaics, Jason Brazier's work?
What's
he has
that?
been doing that timeline. He's going into old books of chronology and even old writings of Greece and all that shit. And he made a different timeline. And that is a very short timeline. I put it in the chat. If you scroll a little bit back, you can see the video. But he has 20 years research in all the old writings, and he puts them in correct order again. It's going with the deluge and the Noah's flood, and all that shit is in it.
Yeah, so the Quran is like talking a very close narrative, messengers to every nation, we warn them. But mainstream history, everything's spread out. Biblical history, everything's spread out. And then they tell us in mainstream history about a character 1400 years ago that when you look at it, that's just a story. But then when you look for this, what the Quran is saying, and for this Muslim explosion was 500 years ago. And then you have all the nations today are new nations, like 200, 300 years old. They went to a place, took it over. So these nations aren't that old. Think about how all the new nations aren't just old. In mainstream history, they tell us like, oh, they invented the tools now. And now we built these buildings.
Yeah, when you look at the old buildings, you know they had tools and better tools than we had.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that you said that David's in all these temples, right? Read the Quran. It tells you that David and Solomon had a kingdom, a huge kingdom that was like worldwide. They traveled by sea, and they had non-human entities building things for them. That's how they did it. It's called the jinns. Which, if you want to know what the jinns are, if you want to get into that conspiracy, you just got to research the alien conspiracy. So the Quran tells you that there's non-human entities on Earth. Sorry? No. Alien doesn't mean space. Uh-huh.
Yeah, but if you look at South American Indians, they talk about the grays, and they are coming
yeah.
from the ground, not the
Yeah,
sky.
greys are not from like greys, like reptilian. Like the Quran tells you that there's the jinns. He created humans and jinns, but jinn isn't one thing. Jinn is a category of beings. So there's a category of beings that are non-human on Earth. That's why when you look at the history, you see like reptilians, greys. Quran's talking about how they can do things like they can teleport from one place to another. They can. Solomon had a jinn in his council that it brought a throne from another kingdom to him like that. So there's non-human entities on Earth right now that have insane technology. UFO craft, that's just the whole alien thing. But then the mainstream just says they're aliens and they're from space, right?
Yeah, there's no such thing as an alien. Ridiculous.
They're from here. They're from here. Non-human entities
You know,
that are from here.
you know what's interesting? The Americans, the Native Americans, like the Hopis, Cherokees, they used to use the term Anunnaki, but it didn't mean beings from the Sirius star system like the Dogons. It meant Anunnaki meant underground ant friends. So they claimed the Anunnaki were basically ant-like creatures that lived under the ground. That was their kind of tradition.
Yeah, and the Quran tells you that the people in the past, they used to worship the jinns as gods. And that's what you see.
I can imagine they did. Yeah.
Because if they're still around today, right? They're actually working with the Quran tells you that that some humans seek refuge in the jinns, and on the day of judgment, some humans will say we benefited off each other. So there's this concept of like certain groups of humans and certain groups of jinns working together for mutual benefit. So if you go into the whole alien conspiracy, like whistleblowers telling us that the U.S. government has bases with non-human entities that are helping them build things. So did someone want me to research something? I sent you a friend's request. I'll send both of you. Sure. Cool.
I think you've got to keep in mind as well, the old world was very, very different. They had, like, the lesser gods have been misinterpreted as gods, whereas I think they were more like memes or personifications of certain ideas. Just because they had a being representation for an idea doesn't mean that being was real or was a god. So we've got to keep in context the old world worked very different. How they communicated was in symbols. Sometimes a man with a lightning rod would just symbolize thunder. So you've got to remember that.
Yep, that's something many people forget.
Because then if you
What do
start
you guys-
taking the old world ideas and then implementing modern understandings, you can come to the conclusion, the Egyptians had polytheistic and had many gods. But actually, if you go back to their original writings, they only had one god, Amun, and then all the other so-called gods were called Netchas. Netcha means basically like meme, an idea.
So,
So we
what do
can
you guys think?
misinterpret the old world. Yeah.
What do you guys think about the Egyptian pyramids being like made recently? Like they were built
No,
recently.
no, I
Have you
don't
guys?
think they were.
Okay. Have you guys watched what's his name? David Ewing? Have you
Yeah, I
looked
know
into his
David.
research?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Chronologist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has some information about Egypt, ancient Egypt. Problem with ancient Egypt is it's not hard for them to make us believe that there's thousands of years of pharaohs or kings or whatever, right? All you got to do is have an inscription on the wall and say, okay, this person's name, 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 like a full list on a wall. And now all of a sudden that means that there was a king with people ruling for that long, right?
Sounds like the Bible.
I mean, we can talk about the Bible like, I was debating the other guy. He's saying let's say Old Testament is 3,000 years old. Okay, what's the evidence for that?
No,
Dead Sea Scrolls.
I think we've done the Bible, dude. I think everybody's. I think secretly everybody's crying out for a new topic. To be honest.
Okay.
Been a lot of biblical chat and debate over the last few months. I've noticed. Seems to be the hot topic.
The Bible.
What I find fascinating is everybody wants to debate the Bible. Nobody wants to learn ancient Greek. How can you really know what the Bible sources are saying without knowing Greek?
Okay, that's fair. What about like dictionaries and stuff?
Well, if you can't read scripture, ancient scripture, then you're getting all of your information from transliterations, and we know
Right.
when you look at the Septuagint, we know that a lot of verses are very different in Greek.
Mm-hmm.
I find it strange that people are not interested in the original Greek translation.
Yeah, like even the Quran's not in modern; it's in classical Arabic, and you know the translations they give us aren't that good. You literally have to check each word in the classical Arabic dictionaries.
Yeah, because I've started to dig into it more in the ancient Greek. Started to realize that language has so many more descriptive words than what we have in English, and the
The meaning.
translation
I got you.
have
Yeah.
changed because the lack of words, right? So
Even
a lot
classical
has
Arabic
changed.
like is a very deep like the words have deep meaning. So I can understand what you maybe mean for ancient Greek, right? Like the meanings go deep.
Yeah, with Arabic, how many? I'm going to Google how many unique words are in Arabic because I think Arabic is a small language compared to Greek.
Look for classical Arabic.
How many unique words are there in classical Arabic? Unique words. Estimates 10 to 12,000 tritarial root words. So it looks like 10 to 12,000. How many unique words are there in classical Greek?
You say 10 to 12,000. The Quran
Yeah.
has
So Arabic in classical Arabic, there's up to 12,000 unique words. In
Mhm.
Greek, classical Greek, there's 50,000 unique words.
Well, isn't that even older language with more words?
Yep. Yep.
So that would be even harder to do it.
No, if
I
you
mean,
really, really think about it, you would
uh-huh.
expect as languages develop, you like a new language developed from an old language, you wouldn't expect more unique words. You'd expect less. They'd be less sophisticated than the original language.
Have you heard of the idea that Hebrew comes from Arabic?
Oh, sorry, I got this wrong. The total unique word forms in classical Greek texts are estimated at 300 to 500,000 forms, depending on corpus size.
Yeah, so ChatGPT is telling me there's 12.3 million unique words in classical Arabic. I don't know where you got 10 to 12,000.
I tell you what I'm doing. I'm just using I'm using a AI.
Uh-huh.
And if you don't phrase your question perfectly correct, it's telling me that this is why I read it. It says 10 to 12,000 root words.
Root words. No, because it
So,
expands, right?
sorry, 80. Yeah, you're right. So if I'd have took more time to read, derived into 80,000 unique words.
Because I can tell you
But
the Quran has 15,000 unique words.
Right. Yeah.
So the language has to
yeah,
be more than that.
Yeah, the Quran uses 13 to 15,000 of these word forms, coming with 2,500 roots. So original Arabic is 80 to 120,000 unique words.
Mhm.
The Quran uses 13 to 15,000 of these unique words. But then when you go to Greek, you're up at 500,000 potential unique words.
Damn. That means probably. But you say Greek is New Testament, right?
No, the Septuagint is the Old Testament.
Is in Greek?
Yeah, the first
No, isn't
Bible
it?
was in Greek.
Isn't it in Hebrew?
That's what people
Oh.
believe, but there's no Hebrew Bible. There's no Hebrew Bible that predates the Greek Septuagint Bible.
I thought the Dead Sea Scrolls is in Hebrew, and it's like the oldest manuscripts that they have.
Right, yeah, but they found that in the 40s.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I got you. So the actual,
So if you believe
Uh-huh.
in the
No, I
Dead Sea
don't.
Scrolls date, then yeah,
Uh-huh.
you could argue that that's an older version, but
Got
you've
you.
got to question, how do we know that this Dead Sea Scrolls finding is genuine and predates the Septuagint Bible?
You could go to
That's
Israel in the museum. You can go to Israel, my friend. No, I got you. Okay, yeah. Okay, got you. So that you could say the earliest one is in Greek. Wait, but they use the Hebrew one though when they're reading and they're translating, right?
right. So the story goes, Ptolemy
Uh-huh.
hired 72 scholars to translate the original Hebrew scriptures that they apparently had into Greek. Now, where are those Hebrew scriptures? Well, they got burnt in a fire. So we don't have active Hebrew speakers even in Israel, and Lion will probably disagree, but they weren't using Hebrew in Israel, they were speaking Aramaic.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no Hebrew Bible floating around for anybody to read because nobody was speaking or reading Hebrew at the time.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So
do we have any ancient Greek manuscripts though? Because you're saying they should be looking at. Okay.
Shitloads. Yeah, shitloads of ancient Greek manuscripts.
But do they align with the Hebrew one?
Well, this is the question. We don't have the Hebrew ones. People will refer to the Dead Sea Scrolls and say, look. But if they made that afterwards and Hebrew came after, the real question here is, did Hebrew come after Greek? And I would
Well,
say,
it comes from Arabic, right?
in terms of direct
Oh,
evidence,
after?
you can't prove that Hebrew was before ancient Greek.
There's like a
No,
single artifact. I think they have like a single artifact with I want to say clay or tin, something along. I forget what it was, but they have Hebrew carved into it. But there's no way to really date that.
right. But like, I'm trying to put it like a finger on it. So I understand that Dead Sea Scrolls are major sus. You can't really use it as evidence, and it was discovered in like 1940. But then, like, what Bible were people reading? They were just reading printed books, right? They just got mass printed and distributed. Then later on, they discovered the Hebrew one, which is supposed to match that, right? Supposedly.
No, I don't think they were being print. I don't think they had the printing press, dude.
Yeah, they had printing press before 1940.
Yeah. When?
Yeah.
When did they have the printing press, though? You know, if we're gonna say
1800s,
everything was
no?
printing Greek, then the
When
Greeks
was
had printing
printing press
to distribute
invented?
Bibles.
Printing in the 1400s.
All right, that's well after Greek.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like they just mass distributed Bibles using the printing press, right?
Well, eventually, yeah, they did that with every book, right?
Correct. But then only in 1940 did they discover the Hebrew one, which verified what everybody was reading. So if you put the Hebrew one, Dead Sea Scrolls aside, where did they get that information from? I'm speaking to
You're gonna
Roots.
put the whole dig? You're gonna put the whole
Huh?
dig aside? All right.
If
Because that
if
was
you don't
1940.
take,
It
if
would
you
go
don't,
back.
go ahead, Rigger. Sorry.
It goes back to the silver. I think it is silver
What goes
scribes.
back?
maybe?
You're talking about the Paleo Hebrew they found on a silver like leaf or something. Like
Yeah, I think
there's
that's the
one.
earliest like
Yeah,
Bible
you've
literature.
got good knowledge, dude. You've got good knowledge. Yes, there is claims that there was Paleo Hebrew written on a piece of silver. The problem is, and this is the
Can't
real
date it.
mind. This is well, one, you can't date it. That's another problem. But the main problem is, how do we know the translation that they took from this so-called Paleo Hebrew is correct? Like if you put the
Exactly.
yeah, this is what I'm saying, because there's no reference. There is
Yeah.
no older documents that we can say this is the language. They built that language from that silver script, but nobody can confirm because nobody knows Paleo Hebrew. We don't know if this was what was written on the silver piece is what's been translated anyway. It's just a bunch of shapes to us.
Well,
Well,
even
the
then,
best you could do
we don't know where this
is
thing came from. It could be fake, right?
yeah, it could be. But the best you could do, I'd say, is you could find similarities in the sentence of the letters, right? And you'd be like, well, how did that translate and infer from there? You hopefully get close, but yeah. If you don't have the full vocabulary, how do you build the language from one little writing?
Well, have you guys heard about the guy that used Arabic to do it? For Hebrew? To translate the Hebrew Bible? He used Arabic. Like Hebrew comes from Arabic. Have you guys heard that?
Aramaic. Yeah.
Aramaic,
That's
okay.
how the
Which is
book goes.
Arabic, right? Classical
No,
Arabic?
it's a pre. Arabic is a dialect.
Okay.
Aramaic is the true language.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus spoke Aramaic. There's no evidence Jesus spoke Hebrew.
Right.
I mean, people will go to the Bible
Oh,
and say
yes.
he said this
Got you.
word in Hebrew, right? Yeah, but that's a translation. We don't know whether he actually spoke out in Hebrew. Nobody spoke Hebrew. Jesus spoke Aramaic.
And even when they say Jesus was a Jew, I'm like, well, how do you get that? Because if you look where Mary was born, where Mary lived, and then you look where Jesus was born, and then where Jesus traveled to, it's like, well, what's the deal with that? How do you how are you gonna call how are you gonna call him Jewish? It's like a whole region. You'd have to call that whole region. Like you would need to split it into a region or a state, a county, and then a town.
I think
What
it's
is-
better to say it's from the children of Israel, right?
Well, yeah, but just
Mhm.
trying to make that argument, I look at like the Israelites as that whole entire region. I think
Mhm.
that's what the Bible was talking about. I don't think it was specific to like one tiny little area or like maybe like a, couple towns or something. For me, that doesn't make sense.
But when it comes down to it, the earliest sources of the Bible are all in Greek, and even the Hebrew. Apparently, there's a linguist I was listening to who was saying there are fingerprints all over the Septuagint Bible that this was written by Greek-speaking Hebrew scholars, not Hebrew-speaking people who knew Greek, because the type of Hebrew that they're using is using words and stuff that basically originated in Greek. I probably butchered that, but the
Mhm.
way that it's written is like a Greco-Hebrew. It doesn't
Yep.
necessarily.
I've heard the same argument, dude.
Yeah. That basically that these people were Greeks who wrote the Septuagint, who knew Hebrew apparently, and you can tell the difference in when a Greek speaker who knows Hebrew writes Hebrew from an original Hebrew speaker. But I've just heard that. I can't decipher that.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You're left in that realm of I don't speak Greek. And even the people, the scholars that speak Greek and study the Greek language, they have little quabbles amongst each other too.
Oh yeah.
Squabbles, whatever. They bicker
Especially,
back and forth.
especially around Jesus, because
Oh, big time.
there's certain passages in the Septuagint version of the Bible, not just the Septuagint because that's the Old Testament, but in the earlier Greek first versions of the New Testament as well. When you translate certain situations that happened, it paints a very different picture using the Greek language than what we get in English.
It's a completely
Like the
different
arrest.
story.
Yeah, like the idea of
What's the story? Yeah.
No, I'm not getting it. You can get Bruce can
I
get
know.
into it.
I don't want to drop that bomb. I don't want to drop that bomb, but I
No,
would
just a
suggest
quick summary. Is it like a
look up,
Yeah,
monotheistic?
share
go
that
look
with
up,
a Muslim, right?
go look up Eamon Hillman. He's a Greek classicist. He's got debates with scholars from the church around the character of Jesus and the character of some of his disciples and the age and what was actually going on, what Christing means, some of the rituals they were doing, and it paints a very, very shady, different picture, more aligned with what the ancient Greeks used to do and what they were up to.
I think he takes a
Christianity
bit
was
of a
very
stretch,
different.
though. I think he takes a bit of a stretch with the word Christing. I don't know.
Well, Christing and anointing, traditionally in Greek, was a medical term, and
Right.
you can't escape the fact that that's how to be Christed was to put like ointment on your eye to give the ability to see. You know what I mean? So Jesus wasn't the first Christ in that context. So and I
Yeah,
said I
it's
wasn't going to
something to
drop
do
the
with
bomb,
to
and
apply.
I've kind of started to leave seeds there, but have a look into his work and then go and reference it yourself. Look up the Septuagint. We got the internet. You can convert and translate the verses from the original Greek and read it for yourself. Tell me what you think.
This is like Christmas for a Muslim.
What do you mean?
I'm not trying to fan the flames here. I'm just sharing what I've found.
Are you saying like he was monotheistic or something?
It's gonna be Q Up 2.0.
Does Q Up talk about this?
Yo, dude, this kid's always arguing with me about the Bible. He
Okay.
gets so fucking mad. I'm like, you brought it up, bitch.
Fair enough.
He goes in. He goes full on too. Like he has a disdain, like a dislike. like
the
deep
Bible.
rooted. Yeah, just for Christians,
Okay.
because he
See,
thinks they're.
I don't share that. I don't share that sentiment. You know,
It's like
how
to
is the people?
believe in what they consider God versus what he sees God to be. It bothers him, like to the
Yeah,
core.
fair play. Fair play. I don't want to take away people's faith, but
That's the. I
do.
mean,
I also want to share what I'm finding. So I'm always torn how much to say.
that's why I don't like arguing with other religions. It's like, dude, you believe what you believe. All right, cool, yeah. I'm not gonna
I
sit
just say
here and like.
read it in its original form. That's all you can say, really. I don't want to plant ideas in people's heads, but read it. Read what happened when Jesus was arrested. Read what the original Greek meaning of Christing and anointing is. Read if there was a Christos before Jesus. You know what I mean?
That's
You
where
go
they.
back.
That's where they argue. The scholars in the field. That's where they argue, all in the interpretation. They try and
Yep.
match it up with the Hebrew constantly, and then they make the argument for it was written in Hebrew first. And
Well,
it
without
was
the Dead Sea Scrolls and that silver piece of paper, they've got nothing.
well, yeah.
So for me, it's like, well, we've got all this Greek literature to understand what's meant in the original Bible in Greek. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's not just take later interpretations. Let's go back to the original meaning and how it was written by the people and what these words meant for those people at the time.
Yeah, I have a huge problem with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Just because the material they were written out of or written on, how did that survive?
Yeah, I saw a picture of one of the scrolls was just rolled up behind a rock for like what, 1,000
Right.
years, 2,000
Yeah,
years. Crazy, bro.
and then you do like the scientific approach where you're like, how long could this last? What conditions would be required for it to last like 2,000 years or 3,000 years or however many years? And you keep getting it to, it's like, oh, well, that's kind of unrealistic. But if it detects what you're talking about, it'll completely flip script on you. You know, because you can get it to answer honestly, as long as it doesn't understand where you're going with the questioning.
Yep. Yeah. You have to trick. Sometimes you have to trick ChatGPT into being
Right?
honest. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to put it in like a theoretical. Like, oh, theoretically, say I just did this with an animal, right? And then I wrote this down and I did this. What conditions would I need to preserve this to the year 5,000? You know, or something like that.
Yep.
And it will start telling you what's required, what you have to do.
If it catches wind that you ask a scholar, a controversial scholar, ask it about that scholar, and then ask it questions on the interpretations, they'll say, oh no, this is a fringe scholar, blah, 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 then no one agrees with it. But then if you don't take that route, you don't mention the scholar and you just go with the word and you're like, right, well, what did this mean in Greek, like Herodotus texts, or the medical texts in Greek, what does this word mean? Now, then it just comes out with it all and it will just tell you everything about anointing, Christing, as long
Yeah,
as
for
it's not
certain words.
related to Jesus, as long as you don't relate it to Jesus, it'll be honest and tell you it all.
Yeah, or it doesn't detect that you're putting together like multiple words from one verse. That's usually where it catches me because I've tried that. I tried let's see if I can translate this with an AI. But yeah, it catches you. It's interesting though that they're looking for that, you know? It's like there's a guardrail put into place.
Yep.
What do you guys think about New Testament Codex Sinaiticus?
Good
Yeah,
books.
that's Greek. That's the New Testament in Greek.
Yeah, but apparently there was a recent fabrication, and they say it's a lot older than it actually is. Have you guys looked into that?
They said it's a recent fabrication
Yeah.
and it's older than what it
No,
actually
no,
is.
they claim it's older than what it actually is.
Oh. What
I
do
can,
they date it compared to what?
Yeah, so I can send you a video from a Christian scholar actually who's saying that the Codex Sinaiticus is a forgery. Send
No,
you
I
the
just
link.
want to see the timeline. Like, what are they saying it's dated to?
Yeah, so Codex Sinaiticus dating. They say the 4th century, 400 years after Jesus.
That's what
And
they're
it was
claiming?
discovered. Yes, yes.
And what's the actual?
It was discovered in 1844, but that's when it was forged.
Dude, what is going on with the mid 1800s?
They're discovering everything, dude. All the manuscripts they need. Do you know what's interesting is like this is around when the printing press was, right? So they
Yeah,
just
that's the
started mass.
Enlightenment period.
Sorry?
Sorry to interrupt. That's the Enlightenment period.
They basically when the printing press, boom, boom, print all these books, distribute them, and then now suddenly they're discovering manuscripts for the books that they printed.
Yeah,
And Dead Sea
that has.
Scrolls.
Sorry.
No, you go.
No,
You
you
go.
go.
No,
I'll
I want
wait.
to hear what you have to say.
That's the Enlightenment period. So they had to discover a lot of stuff to kill other things with, so that the new paradigm could emerge. They had to quit. They had to cut off, and reassemble a new paradigm. And the way to do that is to make up some things here and there in order to cut ties and just, fabricate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the mid 1850s. That's I don't have the full timeline in my head, but that's about the Enlightenment period. If we're speaking of Europe, the
I think
Enlightenment
that's.
is yeah. It's really important to understand what the Enlightenment is and what it promoted, or what was promoted, what it left and what it promoted into, because we are. I think we are on the brink of a new age, where the age of enlightenment. We are understanding the age of enlightenment to be the age of impostured enlightenment, or really the age of fabricated enlightenment. Just like woke, being woke.
Age of Aquarius.
Yeah, Age of Aquarius. But Age of Aquarius, that's sort of well, that's the new chapter, but
That's the only
you
age
know
that got its own song.
that's the
Age of
cycle. That's part of the wheel that they want to spin.
So you're saying a lot of information came out at around that time.
1800s?
All the
Yeah, there's
stories.
a lot
Yeah,
of
yeah. But what is information? This is really important. A lot of people just skip
The
past and just
sky
think
keeps on
information.
turning.
You can make a belief, right? You can have an idea and build a belief upon it, and you can dogpile it with information to make it seem as if it's truth, and you can dogpile it with predictable power, and just dogpile it with information of predictability, which is sort of where we're at right now. But here's the truth: dogpiling with information onto a belief system doesn't make you any more closer to the truth itself. And when the truth itself comes, that dogpiled pile of information, that will just dissolve or collapse upon itself like a house of cards, because it's just built in the sky. It's not built in the ground. Information is not truth. That's just people's opinions, interpretations, beliefs, ideas, assumptions, presuppositions, etc. about something or another.
That was really well
So,
said.
yeah, information flood is not truth. That's just creating a landscape that's filled with fog. it feels like you have, oh, you know so much stuff that you're seeing more clearly. But in fact, you're getting more and more disoriented and further away from what is true, because you have to clear so much fog, like you can't see further than a meter, when in fact you can stand on a mountain peak, and how far can you see? If there's clarity and just your eyes are working.
Right, like for example, when it comes to mainstream history, people just believe it. They haven't questioned, okay, how do we know this? How do we know this? Okay, oh, this manuscript proves this, yeah, but how do I know this manuscript's even real, Or this stone with some writing on it, or this or that,
Exactly.
It's not evidence.
That is the byproduct or the end product, or what will happen with such a system. And we are now experiencing this kind of we may call it it's extreme, and I think people like you and me we are waking up to it just being information. Where the fuck is the truth to all this? And so we are like we're self-assembling in a way, but it's problematic when people replace this information flood with new belief systems, which is where I'm creating this framework, which I repeatedly try to I'm gonna give a presentation about eventually, but this is where we really need to understand things in their actualities. Like
Yeah,
earlier,
context.
yeah, concreteness, but they have reduced that to materiality. If you are looking for something, the thing itself, they have now created a philosophical framework to force upon you. So to ridicule you and reduce you to some, they create like a reduction for you into an absurdity, where they will just laugh and mock at you and take away your credibility before anyone gives you any attempt of awareness or like understanding. Like they pre-staged falling pits or traps, philosophical systematic traps.
So Zynact, you've explained that beautifully. I just want to mention something, because you're talking about context, you're talking about building ideas in the sky. I think this is really relevant. I looked into, you're talking about the Septuagint, right? The Septuagint was the first Bible in Greek. You're talking about pretty much 1 AD. Okay, so then 1 to 5 AD, let's say. I can't remember exactly when, but about that time period. So this was supposed to be the book of the Old Testament, which is supposed to be the Torah, which was called the Pentateuch. Okay, so the old word for the Torah is Pentateuch, which means 5 books of Moses. Okay, when was the first Pentateuch or Torah published? You'll find it's 1482. Okay, so we didn't have a Pentateuch before 1482, right? So was there any other works from around this time period, 1 AD, called of a book called the Pentateuch? It just so happens, yes, there is. And just to keep in line with what Zynact said, it's a Hellenistic poem of the stars. Okay, it's a Hellenistic poem, 5 books on astrology, with themes on how the stars govern your life. There's 1 book on family, 1 book on morals, 1 book on work ethic, etc., etc. I don't know; those aren't the books, but 5 books explaining how your life relates to the stars. This is the original Pentateuch. This Pentateuch predates any Pentateuch, i.e., Torah, in existence. Could it be that in the Torah, the idea of taking these old scriptures and relating the stars into a story that takes it from a metaphysical story into a physical story about a man and about people and families and bloodlines? Could it be that they took these ideas from ancient Greece, astrology, banned astrology, and put the ideas into a book called the Pentateuch? Because we didn't have a Pentateuch before the Bible. We didn't have a Torah the Bible came first in terms of publishing. So should there be two Pentateuchs? Don't know. There shouldn't be two. There shouldn't even be two Romeo and Juliets. Never mind two Bibles, right? So have a look into this Pentateuch, Hellenistic poem by Dorotheus of Sidon. Deals with the same themes as the Bible, but from an astrology point of view. This was the first Pentateuch, and the only
Okay.
Pentateuch until the 1400s.
Okay. I'll attempt to answer you as best as I can. If I cut out, so I'm driving through a tunnel, but I'm pretty sure that I have connection through this one. If I cut out, just please tell me immediately, okay? To address you, I feel I require a short pretext, which I think you will agree with me upon. You and I, you know, and everyone who is in this room, we're currently living in one time, or you know, we call it time, although we can have all our opinion about what a time is. But just for the figure of speech, we're living in a time, we're at the time, right? At least we're living together and we can speak together. We are relying upon a written record and the word of mouth and trust towards these things that are speaking of things that come prior to our lived existence. We are relying upon trust that what is written down and spoken of is actually a true account. We don't have a full verification system that grants us proof, or you know what we call 100% certainty, although that's sort of it sort of collapses upon itself, you know, because you have 100% certainty, you just no longer certainty, it's just purely factual or truth. But we are relying upon a written record that we trust upon that it is a true accountability of true, real, actual things that have happened. When we are talking now about things that go like 100 years back in time, to us this is becoming abstract because we don't have a time machine to go back and establish if these things did for a fact happen in the way that they did. But we certainly do have different sciences that claims to be able to verify, like a time machine, how old something is due to, for example, carbon dating. They believe that it's possible to apprehend something's age due to that carbon footprint. But whether it is truly a footprint, you know, remains a claim. So how old is it? Whether it is the Bible or the Septuagint or Septuagint giant or however I spell that properly. How old something is, it's can we really establish that when it's claimed to be established in a certain way?
You're cutting out, 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 you're cutting out.
Okay.
I think you're good now.
Yeah, I exited the tunnel. So it must be a reconnection or something. Okay, let's try again. What was the last bit I said?
About the carbon dating. Can we really be certain?
Yeah.
Can we really verify the method that they're claiming is so certain?
Exactly, because it is ultimately a claim. It's a claim of being able to understand something a certain amount back in time, like even, you know, billions of years. But they have not created a time machine to actually verify the claim. There is no verification. We are just walking around believing that carbon footprinting is real and it works the way it does. There's no long-term study of 1 billion years that tells you that this is true to account, or a time machine that can go directly back there and establish that, you know, the thing dies there, right there and then, or that
Right.
a scroll
Mhm.
is there, or a book, or, you know, an author exists.
So that's the interesting thing. Like now we're talking about, can we even date properly, right? Which I agree with you. The method of carbon dating has to be discussed. And I would argue for that's an assumption based method. But upon that, like, how do you even know, like, a manuscript that you're looking at, someone didn't just put together, you know, and didn't actually find it as they claim? Even you're assuming that, right? Were you there? Did you discover it? Did you find it? How do you know where these things really came from? So it's just layers upon layers of assumptions.
Exactly, and that is the whole point. There is a philosophical framework, or an ism, you know, a type of belief system that's called. We categorize them and distinguish them by direct and indirect realism. And the one claims that we can know things through representation. That is how you come to the actual thing. And the other says that no. You cannot know the thing if you have never been in contact with the thing. Much like, you know, they will say, how will you know how to build a house, you know, if you if you have not built the house? So it's this very indirect and direct realism is pretty much the very age or old dispute between a person who builds a theory upon how something is made or to be done, and the person who practically goes out and builds and creates a teaching of what he learned from his doings. The one person is much like a regular man, at least here in Norway. He goes into a line of profession where he becomes a carpenter, and he understands that when I build a house, sure, I can make a blueprint, but I don't learn from the blueprint how to wield the hammer, although I can describe how to use it and apply it and what it's made of. Doesn't make me understand how to hit with the hammer, although I can describe on the paper how to do it. It doesn't make me understand the weight of the hammer in my hand, although I can write the specific number on the paper. And the other guy, in this philosophical dichotomy, although it's not truly a true dichotomy, you know, but they create it as such, says that, oh, but I can know everything. I don't even need to touch anything. I just can learn about everything through not being ever into a contact with anything.
Because someone else did the work, right? Someone else checked it.
Yeah, someone else checked it. Someone else. I can just point to the popular. I can just point to this belief system. I can just sit on my couch and never know anything, but I know everything because I can point to this person. And then, if a person comes to me and says, "Well, you haven't built a house. How do you know how to build a house?" I'm going to ridicule that person for saying, "Well, I could just look in a book." And it's absurd. We realize that it's pure laziness. Not only it's delusions of grandeur, having knowledge of things never known. So we realize, oh, it's a belief system that glorifies absence to the present, which is knowing. And that is what the most are socially engineered to be in a position as of being put to rest, not as a standing. Because knowledge is a standing. When you know how to use a hammer, you're strong. When you have knowledge of a thing and how it works, like a skill or a profession or something, like just fishing, you know how to catch a fish. You have survival skill, yeah, or it's part of that. You have functionality with you have You have a fishing rod and it has functionality and you know how to use it. But if you're just like in an isolated room with white walls and you never touched anything in reality and you think that you know everything based upon never having been into contact with anything, then that's usually what we call a delusion.
You know what's interesting about what you're saying is I see a lot of flat earthers in here like trying to promote models, right? But these are people who've never left their house. They haven't gone, made up. I need to check here. I need to check here. If I'm in this position at this time, does the sun go that way? Do you understand? Like, in order to build a model, you need to actually go out there and verify. Okay, there's a 24-hour sun in the north, apparently, but they've only ever seen videos. Have you gone? Have you checked yourself? These kinds of things.
Yes, correct.
Now,
Yes,
I'm not
now you're
perfect,
under.
right?
Yes.
But if you're really if truth is really important for you, right? Then you would, get some money together, save up. Instead of going on a holiday to enjoy some place, you would spend that money to make an observation, things like this.
That would be like the guys in Plato's cave, right? Going out into the reality, going out of the cave, and then trying to match the cave with the shadows on the wall that were an illusion the entire time. So
Exactly. So we shouldn't be doing that. That's why I've never said that I am either a glober or a flat earth or a concave. Like I don't take any position of a shadow, and I don't go out into the world to attempt to establish a shadow as being real. Or well, now a shadow is a figurative speech of the imagination, or fantasy, or fiction. I don't go or just ideas or beliefs, but everything that is born out of the absence to the thing, meaning an image or a representation or an imitation. What we today call mimesis, built upon Aristotle's notion of imitation. But it's Aristotle who, first of the scholars or philosophers, who promotes this belief about man knows the world through imitation. That is how he comes to understand everything that is around him. This is what he says. I think it's in the beginning of the Poetic. He says that, or it's one or the other major works, but it's definitely in the collected works. But this is his child education theory, and it's completely false. But today, everything is built upon this assertion that we know the world through imitation, and that is the biggest problem, because we do not know the world through imitation. Although we can know of the world through imitation, I can create a piece of drama. You can sit in the audience of it, the theater, and the drama can speak indirectly to your lived existence. There can be a father on the stage and the son, and you can recognize yourself in the son's struggle with the father, and you can learn something there. But it's still direct. You are in the audience. There's a stage, there's actors, and there's a true dilemma. The only representation is a replaying of it, a reaccountance, the real story retold. And then you connect with it. And through your lived experience of, your being living in existence, you connect and align, and or maybe even more so, further depthfully understand, because you see yourself in the sun and now sort of can look at yourself from the outside in a way, and now are able to, okay, so that's how I might come off when I have this feeling, because maybe you don't see that feeling in other people, but you recognize it in this drama. So sure, we can know things through representation, but it's not so that it's the fundamental way to know of things. It's not a top of the hierarchy. It's a subcategory within knowing of how we know things. You going to become a carpenter now. You going, taking the hammer, picking up nails. Maybe you join your father building your house. This is direct. Maybe your father shows you, but this is presentation, not representation. He's presenting you the nail, presenting you the hammer, and you hold them, and then you apply them. And he might show you, here you place the needle. This is how you do it. But this is a practical skill. It's actual things. And then you need to try and apply it yourself. And through that, you become better and better. And the only thing that holds you back from becoming sort of like an expert or very skilled or just being so good at it that you don't even think about the work anymore. It's intuitive. It's like you're breathing the work and you just do it. That is true. Knowing it pretty much, if not sort of like fully. There's no more for you to ponder about. You know it. And so you just go work. And you can think about everything else now while you're building your house. You don't even need to think about how to make a measure. You just automate, like here, you're in flow, there's the unit, and you can be on, like, for example, this conversational room right here. You can talk about life and everything else while you are doing that which you know. So this is the, I don't mean to monologue, but it's very my passion, and I've been trying to establish this with many of you guys many times, and I have failed, and I feel like I'm actually managing to do that right now. Or that
We're getting close to monadism along. We're getting close to monadism with this theory and epistemic nihilism.
I know where it goes. I know where it leads. I can sum up his whole ground into 2 words.
Yeah, and this is where they will reduce real knowledge to absurdity.
What's monadism?
Empiricism and solipsism. Solipsism and empiricism.
What do you know what monadism is, CI?
So, if you guys track the conversation about 20 minutes back, or 15, I predicted that this would happen, and now it's happening. For those guys that were here and have
That's
been
okay,
paying
dude. That's
attention-
all right. That's cool. You made a prediction. The prediction came true. Do you know what monadism is?
Oh man, I've spoken so long. You might enlighten me.
I thought you were going somewhere with the monologue.
Yeah, and now you're. Yeah, guys. Okay, so Roots and Kevin. Here's the proof, guys. This is the problem.
I'm with
we're
you, my
facing.
guy. We shouldn't hold
Yeah.
on to that which we have no knowledge.
Right. So what does that say, Kevin?
Epistemic nihilism.
What does that say, Kevin?
I'm not saying we don't have
About
knowledge.
being Muslim. Sinek, why don't you tell them how that applies to religious people?
I'm not saying that we don't have knowledge, but I'm saying that many adopt to a system that doesn't provide them knowledge, and they're living in a state of contradiction between their beliefs and what they know. It's like an inner struggle.
No,
Because
like religious scripture makes claims, right? And you can verify them.
Yeah.
Some can be verified and some can't. The ones you can verify, you try to verify.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
faith
so
based,
sure,
right?
moral teaching
To an extent, yes, right? I
can be
agree.
verified. Don't punch a person in the face. This can be verified.
Yeah,
But
he's
the
making an argument
historical
against
claims.
that.
No, I'm not. Historical claims. That's
just
He's
not
talking about
what
historical claims.
What would be the issue with monadism, though? What's
Like
the problem
if
with
I
that?
say I believe there's a day of judgment where we'll be judged by God. I'm saying it's a belief. You can ask me why.
I think
I
every
know it's a belief.
You have characters in your scripture. You believe.
Yeah. History is hard to verify, yeah.
Right, and he's saying you can't prove that, but you just choose to believe it. So that's your contradiction.
That's faith.
Well, certain
Exactly,
aspects
faith.
can be verified, right?
Yeah, it's
but
kind of like
yeah.
he's making the argument against faith. Faith is more of a
Which it takes
contradiction
the
than-
strongest faith to
No,
believe in.
I think his
I'm not.
argument is you shouldn't claim to be certain about something when you're not. If you can admit it's a belief, then
That's
right?
epistemic nihilism. Yeah.
But
It is
hold
off.
on. How have you connected modernism to epistemic nihilism? Because I don't think there's
Yeah,
anything wrong
It's
with the idea of monadism. What's the problem with it?
it's naturally occur. It would be the natural consequence of monadism. If you actually believed in monadism, you would be an epistemic nihilist. It would just have to be the case because what you're saying in monadism is that all the particulars that you see in the world are an illusion. That's
Okay,
what
would you take it
monadism
that
is.
far? Would
That's
you take it that far,
That's
Mac?
never my. Never
Like,
my position. No.
like
Okay,
if
No.
you
I'm
see, for
talking the
That's
example,
roots
a.
right now.
I'll give you an
That's a
example.
complete. That for to say it simply, that's a
Uh-huh.
complete satanic inversion
Okay,
of what I
okay,
said.
then what is a cloud, Siak? Is a cloud a thing, or is it just a bunch of little water molecules? When we look at a cloud, it looks like a whole thing, but when we actually zoom in on it, it's just a bunch of water droplets. So which one is it?
Well, I obviously, if you followed along, I have not undertaken that study, so I'm not going to go on to claim what it is. As
Well,
a
what's your
basis
mereological
in my
presupposition
knowledge.
then?
Yeah. So now you're attempting to epistemically bait and switch me into a position, and you see, I am unfortunately
By
not going to play along
mereology,
with
I
your
just
game.
mean how do you get from the parts to the whole?
Well, by puzzling it back together.
That's called induction.
But it doesn't mean that you're able to actually establish the whole.
Exactly. So you're an epistemic nihilist.
If you understand the thing prior to its division, like a puzzle piece that's fully made, and then you take it apart, then you can do it.
It doesn't matter, even
But
if it is a monadistic. If you're a monad, like if you believe in monadism and you are epistemic
I
nihilist,
don't believe.
it doesn't destroy the possibility of the triune God in the Christian worldview.
Yeah, but it's you who believe that I am believing in monad, and and it's you that believe or color me with these words of monadism, epistemic nihilism. I am neither of those.
Monadism attempts to fix the atomic model. Monadism is a response to atomism and materialism.
Sure, I am in relationship to that model. I am a person who doesn't attempt to fix a model. I am the one who takes the model and throws it in the trash.
That's what monadism does. Yeah, monadism says we can't know those things.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is it like
So
Neoplatonism?
it's not monadism. Where the monadism says you can't know, I say that this is not the correct representation or mental representation towards that thing. It's flawed. I can hold it as being a contemporary functional system that we can use to a certain degree and extent. But I do recognize that since this is not true to accord or a true datum or in situ knowledge or the thing itself or actuality, I just hold this, I keep this as information for now till I have the true datum or the true accord or the true thing. And then when I have that, I completely shelf this as a memory that helped me get to the true thing, if it so even did. By throwing it in the trash, I'm not saying that I'm totally annihilating it. That was not what I meant, like total removal. I'm saying that this is not what I would prefer or hold to if I are given the choice. Like, for example, give me the choice of an organic beef and a conventional beef. I'm throwing the conventional beef in the garbage and I'm eating the organic beef. Or I give the conventional beef, I attempt to find a way to remove all the toxicity from the conventional beef and whatever else is there, so that it's edible again. Or
Right.
if it
So
can be like turned back into
imperialist versus
yeah.
sort of a materialist. Kind of like a combo of
Empiricist,
those two.
empiricist is a materialist.
Slight differences.
So to the guys who were here and tracking for 25 minutes plus, remember when I said they will attempt to reduce it to materiality. And here we
I
are
got you, man.
25 minutes
Not
later.
reducing it.
I don't
I'm saying
think
it's
it's
like
materialism at all. That's not my claim.
it's like you know, tones of or shared. There's a lot of overlap.
It's a reduction.
Well, yeah, sure, you can reduce anything.
Materialist, but you're making it feel like well, maybe you're not doing that, and I'm gonna grant you the possibility, although it's a fallacy. Or I'm just gonna, in the absence of, just for the sake of giving you the respect that maybe I'm wrong, I'm gonna say that, okay, well, perhaps you're not attempting to reduce me to surface level knowledge. Or
No, not at all. I'm trying to find a category because it's not like intentional reducing you. It's just to put things into categories. You have to
Yeah.
reduce them, right?
I agree. It's good to no. It's not a reduction. It's putting things in categories.
Similarities.
It's not a reduction, but it can become a reduction. You're right. But that's the point, Pure Rigor. I do not have in the formal or traditional system that you point to attempt place me within in a category. You see, I cannot be found there. I am creating an entirely new framework, which is not categorically in the old, call it book of categories. I'm creating a new category. So the best
Well,
way
it'll
to
be
go about it
interesting.
is to understand the category that I am the father or author or creator of, or whatever word you want to use for it.
Can I give you a multiple choice question as a cross exam, and then with one follow up question based on your answer?
Sure.
When you look at a cat, what is the most real thing there? The physical atoms and cells, the soul, or the life force that makes it a single cat, or the idea of a cat?
Or all the above.
None
No,
of those.
it's just none of those.
None of those. None
Okay,
of
what
those.
is?
So the follow up question should be, then what?
Yeah, true.
So none of the above.
Yeah.
If it's none of them, the follow up question is then what is the?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
So the cat, the being that exists, the actual
That's the
being
idea.
that exists there. No,
Yeah,
no, that's your reduction. No, that is your reduction.
yeah, the perfect blueprint you're saying, right?
No, that is your reduction.
Okay, where does the being of a cat live?
In the world / reality / existence / the universe. It exists, it breathes, it lives. It's
I feel
not
like
an
there's
idea.
a big conflation here. What I mean by that is like we were talking about what you can verify. That doesn't mean you have to take it to the extreme end, right?
Seems like
Zunak?
How have you
Depend-
verified the reality exists outside of your mind, Kevin G? That's the whole thing. The first step of any reasoning, any belief, is going to be faith. So when you guys say faith is when you jump
false.
to another belief, that's
purely
incorrect
false.
because
That's a forced worldview. That's a
it's
forced
not a
philosophy.
forced worldview.
It is.
It is the necessary, dude. It is necessary that all of us agree on base axioms that we take on faith in
That
order
is true.
to
No, that's not
achieve
true.
knowledge. Yes, it is.
Not true.
All you're
No,
doing
that
is
is your
changing the baseline, Thor.
religious philosophy. That's your philosophy of religion. Religious philosophy you gave
It's
them.
not a, that's not a philosophy of
It is.
religion,
It
dude. That
is religious
philosophy was out
philosophy.
way long before any religions, okay? And Descartes brought this to the table, okay? Rene Descartes.
It's religious
Descartes.
philosophy.
Yeah, so I can address
So,
this.
yes, sure you
Let me
can.
hit this.
But
Right.
before Kevin's point is evaporating to your religious philosophical framework claim, position, etc. Who were you referring to, Kevin? Was it me or them? And what did you say again? Because
Well, I could be
Don't take it.
I could
Don't
be
take it off the
misunderstanding.
main character. Yeah.
But the point I was making is like, how do we go from like, for example, someone claiming, "Hey, I have this piece of evidence. I've checked it. Trust me, bro," to question everything
establishing
about
the
reality that you see, right? You agree with me, Xnac? How do we go from there to there?
So, questioning everything in reality that we see comes from fear of accepting the things or reality. It comes from being in a sort of like misalignment.
Well, how do you categorize things without
There's
reducing them?
How far would you
there's a
take
dis-
Xnac? If you
there's a
saw a cat,
disturbance.
know if that cat is really
Yeah.
there. You say, "I see
So-
cat with eyes right now."
So yeah. So that. This is how simple it is. A person who is not paranoid, for example, sees the cat. A person who attempts to be, or is forced to be, or is corrupted in a way, who is paranoid, questions what that cat is, or what that
You
is.
wouldn't have come to
Or
these conclusions without the skeptic, dude. You're
they create
discounting the
more.
skeptic.
The skeptic is a paranoid person. They create
Yeah, I
more and
understand that,
more
but in
layers.
order for you to come to the conclusions you came to, you had to originally start as a skeptic, dude. And then you
No, true.
discount the
False,
skeptic and
false,
ad hom the skeptic
false.
in
This
your
is it.
worldview, which makes absolutely no sense because you started with skepticism in order to come to your belief.
False. That is your religious philosophy of ordering systems of knowledge. It's your.
Okay, then why? Okay, if you're not a skeptic, then why don't you believe in the atomic model? Are you not skeptical of it?
I don't need to be a skeptic to not believe.
Then you're just redefining what a skeptic is.
Redefinition is unfortunately a huge problem. Yeah, we should look at what a
Definitions are
skeptic is.
meaningless.
No, they're not. That's your satanic preaching, dude.
No, that's what you just said. Definitions are
No,
meaningless.
I did not say that. I said that definitions that are meaningful and needful in order to have, a solid foundation, protecting our world from it being distorted. Definitions are very important.
No,
so that we can
ontology
have-
is very important. Definitions are
Yeah,
just descriptions.
You're separating things that aren't necessarily separated. So, ontology. Yeah, that's what my framework is. It's ontological. It comes prior to logic.
Yeah, where does that come from? Where does ontology come from?
Yeah, we'll get there. Okay, just one step at a time.
From the beings itself, Torah.
You gotta
You
hear.
know
You gotta.
ontology means being, right? So you just said ontology comes from ontology.
Okay, before you attempt
You first need to recognize the being before you can recognize what the being sees.
That ontology doesn't have to do with what the being sees. Ontology just has to do with what is, what being.
Yeah, but for that you need to recognize that being in the first place.
Or, you see, recognition is comes after first you have been dissociated or alienated. A child doesn't recognize the chair when the first time it sees the chair. That's not recognition. Recognition comes from first having known the share, then forgotten the share.
You're gonna have to add Leibniz to your large
First, the
language
story of
model to sum up this thing.
Sure. So first the child knows the share, then the child has a disoriented knowledge or becomes paranoid, and then through dissolving paranoia, the child recognizes the share yet again for what it is.
Why didn't you use Leibniz's works in your large language model?
Without language, there is nothing to describe, not?
Why did you not use Leibniz? Siak, why did you just choose cherry pick your philosophers that you plugged into your LLM in order to come up with Royndalism?
That's your claim. Leibniz, you mean?
I could prove it.
Is his name not Leibniz? Is that who you're talking about? Maybe
Yeah,
I
yeah.
learned the name wrong. Is it
Yeah, do you
Leibniz?
have yeah.
So
I would like to know what the difference is between a monad and a god, because they are basically the same thing, one entity.
Yeah, monadism necessarily requires that all the particulars are an illusion.
that's very sad, and I very much I do not promote that at all.
Well,
That's not what
so
it
then
is. So
you don't promote
Pythagoras
monadism
is,
then.
according to you, based on nothing, coming from nothing, from an illusion.
Monadism is the idea that we
The
live
whole
within the
world is
dude.
built on that
Monadism,
math.
you guys, dude. Monadism. If you're claiming monadism, you're claiming we live within the mind of God. Do you guys not
do not
understand what
claim it.
monadism is?
Yeah, I don't claim monadism because that's just a claim and it's ridiculous.
And it can never
Yeah,
be
and you
known
live in
if it
a
is the
world that
case.
is ruled by God. That's the same as living in his head, Torah.
You just promoted monadism, Crizzle. And that is what monadism is living within the mind of God. If it is the case that we are in the mind of God, no one could ever know that we are in the mind of God. And therefore, it doesn't even destroy the possibility of the Christian worldview that the mind of God manifested into a person who came to earth and saved the world.
You can't know anything without your God. So basically, you're living in his brain.
Can we not force this into religious, self-referential philosophies? Theological internalism, I've coined it.
Yeah, we could stick with the epistemic nihilism. That's fine.
It's not epistemic nihilism. And your theological internalism is neither a true account of reality / the universe / existence.
My account of what I believe matches reality to a T.
Matching reality can be done easily with any flood of information.
That's not correct. No, it has to be a specific, coherent set of factors in order to match the reality. That's why mathematics is so specific in its calculations.
Yeah, but that,
well, the
that proves my
mathematics
point.
shows
And
that your worldview is wrong and corrupted.
No, my worldview is the only worldview that allows for mathematics to be the case.
okay, so Torah, enter into your wardrobe of your wife if you have one, and tell me, how do you match clothes? And tell me, is the clothes that you're matching with each other, is that the clothes, like, is that a teacher
Yeah,
matching
don't put brown and
matching
black together.
this?
That's not, no,
this
that's equivocation of the word
sure,
match, bro.
yeah, but
I'm not using matching in that sense.
yeah, so use the actual word.
Relates.
A relation, okay. Does that mean that you are prior thereto dissociated from the thing? Like you're living in a state of chaos and you
No,
have
no,
to
I recognize that
observe?
we have a perception of reality, and that perception of reality is hard to control for.
Hey, you're speaking from a state of having been dissociated, forgetting that you've been dissociated, and now mistaking dissociation as the ground of being.
That's a claim, but you don't have an argument for that.
That's not a claim, that's a recognition of your whereabouts.
Yeah, so you recognized what I'm doing or whatever. That's you making a claim based on what you've seen me do. Therefore, my claim is you don't have an argument for that.
You can reduce me naming a cat to being a claim about the cat. Certainly can do that. That's what we
It is a
call
claim, dude. Yeah, you haven't even established if the cat
Oh my.
exists.
that is your paranoia. That's your philosophy of paranoia or
No, this
paranoidal
is the
philosophy.
thorn in your side is skepticism that you can't deal with, you don't know how to deal with, so you just ad hom the skeptic and say they're paranoid.
No, that's you shilling for a paranoid philosophy or a philosophy that's born of paranoia.
Dude, you built your philosophy out of skepticism.
No, I did not.
How though? I don't get that. I don't get what you mean by it's built on skepticism when he's just saying I experience physical reality.
Yeah, he's saying
You don't
it's
have to be
this.
skeptical to experience.
No, the
Exactly.
skepticism that he has is that he doesn't agree, right? You don't agree with the rest of the world's theories, like atomic theory and theory of gravitation. So you're skeptical of those things, right?
Well, he doesn't take on the belief, is what he's saying.
That's
Yeah,
you
exactly.
adding
He
it.
doesn't
That's
have
you.
to take on the belief. He just has to be skeptical of it.
I
When you
don't
don't
even need
take
to be
on a
skeptical.
belief, that means you're
That's you.
skeptical of that belief.
That's
you.
reframing it.
No, that's not true. That's you. That's you coloring me with a narrative through adding an adjective onto my behavior, where you say that because this person doesn't trust or believe in or blah blah blah, I am now going to give it this attribute or property of being a skeptic, and forgetting the very fact of what I'm doing, and then lie about what I'm doing.
Well, dude, I know that you are, dude. We've
You
known
did, yeah.
each other for a while, Siak.
You have not
I've
known
seen
me.
I've seen
You don't
the,
know me. You don't know me.
dude. I've literally watched you evolve into this person.
You truly do not know me.
Yeah, you're correct. I truly do not know you, but what I do know of you is 3 years ago you came in and this is not what you used to talk about.
I haven't been around for 3 years.
Okay, 2 years, whatever, a year ago, whatever. When you first came in, you were a much different person than this person that you are today.
Yeah, and unfortunately enough, most people around that I am interacting with, they don't develop. Yet I recognize what you're saying about me. Yeah, I don't stop developing. You're right. I
Yeah,
keep
that's good.
reading.
In order to develop, yeah, you would have to have been skeptical of some things, maybe skeptical of your own thoughts that you had before. That way you developed into something.
That's false. That's your religious, pedagogical / educational philosophy about how the being comes to know things. That's your theory of education and pedagogy. And I'm here to
Dude,
tell you,
epistemology,
as a social scientist, professionally trained within
that
that field,
doesn't exist, social
that you
science.
imposture. It exists.
No,
You
it isn't. It's not
imposturing.
science, dude. It's not. It doesn't follow the scientific method with independent variables. Do not call that. That's pseudoscience. Social science is pseudoscience, bro.
That's you attempting to flee accountability of your actions, and at the same time, you're posturing as
You think a
as a social
psychiatrist is a
scientist.
scientist, bro? Come on.
There are a lot more that goes into social science than just a psychiatrist. And no,
Yeah, it's
Torah, a
statistics.
person, listen, a person who has put on a role within a field in the public is not a scientist. No, you're right. Just much like a lumberer who just builds, or a carpenter who builds houses, is not a scientist either. Although he can study things, he can learn of how material works, sort of inquiring about it, much like a scientist. So, Tora, okay, let's take a step back, or a few steps back. So, your ordering system of knowledge, which is your philosophy of education and pedagogy, and actually a social science claim, or a claim within social science, of behavior, attitude, beings, how they create or come to understand the world, or just simply a claim of understanding. That's just that. You claim that in order to come from Z to B, you have to be a skeptic. That's you making a claim. It's a positive claim. When you keep saying
You would
that
ask
it has to,
yourself, how do I know what I know? Yep, that would be the question. That would be your first skeptical question.
that's not necessarily skepticism, no. Okay, making an accountancy is not necessarily contingent with being a skeptic. Checking things, for example, like, did I remember the keys? And you check if you. That doesn't mean that this need to, the thought that was born or birthed from skepticism.
Well, it would naturally follow because you would go, how do I know what I know? What I know? I know 1 + 1 = 2. How do I know that? I know that because I was taught that. Was I
No,
taught
this
properly?
is
That
category.
was.
Tara, this is, as you often say, category error.
I didn't go
Huh.
into a different category. I stayed in epistemology.
You did. You said that this belongs.
I think he's just throwing out buzzwords to get you distracted. He's not even letting you finish your thought process.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what he's doing. Thank you for standing up
I
for me.
was
Was that
referring
easy?
to you, Zanuck.
Yeah, but no. Yeah, that's an inversion. He's doing that more so than I'm doing anything. He's creating traps.
Dude, it's
Whether he
fine.
knows
We
it
can
or
just
not.
stick to the argument
Yeah.
rather than attacking the
Yeah,
person.
dude.
I'm not attacking
I-
you. I'm asking you, how are you avoiding epistemic nihilism?
As if it needs to be part of the thing you say.
It's a
So
natural
I understand.
consequence of your
Hey,
philosophy.
no, it's not. This is your religious philosophy, strategic argument. You don't think I don't understand
Dude, all you
religious strategy? Keep
Dude,
making
all you
religious
keep
strategic
saying is I'm
arguments.
using a strategy. I'm using a strategy. I'm using a strategy. Dude, you have not rebutted anything yet. How are you avoiding epistemic nihilism considering your worldview reduces to that?
It does not. That's
I'm
your
not
positive
finding that.
claim without any knowledge about my framework.
Yeah, I'm not
You are
finding that because he's
claiming that.
already accepted the cat is real.
Exactly.
So how does he go into epistemic?
Yeah, what's his
version of it?
justification for the cat being real? Because it is real?
The cat just is real. I don't
Yeah, because
require
he
any
perceived
paranoia
it.
to
Dude.
doubt its existence. I
Yeah,
don't
when you
require
say
any
that,
doubt.
Perceived
Tora,
it. Yeah.
when you
I
say
don't.
that, all you're doing is shifting his baseline and putting him on your baseline, which you never justified doing in the first place.
Yes, the epistemic bait and switch, which I presented 20 minutes back or so. It's a
I think I have an
strategic
example.
maneuver from the philosophical religious strategist.
If I say there's a cat next to me, right? Would you believe me, Xnack?
It's Synact. Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you say there's a cat next to you,
You
and
would
I
ask, okay,
hear,
let's see if you really wanted to know if it was true or not.
so if I
Right?
want the verification, I would like you to, present your camera just right now, and
Yeah,
it
but I
would
could be
feel
faking it,
more.
right?
You certainly can be, which is always part of not being directly with the cat myself. If you're in another room and then I enter the room and see for a fact that the cat is there.
There you go. That's your
Um,
epistemic nihilism right there.
Not at all. That's you reducing it to epistemic nihilism. It's not
Wait,
epistemic nihilism.
yeah, he should want to. If
Do
he
you know
really
North
cared to know
Korea
if there's a
exists?
cat in here for whatever reason, and that information was important to him, he should check. No?
Yeah,
Yeah, like
but
he'd
he's
have to
part
come
of.
to your house in order to say for sure it exists because he's not sure you
Yeah,
exist.
because I could be lying.
That's false. That's a reduction. But he could be lying. Yeah. And no, I'm not uncertain whether he exists
Okay,
or
does
not.
North Korea
This is.
exist?
I can
People
trust that it
say.
exists based on people traveling there. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You see
But
how
do
that
you know it
works?
So you
exists?
believe
No.
it exists. Yeah, I get it.
You believe, yeah.
Torah, it's your same position for space. Do you know space exists, Torah?
Now, there's a difference in the confidence level that you would have between North Korea and space, and I agree
There
with what you're
certainly are.
saying, and I
Yeah.
agree and understand what you're saying. I just don't deny reality in the same way you do.
I don't do that. That's you
So then what is
attempting to
North Korea?
force
North
me
Korea is Kim
into
Jong
an
Un, right?
absurdity.
Well, you're not even allowed to go in there, right? So you'd have to. They show videos and stuff, but at least it can be verified in some way if you really cared to know, right?
Ultimately, Torah is in my same camp, but he is attempting to ridicule me with coloring me with all his positive
We are in very
accusations.
close camps. We are in very close camps, except you don't have an ultimate source for knowledge. You believe you are the ultimate source for knowledge. I don't believe I am the ultimate source for knowledge.
That's you having alienated yourself from a source of knowledge. That
Yeah,
being you.
exactly, because I don't think I am ultimate or I am non contingent. You have to think that in order for your beliefs to stand true.
No, that's you reducing knowledge to beliefs as the first modality to gain knowledge from. When I say your ontology of knowledge or epistemology and all that what goes into it, that's a false ordering. It's a false philosophy of education and pedagogy, and you're failing to comprehend
Yeah, you're
actual
calling
true order.
deduction false ordering and trying to switch it to induction being the proper ordering when everyone knows in reality that induction leads to strong and weak arguments and deduction leads to absolute truth.
Okay.
No,
So
no.
you
The only way
claim.
you can
So
get
you claim.
absolute truth is if you pair them.
So you claim, but
Not
guys, okay,
true, sir.
guys, sorry. Okay, I'm driving the car today and delivering the products to some different shops. I'm gonna take a 10-15 minute break here and give some of our butchery products to a small little cafe. So I'll be back in 10-15 minutes. Okay. You can continue. You can talk about me when I'm not here. It's all good.
Your
If you
rigor,
want to
all
continue.
mathematics is deduction. Okay, 1 + 1 = 2 is deducted. You do not need induction to prove that.
If you want to continue this conversation, you just may do that without me here. It's all good. I don't need to be here. But I'll be back in 15 minutes about. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Be right back.
Peace.
See ya. Thanks, brother.
Trying to figure out how deduction justifies its premise. If you remove induction.
Wow. You're trying to figure that out? Do you know what deduction is? Do you know 1 + 1 = 2 is a deductive argument?
I think he's trying to be ironic.
Yeah, I don't see how you're pulling that off.
Okay, deductive logic The key characteristics is the validity. If the premises are true, the conclusion must be true. Soundness. The argument is valid and all premises are actually true. So you need validity and soundness. That makes a guarantee. The conclusion is guaranteed by the premises, unlike inductive reasoning, which offers probability. The examples for deductive reasoning are mathematical proofs like 2 plus x equals 7, therefore x equals 5.
So it's preserving. It's more of a preservation tool.
Yeah, you know the famous argument, the deductive one, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to produce anything. It's just going to preserve it.
Yeah, the all humans are mortal. Socrates is a human, therefore Socrates is immortal. It's a tautological statement. Like Earth is Earth shaped. It's deductive.
It's a false premise where you start off.
Can't be false. It's impossible.
Well, we all know we aren't immortal. So saying that everybody's immortal, so if Socrates is immortal, that's absurdity.
Immortal, dude. You don't know the argument? So all humans are mortal. Socrates is a human. Therefore, Socrates is mortal.
Oh, I thought you said immortal, that he was not gonna die. That's what I thought you said. I misunderstand.
Do you agree with the argument?
Yeah, we all die. There's no question about that.
Cool. That's a deductive argument.
Well, I never have seen anybody that's still alive after 1,000 and thousands of years. So that's what I mean when you go into absurdities.
The deductive arguments are modus ponens, modus tollens, syllogisms. It's like the thing
All
you
right.
would
How do
use.
you justify through deduction the premise? All humans are mortal.
You disagree? All humans
Well,
are
how do you do
mortal?
it?
By the reduction of the contrary to the absurdity. So
Then
you
you
would
need
have to
induction.
no, sir. So you would have
I don't
to
understand how you're making that leap.
that would be a reductio, not an inductio. That would be a reductio, okay?
All right,
So
so
what
it's not doing it on its own.
every truth you know is based on the absurdity to the contrary.
Right, so it still stands then. You can't get your premise through deduction alone.
Huh?
Your premise is all humans are mortal. Okay. How
Okay.
do you get that premise with just deduction? You can't justify the premise.
So you're saying all humans are not mortal?
No, I'm saying how do you know that? Through deduction.
I think you're
You
getting.
said all I need is deduction.
Yeah, I
I know
just
the problem.
deduced your point.
He
Define
thinks that
deduction.
experience is inductive. Experience alone is inductive.
So what? Yeah, exactly. Every human would be like, I see every human die. All right, well, what's that? That's induction. And you're calling it contrary to the, it's like, dude, no.
It's not based off
No,
my
you just
beliefs, dude.
introduced induction into your
No,
deduction
but
to make your premise.
you're misreading it. Just because you see it doesn't mean that that's how you come to the premise that he laid out in his first part.
All right, then
Which
how
is
do you
that
come to the
all
premise? Through
hold on, I haven't finished speaking. I had to start again because you have to pay attention. Just because you witness it, it's irrelevant that you are witnessing it. From that, you can build the premise that all humans are mortal. Do you understand?
You're not going to say
To
anything then?
actually present the premise is, as he said, deductive, or specifically he said reductio. but it's a
Okay, how do
deductive.
you
It's a
how do you
deductively. It's
justify?
a deductively concluded premise.
No, it's not. You
Understand?
just completely misunderstood what I said. How do you
No,
justify
no.
the
Hold on.
premise?
I'm the one responding to you. Did you understand what I
No, you're
said?
not. You're talking to someone else. But what I'm saying, you are
Hey,
definitely not.
Mom.
Did you
You okay?
understand what I said?
Yeah, a
Someone's
whole
on
lot
my
of nothing. You invoked induction
Yeah.
and then acted like you didn't.
No, I didn't. I
Oh, that's nice.
separated the induction that you can do from how the premise was built.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
All right, so you have all humans immortal. Okay, get that through deduction.
He just showed you.
No, because the only way you could say all humans are immortal is if you observe it in the first place. You observe all humans die, and that's induction.
Do you know what the
Inductive.
ontology of a human is?
That's a non sequitur.
How is that a non sequitur?
It's not a non sequitur. It's what a human is. Okay, a human is immortal. Do you disagree?
How do you know that?
Yeah, but you can't
That's your
Because
know
of the
anything,
ontology
Torah.
of a human, it's what is the
Right,
case. In
exactly,
order
of
for
what a
something
human
to
is.
be
And how do you know
classified
that?
as
Through
human, in order to classify something as human, you need ontological status of what a human is, right?
Okay, so you need induction.
No,
That you
ontological
need an
status of a
observation.
human comes from the God, not from
You
you.
need the observation. To know all humans will die, you need to observe that. You
No,
need to observe
definitionally,
people
all
dying.
humans die definitionally because they are not gods.
Right. And we know they're
Yeah,
not
but
God
only
because
God
we
can know
see them
that. You
die.
can't know that, Torah.
Oh, so you guys don't know if humans are mortals? Okay, that's fine.
No, you don't know with your
No,
reason.
you don't know that.
I just explained the ontological
Yeah,
status of a human is immortal.
yeah,
It's a
inductively.
tautological statement. So it's like
Yeah,
saying human is a
inductively.
it's like saying a human is a human, dude.
Right. So
No,
you came to
here's
that
the issue
conclusion
with
of
saying
what a
that.
human
Here's
is
the,
inductively because you
here's the
observe
No,
issue with
that's not,
reason.
saying that
dude. What
you.
is induction, bro? Can you even lay out what would be the inductive argument I just
Bro.
used?
Dude, you are so full of it, Torah.
Use the
Why can't you
inductive
just
argument
concede
that
on
I'm
something
using.
so
Just give me
simple?
the inductive argument. If you're saying I'm using induction, give me the inductive
I just
argument.
did. I said you have no justification.
It's not
No,
an
you
Saying
argument.
didn't.
all humans
No,
are
you
mortal
didn't.
with
You
just
just said
deductive
you're
reasoning.
using an inductive argument. You did not
You heard
lay
me
out
talking, right,
what
Gally?
inductive
That's an
Or you
argument
want
is
to
using.
emotional
straw man me
appeal.
again today?
No one's strawmanning you. You said
No,
he's
that was you
using an
yesterday.
inductive argument. State what inductive argument he's using.
Oh, I got you
No
turned down so
tactics.
low. I don't think I want to change that.
Dude,
To go
just go
back and
ahead and
forth with you
state
so
the
you can be
inductive
real.
argument that I'm using, bro.
All right,
Yeah,
you're
go back
saying,
into the
right? I'm gonna walk you through it.
ducks.
You have a premise. Okay, justify that premise deductively.
Yeah, it's ontologically sound.
That's not deductively.
Yes, it is. It is
No, it's not.
literally the definition of a human. It's a tautological statement.
Okay, why is it the definition of human? Because we observed every human dying.
No,
that
that
was
is
the
not the
induction,
case.
Torah.
We didn't receive the definition of human from humans.
No, we understood that they're
That's
all
so fallacious, bro.
mortal through induction.
No,
You
see
want to
the
remove
problem with
the
hold on,
observation.
pure rigor.
Dude, we
The
can
problem
take this
with
out of the
one
real
second.
world. The argument doesn't even have to be in the real world. If there is a category called human, which is mortal, and there is a category called God, which is immortal, then human is mortal.
Yeah. So okay, every time you tell me, I'm gonna start with the precondition of having knowledge of humans being mortal. I'm gonna say, well, you came to that conclusion with induction.
Yeah,
Or
what would
through
be the
induction.
argument? What inductive argument did I use?
You can't justify your premise
I just
deductively.
did. Even if human doesn't
No, you
exist,
didn't.
or even if human doesn't exist in reality, I took the argument out of reality. I said what human means is mortal man. Okay,
Okay,
it's
how do you know that?
tautological. That's how it's defined.
How do you know that? You're saying I'm going to take the ontological approach, which used
Because
induction to get
if
there.
it's not mortal, then
They
it's not a
used
man,
induction
dude.
and deduction to get to that ontological, right? You want to
This
ignore
guy,
that
dude.
and skirt around it and say, "Oh no, we
This is
already know it."
willful ignorance at this
It's not
point.
willful ignorance, guys. Stop circle
Yeah,
jerking.
because when you actually tried to be corrected in a helpful manner before you elevated it to animosity,
gaslight
right?
me. Okay,
Yeah,
Elijah.
no, yeah. Before you elevated it to animosity, you didn't actually respond in kind.
Not
You didn't actually
animosity,
address
buddy.
whether you didn't actually address whether you paid enough attention to understand the distinction that was being made. I
You
made
didn't
it. I
make a
made it pretty
distinction.
plain for you, even though you interrupted. I
Yeah, you
repeated it for you.
claimed you made a distinction, but you failed to.
What? How so?
I tried to explain it. All humans are
Did you
mortal.
pay enough attention to my words to
There you go.
express
There you
them
go.
again?
There you go.
To delineate how I
How
failed to
so?
do
Ask
something?
me how so, and then talk.
I haven't
And then
finished speaking.
and then wonder where the animosity comes from.
No, because you just said you failed to, but you don't delineate how.
I tried to. You have
Go on, then
no
how?
justification. If you're going to say I can figure out all truth, all knowledge with just deduction, I'm
That's
gonna say
not the
no.
claim. That's not the
That's
claim.
not what
you
I
said
said.
originally.
I
And
just
nobody said
I
all
just
knowledge. Nobody said you
dude,
could find
I
out
just talked
everything.
about a
Yeah,
delineation
you
of a
said you could
specific
get all truth.
example. No, we were talking about a
You weren't
specific
here. You
example.
weren't here when he said it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about what I said to you that you just hand wave dismissed
Yeah, well then
for the
it's a
third
non
time.
sequitur. And I thought
For
you
the
were
third
actually
time, it's not
following the
non sequitur.
conversation and trying to come in on context.
It's pertaining to the idea of the mortality of mankind.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's not
Just
the
because,
fucking
look,
discussion.
listen. Maybe I'll just break it down in more layman's speech. Just because you witness
Well,
it,
maybe you'll just stay on
it's
topic
irrelevant. Just
and
because you
stop
have witnessed it, it's
railing, because you
irrelevant.
know Torah's
One
wrong
can't
and you
no,
do a damage control.
because one can most assuredly present the premise without having ever witnessed it themselves. So without ever having the opportunity to have participated in the induction of the mortality of man, they can still present the premise that man is mortal.
Not
You're
deductively. They can't get there deductively.
you're suggesting that stating the premise of man's mortality is hinging upon
It's a
the
straw man.
induction of
It's a straight up. It's
witnessing
a
it.
straight up
No,
straw man.
that's the you
That's a
keep
straw man.
interrupting. How do you know that I'm
Yeah,
straw
you're
manning
just
you?
straw
He's
manning me.
representing what you're saying. Can you just chill out?
My claim was you can't justify your premise deductively.
He just,
Can't
dude,
do it
he
through
was just
deductive
going
means.
over that. If you would listen to him for a second, you would have heard him say that.
Yeah, the implications of what you're saying in totality, right? Your position and then your position against the position that was presented to you is that it's mutually exclusive to present a premise of man's mortality from induction. But we know that that's not true,
How do you know
right?
it's not true?
Because you can present the premise without having ever witnessed it, right? Have you
What does that have to do with anything?
hold on? Have you personally ever witnessed
Dude, you're
the death
so far off
of a
task
mortal?
right now. You're
No,
supposed to be
listen.
justifying the knowledge of your premise
No.
deductively.
It's
Yeah,
not
that's
my
the
job.
argument,
It's
guy.
not my
Try
job.
getting
It's
back
not my
on
job
track
to.
and
No,
stop
it's not
trying
my
to straw
job.
man me endlessly.
Nah, Ricker,
It's not
you're
my job
wrong,
to
dude. You're
present
wrong.
justification. If I fail to do something, you have to demonstrate what the failure is.
Yeah, you failed to justify your premise deductively.
Oh my goodness,
No,
Because
bro.
that was
What?
the claim.
The actual failure is your failure to understand the deduction that was presented to you,
No, I
and
think you
on top
failed
of
to
that,
understand the conversation
to
that you jumped
highlight
Now you
into.
you
He
had to
refu-
experience life. You
he's
experience death.
refuting Elisha. He's refuting 2. Like if I say 2 + 2 = 4, he's like, you didn't deductively come to the conclusion 2 exists yet.
I
It's
mean, now you're
absurd.
just changing the argument, Tora, to feel better
Dude,
about
it's the
yourself.
same. Dude, a 2 + 2 = 4 is also a deductive argument. Okay.
You could just get the information from your father, right, regarding mortality, right? That one day you're gonna die, with ever having to experience it or see anybody die. Or you could read it in the Bible, right? You could use theological justification as evidence for your premise, and then you can form the logical syllogism. With ever,
Okay.
Yeah, see, I believe the Bible is
without
reality,
without ever
Pure.
experiencing death or watching somebody die, just either through oral tradition, oral
Right.
testimony,
You're
or
still
through the
using
scriptures.
induction, dude.
No, that's not induction, dude.
That's my
This guy,
point, but he
just won't
doesn't.
get
He
it, bro.
doesn't want to
He
get
doesn't
it.
get it.
He
If the
doesn't want to
Bible
acknowledge.
is real, if Adam and Eve were real, if the God is real and all of that is real, then it's not induction because it came straight from the source that man is immortal.
Wait, here's a response that maybe other people could understand. I'm not sure
So
whether
you're
he's
just
going to want
putting it
to.
onto
So
like
listen
you
to
don't
this.
need to observe it directly, but then you say someone else who did observe it.
Right.
Like
Here's
that's
You
the-
don't think
here's
the
the
Bible
question.
is
No,
real,
you don't have to
Puriger?
observe it directly
No.
at all, and you don't have to
Here's the
experiment
question.
at all.
No,
You
somebody
don't have to
else
do an
does,
inductive
right?
experiment at all. Nope.
Here's the question regarding the mortality of man. Regardless of whether it is witnessed by anyone, is it still a sound premise?
You have no justification for it.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I
Theological.
just
asking you
told you you have
theological
no. If you
justification.
make a claim that you have no justification for the claim,
No,
Okay,
I'm asking
that's
you
and
a question. I
justify
will
the number
repeat the
2.
question. No, I'm going to repeat the question. Is the premise of man's mortality, is it valid regardless of whether it's been witnessed or not?
No, well, you can't
Yeah,
support your
ontologically.
premise.
Yeah, it is.
Is it a valid
You can't
premise, or does it
No.
require fundamentally that it be witnessed?
Well, you don't have an argument. That's
You
the
don't have a
stop. You
response.
have an argument.
You don't have a
just
response to my
claim.
question.
You
You don't
have
have
a
a response to
premise.
my question.
You can put anything for your premise, but you have no justification for it. So it's not even
You're
an
not.
argument at that point.
That's
We do
just
have
an assertion
justification.
without
You're just
response.
ignoring
That's
it, bro.
not a
This
rebuttal
guy
to my
doesn't
question.
understand that a triangle has 180 degrees interior. Justify it, Pure Rigor. Justify the 180-degree interior.
Yeah, can you just engage, Rigor?
This is so fucking dumb.
Yeah, you
How
don't
about
know
this?
what
How about
self-evidence
this?
is.
You're saying
How
I'm gonna
about this?
make up of a premise based on no proof, no nothing, no knowledge, and then I'm gonna build an argument off of that. Okay, fine.
Yes, that is what you do. Yes.
Yeah, it's called a hypothesis, Rigor.
That's Alicia's fucking. That's his example. That's what he's putting
No,
forth.
that's your
Is it
projection.
That's not
That's
my
what you
example.
do. You're just
That's what
saying
he's
other
saying.
people
Like
do
sure,
that.
you can put anything in
That's
your premise.
actually the
Dude,
straw
that's
man.
what you're doing. You're
That's not
not
a straw man. That's what
justifying
you
any
said.
of your claims. You're literally just dogmatically asserting without any arguments. You say it's inductive, yet you haven't even told us what the inductive argument we're using is. So you don't even justify
You
your
said
own claim.
all humans are mortal. That knowledge was obtained through induction.
By what? By how? Yeah, go ahead and formalize the argument now.
Yeah,
Well,
what's the
every
exclusivity?
human,
What's the
every
exclusivity
human
of
dies.
man's mortality to induction?
Every
Go on.
human dies. That's the observation, right?
But
There you
Rigor,
go.
it's not exclusive to induction, right?
So they're mortal. So now we know they're
Depending on how
mortal.
you frame the
Okay,
argument.
well
Present
No,
you
the
just built.
exclusivity.
Now you
we
have
don't
a
have
premise
to.
based on induction.
This
Now
kid,
you
this doesn't
you
get
can
it,
actually support that.
If you're gonna claim
Present
You
the
don't
It's
need
so
to use
sad that
exclusivity
there's like
of.
four
you claim
people
that
trying to
Isaac
help
Newton is
this
still
man
alive?
understand what he's saying. He doesn't
You
even
all
know
go
what
at
he's
the same
saying.
time, like a
He
little
doesn't
hen
I don't
care.
think
He
you
Trying to
doesn't
help
care,
you, man.
dude.
Pose was flying.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, but this is kind of like audio chaos. I came back like 5 minutes ago, and I'm just hearing audio chaos. And I also hear Wish extremely low in the background, and I don't think anyone is hearing it. You need to turn up your volume.
Thanks,
Nah,
pal.
no one needs to hear Wish. It's okay.
Yeah, keep sucking on it, random.
There you go. Told you.
how to use a
You're gonna
million
insult
words
me,
and
I'll
say
insult you right
nothing.
back, clown.
Wish.com.
Dude, that's what you've been doing, bro. That's the sad part. I don't know why you project
Oh,
what you're doing
Torah,
onto
stop getting
everyone
mad,
else,
dude.
dude. I'm just
You
asking you
still haven't
for.
you still
I'm
haven't
asking you
justified
for.
how you got all humans immortal deductively.
I
You
did.
said
I
it's
told
all
you.
just deduction.
I did, dude. I told you
Pure
it's the
rigor.
ontological status of what a human
Right.
is. So it's just
And
like
why is it the
saying, if you, dude,
ontological
you don't
status?
even let anyone speak, bro. You just interrupt. I think I'm just gonna leave you on mute for the rest of the day for your willful ignorance at this point.
Yeah. Okay. So what is your ontological status justification?
Yeah, humans are human. You
You do that
disagree?
deductively?
Do you disagree humans
You
are
didn't do it
human?
deductively.
Do you
It's the
agree?
form of the argument, dude.
Humans are human. Do you disagree?
Right. So you walk past the
Yeah, you
whole part
disagree
where you
with
have
that
to
too, don't
support
you?
your
Because you
premise.
can't agree with someone that's on the other side because you're not interested in having an agreement. You're just interested in
That's
bickering
you.
online
That's
while
literally
playing
you
video
projecting
games and
right
getting
now.
fat all day.
My name's Rigga, and
It's
I'm a
you projecting
crybaby.
to the point where you think I'm fat because it makes you feel better.
Yo, are humans humans, Rigger?
Now you want to change the argument because you can't
That
support
was
your
that's
fucking
the
premise.
argument. That's the argument from the very start, dude.
You just want to spit out nonsense. You get called on it, and you go into some death spiral.
Are humans
Define
human or
nonsense.
not, dude? Are humans human or not?
And then the little fan club comes
He
in and
can't
like
even
does
agree,
damage
dude,
control
to
to
the
you.
he can't even agree to a tautological statement. This guy
He
is
can't. He
bricked.
can't. He can't
Yeah, it's
answer a
called non
straight
sequitur,
question.
Torah.
You can't
Humans are
answer a straight
humans,
question,
dude,
Pure
and
rigor.
humans, you know what
I'm
makes
still
humans
waiting.
is that they're mortal, bro. That's what makes a human a human.
I'm still waiting for you to justify your premise with deduction.
Yeah, do you agree humans are
Only
human?
deduction.
I'm
Define
doing it.
justification.
Okay, Elisa.
Are humans
Dude,
human?
you
Pure
keep
rigor?
using words and accusing people of things without knowing how you're using
Well,
the
you
word.
said you could get there deductively. So how would you figure out humans are human deductively?
He did that. He did
Dude,
that
he
for you.
disagrees that humans are human. This is over, bro. You're bricked.
Just try another example, dude.
Go ahead and tell us what percentage
Yeah,
of
that's a
humans are actually
concession right
lizard
there.
people, Rigger. Go ahead.
Why are
And
you
how'd you f-
talking?
how'd you
Why
determine
did you
that?
turn your mic up, dude? Now I got to turn you back down.
Why'd you turn your
Even
mic
more?
up? You're so unbearable, Rigger.
You literally say nothing, Wish.
You just
And you
conceded,
cry
bro.
all day. You can't even get through a fucking topic. Why don't you let somebody else speak
You
for
don't
once?
ever get in a topic.
You don't ever do nothing, Rigger.
Yeah, you don't.
Why don't you blow load and let
Not
somebody
one
else talk?
topic. You sit on the sidelines and
Why
cackle
don't you blow load and let
all
somebody
day
else
long.
speak for once?
Yo, what's an attribute of a human, Pure rigor?
Oh
Oh,
no.
lizard
He
eyes. Lizard
misspoke.
eyes.
It's an attribute, bro.
You still haven't justified your premise.
Yeah, you
through
know what a
deduction.
tribute is?
You still haven't
You haven't.
justified your premise through deduction,
Dude, if I
Torah.
can't get you to agree with humans are human, bro, you are bricked.
I'm not trying to agree.
I
I'm
know.
waiting for
We
you.
get that. You are
I'm
here
waiting
in
for
bad
you
faith. We understand.
to justify how you come to the conclusion that my premise is valid deductively.
Are Jews
All
human,
right, the
Rigger?
LeBron of debate strikes again.
You
That's
can't
the
do
fourth
it.
concession.
You know you can't do it.
The fourth concession, bro. You can't handle the LeBron.
LeBron James.
Dude, you should type this in your large language model, Torah, because I know that's like what you do all the time, right? You work
I
on
don't
your
even
little
use
AI
large
thing.
language models, dude. I don't use that
Yeah,
stuff.
you
I'm
just talked about it
actually
the other
one of
day.
the
You said you have your
people.
own personal one, so I don't know why you're saying you don't use one now.
No, I'm
Have you
saying
guys
that
not?
there
So
is a
so
large
go
language model.
into
That's
whatever
not
your
what, dude.
favorite
Stop, bro. You just straw man
LLM
me
is.
and claim that I said that that's what I use to engage in debate. No, I
No, that's a
specifically
straw man. I never
stated.
said that. I never
Okay,
said
then
that. I
what's the
said you
point of
use it.
your
You
what's the
have an
point of your
AI that you
comment?
work with. So
Okay,
I said
yeah,
with that AI you were talking about using yesterday, with that, type in, can I justify my premise with only deductive reasoning? Why
yeah,
don't you get in and
yeah.
ask it that?
Okay, no problem.
Can
You
you
want me to
You know
ask
what?
Greg
You know what?
can you
Hold on,
justify?
Gregor. You know what our primary evidence is, dude? It's the Bible. I already brought up theological justification. You brushed right past it.
Why are you talking to me, dude, about a complete non sequitur?
theological justification. That's my
I'm
primary
asking Torah
evidence
to
for
do it
my
to see what he gets.
for my syllogism, dude.
I want to see
It's
what his
deductive,
AI
dude.
tells him.
When God told Adam that he's gonna die, that he's now from that point on is mortal and his descendants are mortal, does he have
What
to
does this have to do with the
experience
Bible,
death?
dude?
Does he have to see anybody
What
else
does
die
anything I was talking
to
about
know
have
that
to do
he's
with the
gonna
Bible?
die? I'm giving you
Nothing.
it's a hypothetical example, dude. I'm giving you a hypothetical example and you don't want to accept it. You just want to brush it
It's
off.
obvious he doesn't want to accept it.
This is
But
an
like,
He
example.
wants to complain that people are talking to him in an open
I'm
forum.
using the Bible as
logic,
my as
and you're bringing
evidence
up the
from my
Bible.
dude. Hold on, dude. Wait, dude.
What
I'm
the
using
fuck?
the Bible, right? And it's called theological justification.
You just asked me to do that
It's
with my
evidence for my
LLM. My
premise.
LLM has the Bible in it. That's it, dude. That's what you just asked. You asked me to ask it about Socrates, and my LLM has uploaded the Bible.
Sorry,
As
you're
long as the
interrupting live.
argument has correct form and you back it up with evidence, right? Theological justification, it makes it sound. It's a deductive argument.
Yeah, but
through
both
inductive
induction and deduction. Both
You don't have to
induction
be
and
persuaded by
deduction.
it. You don't have to
You
be
need
persuaded by it,
induction
but the
and
argument
deduction.
is valid and sound, and it's a deductive argument. That's the whole
Right,
Okay,
point, dude.
You
let me
need
know when you guys are
induction.
done being lockstep into bickering and arguing, for argument's sake.
No, I just
Ziax, you might as well just keep talking because that would be more
Deduction
entertaining
if
than
you're
listening
trying
to
to find
rigor.
truth. You're not just gonna find truth with deduction. No, all truth, all you can do with deduction is preserve the truth.
What about
You
the
can't
laws of
find
logic?
truth. I don't
Yeah, hold
understand
on.
how you're gonna find truth.
That makes no sense because you're then the implications of that. You're assuming that truth cannot be preserved without induction, without deduction. Whether you deduct or not is irrelevant to whether the truth
what
is
are
the
you
truth.
talking about?
Knucklehead.
What are you
Yes, that's
talking
an
about?
ad
I'm
hom.
saying pair them. I'm
You're not
saying
listening,
pair
are
them.
you?
to find truth.
Both deduction
He's
and
saying
induction
don't pair
doesn't
them.
get to the
Torah
truth.
is saying don't pair them, just use deduction. That's how
That's
you'll
not what
find
he's
truth.
saying
I'm
at
saying,
all.
no,
That's
the
not what he's
deduction
saying
will.
at all.
Yeah, it is. It's what he said.
No, he's not.
I stated specifically that deduction does lead to truth. Induction leads to a strong or weak argument. How we know that is because all of mathematics is deductive.
Told you.
That's
That
false.
was my claim.
Told you.
Yeah, it's a
Told
claim.
you.
But
Told you, Alicia.
neither of them
That's
leads
not,
to
dude,
the
that
truth.
isn't even what you just said. You just said I could come to all truth through deductive reasoning. That is not the
So
claim I
yeah,
made.
you come to truth. You don't need induction. That's what you said. I can come
No,
to
that is
truth
not
without
what I
induction.
claimed. I did not claim I don't need the induction. I claimed
Yes, sir.
induction leads to strong or weak arguments. Induction has never been something that leads anyone to absolute truth. It
So
doesn't.
you said I don't need induction to find truth.
You're correct, because I don't need
We don't
induction
need
to
to use it.
formalize 2 + 2 = 4. There's no induction needed.
We're really getting to the bottom of it, guys. We're figuring out shit. Right? This is sick.
Neither deduction or induction gets to the truth because both are in the realm of probability or probable.
No,
They're
that's
both
induction only.
true.
Deduction has no probability involved. What's your argument for deduction involves probability?
So, deductive reasoning is where the conclusion, they say, is certain given the premises are correct. Yeah?
Right.
The quality of
Yes.
conversation has just evolved year after year here.
I'm gonna back out, but yo, deductive arguments form the strongest arguments, and you can get absolute truth with deduction. You can't get absolute truth with induction. That's what Torah was saying. But it doesn't mean that induction isn't valuable or useful.
Certainty is not absolute. So you don't get
You defied the law of excluded middle, dude. You've thrown it out.
Do you want an inductive argument? An inductive argument based on this conversation is that deductive arguments offend weak people.
Said the weak man.
Yeah, because they're epistemic nihilist and they don't want to admit it. I don't know why you guys just won't
Why
say
do
you're
you have to
epistemic
always do
nihilist.
this? You always have to like try and go for some character assassination bullshit, bro.
Dude, it's what you guys are telling me. You guys are arguing from an epistemic
not.
nihilist framework, and then you're like, when I go, yo, why are you arguing from this framework? You're like, no, I'm not. And you don't even know what epistemic nihilism is. I guarantee it. Define it for me, Rigger.
It would be epistemic nihilism would be like, you can't know anything.
Wrong.
And all things, yeah, there's no way to find truth or knowledge.
Absolute
There's no way to
truth.
do it.
Yeah, absolute truth, which is your claim. You can't find absolute truth
not my
because
claim.
everything you need has to rely on inductive reasoning, which deals in probabilities. That's your argument.
No, I'm
Well,
saying the way
his
to
argument
is to
is
pair
self-refuting
induction
because he
with
doesn't understand.
deduction. That's the way to
Rigger,
truth.
how many days in a row
No,
are
but
you
that
just going
wasn't
to
what
get
you were
shit on by
presenting.
everybody in the call?
Yeah, that's what I was, Alicia. That's
No, it's
exactly
not.
what I
What you were
presented.
presenting.
That's what he
No, what you were
challenged me on.
presenting. What you were presenting earlier is that to conclude or to
Try and
to
change my
to
position.
premise or present premise
Why
of
are
man's
you trying to change
mortality.
my position?
To present, I heard what you said. I'm not the one. I'm not the one with straw in my ears, straw manning everyone I listen to, right? So
Dude, you're literally
you
straw manning
presented
me right now.
you presented an argument or a position that it's mutually exclusive to present the premise of man's mortality to induction. That's what you did.
Yeah, do you agree humans can
I said
understand
you brought that
reality?
justification
Rigger,
with induction.
do
That's
you
what I
agree?
said.
Do you agree
Right?
humans
And
can
my position
understand
this whole
reality?
time has been just deduction on its alone on its own is not going to lead you to truth. It'll preserve truth, sure. Once you
Do you-
establish some knowledge, you can use it, right? But if you throw out induction, you're done. You're not even going to establish truth.
Okay, do you think that humans
hold
can
on, again,
understand
another-
reality,
And
bro?
then Tori gives like an analogy of like math, right? It's like, oh, I'm going to give myself a free axiom that I didn't deductively come to. And then I'm going to make an argument on that, and I'm going to act like I'm a victor. Like, this is so dumb.
Oh, you just don't understand what deduction is. Basic
Apparently, you
arithmetic.
guys don't. That's what it
Yo,
seems
do you agree that humans can understand reality or no?
Well, obviously.
Oh, well then why when I asked you is a human and does that mean a
It's
human is
completely
mortal, did you
irrelevant.
say no, I don't know that. Cuz apparently
Because it's irrelevant, Tora.
your objection is that humans can't understand reality. That's your objection because if I ask you is a human and you say I don't know, you don't have justification for that, that means you're saying humans can't understand reality.
No, that's you
That's the
saying I
necessary
don't need to be in
consequence.
reality. Your argument is I don't need to experience reality to know reality. That's what you're saying. That's what you're trying to say. Because I'm saying
No.
induction would come from reality. That knowledge of observing the people die in reality would be induction. Then you pair it with deduction.
That
then
necessary?
you have a justification for your premise.
Okay, but how did you know what a human was?
You're gonna get there through the
Answer the question, dumbass.
I mean, now it's like a non sequitur. How do you know what a human is? In the context of mortal versus immortal, it would be the observation of every human dying.
No, ontologically, like what is a human?
Exactly.
What
So now
teaches
you
you?
go to something else. That's
No,
so
dude, it's the same question, bro. You don't.
The point I'm making is you did not build that ontology through deduction. Yet you're claiming it to be such.
Right, let's
the debate
test.
is with a
Let's test
stubborn Italian. We're obviously not going to fucking get anywhere.
Let's test your logic, right? Let's test your
Nothing
logic.
to add, Chris.
Let's test your logic. The body has a system, right? That you in and of yourself cannot investigate with your senses, right?
In the
You cannot
context
investigate.
of
I'm
mortal and immortal.
I'm
Keep it
talking.
there.
I'm talking, right? So the body has an internal system that, without outside tools, you can't actually engage with. So assuming you don't cut yourself open and have a look like a nutcase, right? You have one particular system where you put food in and out comes waste product, and it's subdivided between solids and liquids. Can we acknowledge that?
It's actually not waste. It's more beneficial.
Well, whatever.
than actual
Before we get
food.
down, before we then,
Yes, you can
before we
observe
get-
things in reality, Alicia.
Right, but this is case in point to what I'm talking about. You
No,
cannot
you're making my
physically. You
point.
cannot physically. Hold on. You cannot physically induct. Right. The system. Right now we happen to know it,
You
but
know what I mean?
let's leave that knowledge aside. Let's just deal with the fact that you are who you are now. You have your own experience of consuming food and it coming out different. The other side, right?
Right.
So how do you actually conclude that there is a system that separates and does stuff to what you consume, right? How do you do that inductively, seeing as you can't actually induct because you can't engage with that in that way?
Okay.
It's
Okay. So
beyond
you
you.
ate food.
Do you understand that?
You ate food. You processed it, and it turned to waste. You observed that. That would be induction.
No, you observe the outcome, but we're not talking about the outcome. We're talking
Right.
about the mechanism. We're talking about the internal mechanism that causes the outcome. You can't induct that. You don't have the capacity to do that in and of yourself without opening your body up and killing yourself, which you've
I mean,
never
that's
done.
literally what science has done, right?
Yo, pure
Yeah, but
rigor.
we're not
Anatomy
talking.
is
We're not
real with
talking about
anatomy,
that.
right? You know that
We're
people
not
Rigor.
have been
talking
cut up.
about that. Are you not
Dude, it's
seeing the
either you
logic here?
agree, dude, it's
You
either
don't
you
have any
agree that
logic.
humans are humans or you can't know
You're not making
anything,
a
dude.
point. I
This
don't
topic is
understand
lame as
any point
fuck.
you're trying to make. You use
Yo,
induction.
if you can't agree humans are humans, you can't know
Am I
anything,
not
dude.
allowed to respond to this guy?
It's a waste of everyone's time.
Yes, you are. I
Yeah,
agree.
you've
You are.
declared
Italian
that
inbred freak.
humans are If you don't declare humans are humans, you can't know anything, dude. That's it. It's either or. It's
You
one or the
can't
other.
get to that conclusion deductively. So
Okay,
stop
then you don't
translating
know
it to
anything.
yourself.
You can't know anything, Rigor.
Cora, you have no justification deductively getting to the knowledge of humans are humans. Humans are
So
humans.
you don't
You
believe
can't do it.
humans can understand reality,
No, that's a straw
therefore
man.
you can't know anything.
No, that's a straw man. You
Dude, it's
can't come
either
to the
it's either
conclusion
dude,
that
it's
humans
either
are
or.
humans.
Bro, it's either Rigor agrees humans are humans or you can't know anything at all. That's it.
That's such a pathetic dichotomy you're trying to like put forth.
Okay,
I'm
what's the
saying
third option?
you're saying humans are humans. Okay, get there deductively.
Yeah,
Because that's what
okay,
you're
I
saying.
did.
My
I did. The argument is humans can understand reality. Do you disagree?
Oh, you're changing your argument now?
No, that's
don't
my
wanna-
That's my
you don't wanna defend
justification
your
for humans
position?
being humans, dude. My justification is humans can understand reality. Do you disagree?
Well, then you're taking my position of induction.
Humans can
Good
understand
job.
reality is an
Good
inductive
job.
argument.
You just put yourself in reality to make an observation of reality and don't understand its induction.
Oh no, I'm asking
Induction
you
is
if
not
humans can.
understanding, dude. What are you
It's
smoking?
observing.
Induction is not understanding.
Observing. He put himself
Induction is not understanding.
physical. I don't know why you keep trying to say that's my position. I clarified it
Induction is
twice.
not understanding.
Yeah,
Induction
twice
is not
already.
understanding.
You need a third time.
Dude, you can't even
He put
define
himself
reality.
in physical reality, made an
No,
observation.
not
of
physical reality.
That
All
would
of
be induction.
reality. All of
So
reality.
his justification for his whole argument is just refuted by himself.
No, because my definition of reality doesn't involve just the physical.
But even if it
Yeah,
did,
I don't care.
the
You blew
argument
out your
still
whole argument, Tora.
doesn't relate.
You
Right
don't
in
have
that
you
moment.
don't even have a definition for reality, Rigor.
Right when you tried to justify a human is human, you went right to induction.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
Not
he
at
did.
all, dude.
He put himself in reality to observe.
Induction is not understanding.
Yo,
Nobody
Gio should
said
be
understanding
embarrassed
or
at this
You have to
fucking
hear that.
conversation that's been going on for
Observing.
hours.
Experiencing, living in reality.
Is
Yeah,
not
define reality, please.
understanding.
Nobody's saying it is.
Define
Yes, you
reality.
are.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Define reality.
This is bad.
This guy doesn't
This
even
is
know what
real
reality
bad.
is. He can't even define it.
You
The
have to
40-year-old Italian knows
you have
best.
to like all jump in and like try and reframe my argument, try and change my
No,
position
no.
endlessly Just
You're
support your own
using the
position.
English language. The English language has implications. Just because you are apparently ignorant of them is
Yeah.
irrelevant.
Yeah, just because you can't straw man me, I won't let you straw
Dude,
man
how
me.
deep are you gonna dig this hole,
Doesn't
bro?
mean you have an actual
I
argument.
don't want to strawman you, and nor have
You
I.
have been. You have since you got in here. Yeah, that's what you've been doing.
No, I haven't.
You know what
I've
I
been paying
notice
close
about
attention to what you said.
Elisha, you know what I noticed about Rigger? He's been talking yesterday and today, and the main thing he says, and it happens all the time, is he says everyone is strawmanning him. So what I've noticed is my grandfather taught me this when I
Oh,
was
my
young. He
grandfather.
said when the
I'm
whole
gonna play
world
Bennett
around
now, and
you
I'm gonna
seems
character
Shut up,
assassinate
bitch.
him.
when the
Yes, I
whole
Shut up,
world
can.
bitch.
around
He's
dude,
talking.
This is what I do.
when
I
when
can't
the
win a debate, so I
when the
insult
whole
Hey,
people because I'm
bitch.
passive
Bitch, shut up.
aggressive.
He's talking.
So when the whole world around you seems to have gone crazy, like in the fact that you think everyone is strawmanning you, you probably need a nap.
Yeah, gaslight while you
Baby
Beautiful.
conspiracy theorist can't figure
you're
out
a
what a
punk.
fucking human is.
Because you're a
Baby,
punk,
go
Tora.
night night.
You lose a
Why don't you
debate and you
induct?
get all
Why don't you
flustered.
induct some REM sleep, dude, and get over it?
Why don't you deductively figure out what sleep is?
Yeah, this conversation's
You
really
can't, can you?
helping us all
Can
get
you?
to the bottom
No,
of
you
shit.
can't. You're gonna have
Well,
to
I didn't.
experience that one too. You're gonna have to make
I
that
didn't.
observation too. You're not gonna get there deductively.
I
Jesus
didn't cite
Christ.
sleep. I cited REM. Did I not? Rapid eye movement. I told you to go and induct that. Can you follow a
Right. And
conversation?
I said get
If
there
you're gonna
deductively.
make a joke or you're gonna attempt to
Get
mock
there
your opponent, at least pay
deductively.
attention to what they say.
Yeah, because you can have REM without sleep. Okay. If you can't track, you can't track.
Yeah, it's obvious you can't track. You're still
Right.
failing to
You
respond
couldn't
to what I'm
figure out.
saying.
You couldn't figure.
This is
What
mockery.
happens during sleep.
You can't even engage
Oh,
with
you don't know
mockery.
that?
They just want
Yeah,
to
it's
roll
either
things.
or, dude. It's either you know
Yeah.
humans are humans or you don't know
Yeah.
anything.
Inductively, yeah, you'll come to that knowledge.
That humans are
Not
humans.
deductively. You won't get there deductively.
Okay, why is 1-1? What is the law of identity?
Oh, let's take an axiom. Grant myself an axiom that I did not build deductively.
Law of
Okay.
identity is an axiom.
Okay.
Why don't
Okay,
you
get
grant
to
yourself a
one
ball sack and
deductively.
fucking exit this conversation, bro? Figure out something else to talk about.
He
Wrong.
had to say it. God made him say it. He knows he's wrong, dude.
Yeah, God made me say it.
Yeah, he
And
does.
you
He does
know
that kind
for
of
a
stuff.
fact
He
you're
makes
wrong.
people that
same
lie
person?
project their lies onto other people, and I
Oh,
watch you
so
do
what
it
you've
all
been doing
day,
this whole
every
time
day.
about me? Oh, so that's what God made you do that? Project what you were saying about me?
Dude, I'm using the law of identity. I don't know what you're using. You don't know that humans are
Right, an
humans, so you
axiom.
can't know anything. That's
Yeah,
obvious.
you're using an axiom that you did not get to
Is the law of
deductively.
identity an
But your
axiom? Did I
knowledge
say it's a
came
self-evident
deductively.
truth, or did I say that it's based on the reduction to absurdity?
I guess it just seems
my
that
knowledge
Rigger
is
is an
gained through
LGBTQ
deduction
plus
and
member because he
deduction
can't even figure
alone.
out if humans are humans, let alone gender. Are
Yeah,
males
I got there.
males?
I got
Are
there
males males
inductively,
or not?
Wish. How did you get there deductively?
Are males males, yes
And
or no?
only
Or can you not
deductively. You
figure that
didn't.
out?
You know you didn't. You can't. You're not even tracking with the conversation. You don't even know what deductive induction or deduction is. Guaranteed.
God sent strong delusion
Guaranteed you
on you.
don't
You
know
don't
the
even
three
know what a
laws of
fucking
logic.
human is, dipshit.
What are the
Thanks
three
for
laws of
wasting
logic, Wish?
hours in here, you
You want to talk
dumbass.
logic? What are the three laws? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Logic the
You're not in the
rapper,
conversation.
dumbass.
You're on the
Yo, can you
sideline.
present a logically
Cackling.
coherent argument for the contingency of induction?
Who's gonna moderate this ad hom dogfight?
Well, it's easy. I could give you the deductive argument. A male is a male.
How do you
Galley
know a
is a
male's a
male.
male?
Therefore, Galley is a male because of the law of identity based on the reduction of the contrary to absurdity.
But Tora, do you
Right.
know why I'm
So
asking
not
him that, right? Because
other
whether he
methods,
likes it or not, he's
other
saying
reasoning
induction
than
is contingent, right?
Who's gonna
That to
moderate
conclude
the
He
any
doesn't
debate, the bully?
understand. And that he doesn't understand your reductio, and then he's saying that's induction. He's like, dude, he just doesn't know the law of identity, apparently.
No,
Because
you grant
even
yourself axioms that you didn't get to deductively.
I just did. I just told you I reduced it to absurd. Dude, I just gave you the justification for
right.
the law of identity.
Yep. And you got the law of identity how?
he just
By,
told you. Why don't you
dude,
just
I
listen
just
to your
told you.
opponent?
Let him answer.
I'm not going to repeat myself.
By giving you yourself a free axiom.
No,
You
I
didn't
didn't
get
give
there
myself a
deductively.
free. I didn't give my.
Your truth. That's my
Yeah,
point.
that's called a reductio ad absurdum, not induction.
Yes. That's called deduction, not being able to do everything on its own. You're going to need other forms of reasoning, such as induction.
I didn't use induction, though. I didn't use it to come to that conclusion.
Hey, Rigo, what's the purpose of induction?
The law of identity.
What's the purpose of
You
induction?
think the law of identity doesn't need induction?
What's the
No,
purpose
it
of
doesn't.
induction?
Well, if you grant yourself free axiom, but how do you ever justify it?
I justified it for you already twice now, and I'm not repeating myself a third time. I tried to come up next to you. I tried to help you. Dude, I don't know what to do at this point, Rigger.
Just do what you said earlier, just mute him. But does anyone know the purpose of induction?
Yeah, there's no way to identify anything if you're not observing anything. I don't know. I don't know what you're on about.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
that
How
much,
did you
that much is
identify that
obvious.
you have a how did you identify that you have a mind then?
Inductive reasoning is a variety of methods.
Yo, Gally, what's the what's the purpose of induction?
Probabilistic outcomes.
Yeah, it's just
Gally,
probability.
Gally
Induction's
gives
probability.
prediction.
So
Yeah.
if you say humans are human, that's tautological. If you disagree with that, then humans could possibly be not human, and you can't know anything.
Straw man, Gally.
Look, I'm retard. I'm not strawmanning anybody.
You're
I'm
a retard, you little bitch. Come on.
dude.
Get yourself.
You're
You are a
interrupting
retard.
me. You're interrupting me to say straw man when I'm answering Elijah's question. I said, this is a statement. The contrary of this statement is, oh, straw man. Like, dude, the contrary of the statement is absurd. That was the justification for the statement. Please don't interrupt me to say straw man. Not everything's about you. I was answering his question.
Appreciate it.
And stop interrupting people. Like, this is 2 days in a row of you nonstop interrupting people. If you keep doing that, we're just gonna leave you on server mute.
Dude, then don't dogpile, piggyback, and chop me. And I
This is
won't interrupt.
DMOC 2.0.
I wasn't doing that. I was answering
It's not
Elijah's
demo.
question. It had nothing to do with you, and you popped in. Straw man, you're attacking me. Dude, shut up. He asked me what is the purpose of induction, Gally. So I said probability, and then I explained like all humans are human, and if you disagree with that, you would be saying that some humans could not be human. That would be absurd. That had nothing to do with
Who's
you.
disagreeing with that?
I was presenting the contrary as justification because through the reduction of, if you reduce the contrary, shut up. If you reduce the contrary to absurdity, that justifies your argument.
No. You can't get there deductively.
Yes, you can.
Who the fuck
All humans
cares,
are
Rigger?
humans. You have
Holy
to
fuck.
experience that. You have to experience
Dude, this
physical
guy is
reality.
arguing with the all humans are mortals. Just so the room knows for everyone that came in, his argument is that nobody has justified all humans are mortal
Straw man.
deductively.
Well, yeah,
What a
deductively.
lame ass fucking argument.
Oh, straw man,
Yeah.
or was I right, Rager?
Well, you
Because
cleared
that
it up in
sounds
the
like a
end,
knee-jerk
deductively.
reaction at this point. So if it is
Yeah,
a
'cause, I
knee-jerk
mean, you've been
reaction
doing it
that you
all
call
fucking
straw
night.
man on every single person that's talking to you, you need a freaking nap, bro.
All right, well, you still haven't justified your position.
But you haven't
You can keep
justified.
saying that,
You
dude. You
haven't
can keep
justified
saying
the
that. That's
need.
fine.
Your
You haven't
example
justified
of
the need
knowing
to
you
include
just your question
induction.
alone. How do you know humans are humans?
Dude,
Just
this
that
is
question
sub
alone.
80. This has to be sub 80 IQ.
Just that question, you're gonna need induction.
All right,
Dude,
so
what are
you
you
don't.
rocking?
Humans are
65?
humans. Good man. We know that all humans are humans. You don't. All good.
No,
Yeah, it's
I
all good,
do.
bro.
You haven't gotten there deductively. You
Wrong.
got there through
Shut the
induction,
fuck up,
through the
Rigger.
observation.
Yeah,
No.
therefore, you don't know all humans are humans. That's the case. You're saying you can't deduce all humans are humans. Therefore, you don't know all humans are humans. You probably
do.
think all humans are humans, but
I
you
think
can't be certain about it.
I think
All right,
this
you
would I
guys
think
have
this
been
would
saying
advance
the
the
same thing for hours. When are you guys going to realize this is going nowhere?
I think there's a good way to advance this conversation without having to do this dance. So Pure Rigor
No, it
just
didn't.
wants you guys to deductively prove that all humans are humans, and Pure Rigor
Oh, thanks.
needs to demonstrate inductively that all humans are humans, and then we can move on.
Yeah, Piezo, it's been proven deductively
I'll go out
several
into the real
times
world.
through.
I'll observe all people, right? And I'm
It's
like, oh,
been.
those are
We've done
humans,
it
then I'm categorizing
deductively
them,
several
classifying them.
times.
I'll do
He
that
just
through the
refuses to listen.
Oh, was he saying that this was Galley?
Yeah, he
Galley
said
and Torah do
first.
this,
He
or was he
said
saying
he
Pure
said
Rigor and
first,
Torah?
dude. If you listen to what Piezo said, said first. Let's hear the deductive argument, and then he said, let's hear the inductive one. So you're the ones claiming inductive. That came second. So yeah, Galley would be the first to speak because
no, he
Galley
said
explained
Torah.
to Piezo. Doesn't matter. Galley and I are the same person. So
Yeah, you might as well be.
Piezo asked, what's the deductive argument? We've given the deductive argument 3 times. And I lined it out like this. Are humans humans?
Oh,
You know
yeah.
the ontological status of what a human is involves mortality.
All right, so that ontological status you grant yourself for free, you did not get to deductively.
Yep, so
You
that's
used
so his
induction
claim
to
is
build
the
that
law
stat.
of identity.
Okay, so I started
time.
talking. You build that knowledge through induction. And you're claiming it to just be a solely
You can't build
deductive
anything
process.
from induction. What are you talking about?
Again, Alicia. This ain't a dog pile.
You
Come
can't
the fuck
read
on.
either.
You guys are a
You
joke.
can't read either.
A complete
You
joke.
are a fucking joke, Rigger.
So now you could give your inductive argument. I understand mine wasn't persuasive to you, so you could go ahead and give your inductive
You didn't
argument.
have an argument.
I did. I based it on the reduction of the contrary to the absurdity.
Through what justification?
That is the justification.
Yo, this guy
through
came in here
observation.
purposefully trying to
Through
piss off North all
observation.
day, and now he's doing it
That's
to
your
everybody in the call.
justification.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with Rigger?
That's not true. This conversation hasn't been going on for hours. It was actually me and, well, the guy left. I don't remember his name. We were having a conversation. I went for a
was
break.
Kevin.
Kevin, yeah. And Pure Rigger was here too. And and you were here before I left Torah. When I came back, it's just this hysterical fake drama, whatever we may call it. And that's
Yeah,
been
no
going
worries.
on for about I don't know, 3/4 an hour.
We tried to move the
Something, maybe an
conversation
hour.
on, but apparently SEAC doesn't want to move the conversation on, and Rigger doesn't
I
want to
do.
move the conversation
I
on.
do.
Okay,
I
so
do.
then give the inductive argument for why humans are more.
Because you go out into the real world,
Torah.
you observe all the people dying. There you go. Everybody you see dies in reality.
Not an inductive argument.
Therefore, you
Therefore,
have knowledge. of all people, all humans are mortal.
Therefore, knowledge.
You're trying to justify, like, I don't understand why you still don't understand, like,
Yeah, so you
deduction
haven't
can't
observed.
justify
Oh,
its
you
premise.
haven't. Okay,
But
so
for
you
some
haven't
reason,
observed.
you keep
Okay,
fighting on
dude,
that.
I'm gonna refute your argument right now. So if it is the case that you haven't observed all humans, right? Because it would be impossible for you to observe all humans. At best, you have a probabilistic claim that humans are mortal. So what you're saying is it is a possibility that humans are immortal.
No, no,
Yeah,
I'm not
because you
taking
haven't
I'm
observed
not
all
taking the
humans yet.
absolute. I'm not
Yeah,
taking
he
the
doesn't.
absolute. I'm not saying.
Exactly.
I'm not
Exactly.
saying.
You're not
I
saying
can only.
absolutely that
No,
humans are mortal.
I'm.
You're not saying that.
Christ, dude.
You're
I'm
not
not
saying
You
saying.
don't,
humans are humans.
I'm not
Rigger. You
saying
don't
that
have
the
God's
way
eye
to
view, man.
truth. The way
You
to
don't have
truth.
God's
I'm
eye
not
view.
saying it's only through induction. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you need induction and deduction to find truth. And through
Oh, yeah.
deduction, you can preserve truth. But with deduction, you cannot justify your own premise.
Okay, well,
Now,
your
you still
inductive
haven't
claim.
justified your own premise because you're going to need. External means to do so. You don't
You
need
didn't
to do
just.
it through deduction alone. Like, I don't even know what you're trying to say. You think
I'm
all
trying to
humans
say
are
that you built
okay?
your argument
So in your
upon
worldview, humans don't
probability,
die.
which means it's not valid. Your argument is not sound. It's just probabilistic. Probabilistic.
It's at best a nice try.
Oh my goodness, dude.
And I would call it abductive, if anything. That is not inductive. That would be abductive.
Or the entire server is wrong and Rigger's right. I'll concede to
It's
that.
definitely not the entire server. I know
It
that.
is. It is the entire server. We're all a bunch of dumb
No, it's your
fucks, and
little
you're the
heckling
smart guy. You're the smart Italian that's
Wish,
411.
what's the 3 laws of logic, Wish?
Irrelevant. I don't need you
Yeah, I
to
didn't
grant
think
me
so.
some free
Yeah, I
axiom,
didn't think so.
faggot.
I didn't think so, Wish.
There's pure rigor going after the
Oh, McToon's
definition.
little lackey.
So
What's up,
cute.
McToon's lackey?
Are you getting muted in other servers now? That's hilarious.
What's that supposed to mean? Like I get muted?
I think we're good to move on to a new topic anyway. I think we had closing
Be a
statements and
blessing.
all that. That was good.
New argument. Are animals animals?
Well, you wouldn't know through deductive means.
I mean, we could get into that if you want. We could debate it out.
No, well, first go learn the 3 laws of logic, and then we can discuss logic.
There's 4 laws, you dum-dum.
If you don't know that all if you don't know that all animals are animals deductively, you can't know anything at all.
Yeah, not without granting yourself externals. You're gonna need
Yes,
either
he said
assumptions
you
or
have to
axioms.
have
yourself
faith.
free axioms.
He said you
You're
have to
gonna
have
to
faith
give
the
yourself
external world exists
axioms
outside of his
or
mind.
assumptions. That
You
there's
don't
no
even
way.
have to leave the language to conclude that. You
That's what
Either all animals are animals,
relies on
or you can't know anything at all.
established knowledge and axioms.
Wrong.
Is.
It could be.
You don't even have to. You don't even have to use other words. It's
You don't
there.
even know what deduction is, Alicia.
So now you're stuck in epistemological solipsism, man. You can't know anything. I'm sorry, you just can't know anything because you don't even know if all humans are humans.
Every argument you get into, everyone, oh, you can't know anything. You can't know it. Okay.
That's
Well,
well,
that's
when
what
you
happens.
say that when you
That's
say
the
that you
position
can't
you're
do it
taking.
without induction, what you're saying is you can't know anything. That's the entailment of that.
Yeah,
No,
you're saying
that's- no,
I
that's not.
can't know anything absolutely for certain. Yeah, that's your
Yeah,
It's worse than
you're
that.
in the
It's worse than
scientism
that.
religion, man.
He's
No, you're in the
equivocating
scientism religion.
knowledge
That's called an
and observation.
entailment. I say 2 + 2 = 4 because that's an entailment of algebra. Dude,
Right.
please stop chirping through me. I don't need a parrot on my shoulder
No,
chirping in my ear.
What you doing?
No, an entailment of what you're saying is that if you don't know that all humans are humans deductively, you can't know anything. An entailment of what you're saying, if you say you don't know that all animals are animals deductively, you can't know anything. That's an entailment. Entailment meaning this is what comes after when you make this statement.
Yeah, okay.
That's a concession. LeBron wins again.
It's not a concession.
LeBron just
What are you
dunked
talking
on him.
about? You're arguing against
You
Torah.
conceded. You conceded. New topic.
You're arguing against
All right,
Torah.
well, no, all set. All set. LeBron dunked on him again. LeBron a debate.
Possible for someone to argue with themselves.
You haven't gained truth deductively.
I
flexing
think,
right now.
yeah, okay. As a response is a concession. So next
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
flexing
my-
right now.
I got my shirt off. I'm
Your
flexing
argument
on
literally
you,
went against
Rigger.
Torah, Gowie.
It's impossible to make an argument against yourself. We already discussed that me and Gallagher are the same person.
What are you married? You consider yourself like what? One?
Yeah, but they don't know that they're the other person is a male. So what does it matter that they're married?
So more nothing, Wish?
I'm just using your argument for their
More
marriage.
nothing? More absolutely nothing?
We're just using your argument. How about we just take your position, okay? Pure Rigger, for the rest
All right,
of the
what's
day,
my
I'm going to just
position?
take
What's
your
my
position.
position?
I can't know anything because everything is based off of the reality I'm observing, and I don't know if the reality I'm observing is actually outside my mind. Therefore, I have to use induction to say, okay, a human is mortal because it dies, because I've seen that.
Rigger
Definitely not
didn't
my
see Charlie
position.
Kirk
I
get
said if you
assassinated,
pair
so it was a big
induction
fake
with
scam.
deduction, you will find truth. But deduction on its own, you're not gonna find truth.
You don't even
You
know
can
what truth
preserve it.
is, bro.
You'll preserve it, but you ain't gonna find it.
Define truth.
Not without giving yourself assumptions or
Define truth.
axioms. Already established axioms.
Define truth.
Deduction is not salt, man. It doesn't preserve anything. What are you talking about?
All right. All right.
I can't define truth, can't define reality. It's ridiculous.
You can't
No,
define
he was equivocating
deduction.
knowledge and observation. It's
Equivocating?
nuts.
Is a penis a vagina?
I know he's does not like a native English speaker, like nearly any of you in the room.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
why?
You
Why?
think
Why
deduction
does he
doesn't
insist-
rely on
why does he
assumptions and
insist?
axioms, huh, Alicia? Right?
Why does he insist
Because
on
you don't
abusing
know
the
what
language
deduction is.
and
You're
self-denying?
engaging as if that
You don't
conversation
know,
isn't
do
over,
ya,
Rigger.
Alicia? You just
Yeah,
come
that's
in to
already
talk
over,
shit.
bro. It's over. If you check
You've
it out,
already
Rigger, you have,
conceded.
Yeah,
you
you've
have,
been done.
dude. You're at the point that you're saying deduction relies on everyone agreeing that reality exists outside their mind, and you're saying there is no justification that they have that reality exists outside your mind. You have just
Nope.
stepped into epistemic solipsism, my
Nope.
friend.
You'll never find it
Nope, you gotta add that
deductively.
last
The
little bit to
concession
make
booth
yourself
has
feel good,
closed
right?
its window.
I'm saying
You are
deduction
barred.
relies on
You cannot return.
assumptions, axioms, and
Yeah, and would one of those
just knowledge.
assumptions be that reality exists outside your mind?
Right, but you didn't get that knowledge
Yeah, would
deductively.
that be one of the axioms you're saying we have to just rely
Yeah,
on?
you didn't get there deductively, did you?
You
Okay,
didn't
cool.
get
So
there
you're
deductively.
okay. So then you agree with me when every time I come in here and I say faith is the beginning of reasoning because you have to take on base axioms, faith that reality exists outside your mind in
No.
order to know anything. You're
No.
done.
No, I don't. I say you moved your baseline. You never justified doing
Rigger,
it.
you're completely covered in shit, bro.
You got
Everybody
no
in here has
justification
shit
for moving
on
your
you.
baseline. You're saying
Stop it.
my thoughts come before physical reality. That's what you're saying. My logic, my philosophy, my language that I built in physical reality, all that comes before physical reality.
Nobody built
When you didn't even
logic,
establish it
language,
without
in physical reality. You don't believe your Bible,
Right.
bro.
Well, we know that.
See, there it is. There
Guy
it is. Get
doesn't
all
believe his
seasoned.
Bible. He thinks man has created logic and language.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, because you don't believe your Bible.
The thing
And
that you
they
say
use
is
the
the
either
foundation for your
they
faith,
created it or
you
it was
don't
like a gift.
care.
Like
Foundation
that's
of
it.
your
That's
faith is
the only thing I can come
gone.
to. Yeah, I could come to like either man figured it out for himself or it was like a gift, like a tool given.
How about you read the
But
Bible to see what it says?
either way,
The Bible says
the
that God
creator
sends
would have
strong
had to
delusion
give
on
us the
morons
means
like
to figure
Rigger.
this out. So no matter what, at the end, you do give credit to the creator because he's the one that gave us the capacity to hash this out.
Yeah, I remember the story about Adam figuring out how to name things with his own language that he just made up. He was just speaking with tongue slaps, bro.
Yeah, he could have just given us this indirectly, right? The
Dude,
laws
you
of
don't
logic.
even understand.
He
Dude,
coulda
you
just
don't even
given it
know
to
the
us
Tower of
indirectly
Babel
through the
story
capacity
now.
to figure it out
You're
for
like
ourselves.
you forgot your whole Bible. Do you know what the Tower of Babel story is?
Yeah, I remember my Bible.
Yeah, where
But
did
I
the
also don't
languages come
subscribe to
from in
your
the Tower
bullshit
of Babel
argument.
story?
Your
Where did the
logic
languages
argument,
come from in
where
the
you
Tower of
say
Babel?
logic is an attribute of God. Yeah,
Answer
no,
the fucking
that's
question.
incoherent.
Yo, where did
Dude, if
languages
man
come
created logic and language, then God's not all knowing. Don't be goofy.
That's just pushing it back. That's all
No,
you're
it's
doing.
not.
You're
No, it's
pushing
not.
credit back to the creator. You could do that with everything. All
Just
credit
credit
be to
everything
God.
to your genius Italian brain.
More nothing. Holy shit.
Put that first before God.
You're on a roll.
But still credit God for giving you that genius Italian brain.
Yeah,
you're
that's
getting
what's
it.
going
You're
on
getting it,
here.
Wish,
That
huh?
is what
You
is
credit
going on.
God
It's
for the
pure rigor.
capacity to build.
You're putting your abilities in front of God. You're saying, I am better and I was able to figure out God because I'm smart. Not because
I
God's
said God
smart, but
gave
And
because
I
me the
figured
you're
it out
smart.
capacity.
deductively. You did it.
Said the creator gave me the
You did it,
capacity or
bro.
gave
You did
man
it. And you don't even believe in the God
gave
that you claim
man
to
the
believe in.
capacity to figure this out on his own without God having to come down with the laws of
Yeah,
logic
let's
and
get a
present
chapter
them
and verse on that.
or create them.
Yeah, let's get a chapter and verse on that. Maybe go to like Romans 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, I can say the same thing for your argument about
Yeah,
how
so what
fucking
your
logic
claim
is an
is that
attribute of
you
God.
have a works-based righteousness. You believe that in order to obtain salvation, man has to do work.
No,
You're
I'm
a
saying
Jew.
God gave us the ability to do work. So
For
therefore,
what
credit be
purpose?
to God.
For
But
what
it doesn't
purpose?
mean God sat there and like
For what purpose?
just said, "Oh, I am the laws of logic."
Oh, you
And
remember when the
have some of
Israelites
me.
were in Egypt and then they
I'm the
saved
laws of
themselves
logic.
out of
Have some
Egypt?
of it
Yeah,
that
I
flows
remember that
through me.
too.
Like that, like nonsense? No, I don't subscribe to that. The creator gave us the capacity to figure this out. And that's what we did. We figured it out.
Where'd
And we
that come
came up with
from?
the laws of logic. And we came
And
up
we
with
Yeah,
language.
he just LeBroned himself again.
LeBron himself.
Invoke my opponent to defeat. Wait, myself?
Who's my opponent?
The
That's what we're
idea that
wondering.
You're a dumbass.
the idea that you think
You're
you're
a dumbass,
refuting
Alicia.
while
I'm a
conceding to
Christian.
in the
I'm
same
a
breath,
Christian. I believe in a creator.
That's not what Christians
right?
say. Christians say
What,
that they
what's that
believe
got
that
to do with
Jesus
right?
Christ died and saved them.
Yeah, they also say I believe in a creator.
They don't call him that because that's a new age term. So they would call him
Okay,
the
you're the fucking
triune God.
authority on Christians and what
Yeah,
all
well,
Christians say and what
I
they can
personally
say.
think you're trying to
Who the
mix
fuck
new
you're not an
ageism
authority.
with Christianity and syncretize the two, and that's why you want
I
to use
don't
the word
care.
creator because it diminishes who the Father is.
Yeah, and I think you worship the laws of logic in replace of God. So
Yeah,
what?
because Jesus was the Word,
Retarded.
and the Word became flesh, and the Word defined is logos. So do you
Right?
not worship Jesus?
So you do worship fucking logic.
I worship Jesus. You're correct.
Yeah, you can't get there.
Yeah,
You don't ever
logic.
get there.
Logic is the ontological status of the supreme God.
The way,
God
the
is
truth,
love.
and the life.
Yeah, yeah. God is love. Jesus said, I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. You understand law of identity yet?
Jesus didn't say I'm the laws of logic.
What's the
Is
way,
the
the
way
truth, and the life?
ordered? Is the truth
Jesus didn't
ordered?
say I'm the laws of logic.
Rigger, could I ask you a question? And if you
Go
answer
ahead,
it,
keep worshiping those
Jesus
could I
didn't
laws.
ask you
say
a
he was the
question? And if you
creator.
answer it, I'll never call you bad faith again. Is the
I
way
don't care,
ordered?
Gally. I don't care if you call me bad faith or not, and I don't trust
Of
you.
course, you
one
have to
word right now.
interrupt me. Of course, you have to like censor me because you have to censor everybody. But is the way ordered? Is the truth ordered? Is it like an order? Is it an ordered process or is it chaotic?
So how many questions you guys want to throw at me?
It's just one. Is the way and the truth ordered or is it
endlessly,
chaotic?
endlessly.
Just one question.
You never defended
Tactics.
your whole premise with
Just tactics. Just tactics.
Now you want to go
Is
on to
the
ask me
way
questions
and
about
the
the scripture.
truth ordered or is it chaotic? Watch him dodge. Watch him squirm.
It's a creation.
The way
So
and the
Jesus
truth,
is the
are they
creation?
ordered or are they chaotic?
Is what ordered?
I've asked it 4 times. He's squirming and dodging.
This isn't squirming. Tora just talked over you.
You've been talking over me. Is the way and the truth ordered or is it chaotic?
It would be ordered.
Okay, so it's logical. Another concession. Peace.
Oh,
LeBron James.
What a leap! What a leap!
LeBron
So
James.
it's logical. Therefore, God is the laws of logic. Get the
LeBron
fuck out of here, you
James.
idiot.
Strawman. I didn't say God is the laws of logic. You strawman me, but you just did. You just did
that's what it's gonna
concede.
go to. It's
You
gonna
just
go to
did
his
concede
essence,
that
though.
it was ordered. If it's ordered, it's logical.
Okay, so that doesn't mean the
LeBron
laws of
James
logic
up to boots, dunks on him again. Right the
It
buzzer.
doesn't mean the laws of logic are embedded into that God.
Yes, it does. Embedded flexing right now. No that's like 4 concessions today, man. Jeez.
It's like fifth
Oh,
concession,
these
I think.
tactics are so weak. Like you guys have like these little
Just tactics. I
bit,
asked a
these little
simple question
scripts.
that you had
Oh,
to
if I catch
answer.
him in this question, I got a gotcha.
It's not a gotcha. It's a very simple
incoherent 'cause you
question.
can't tie it together. You can't tie any of these gotchas together.
Okay, so if something, no, I can't. I can tie it together if you don't censor me.
It falls
I can
apart.
tie it together if you don't censor me. You have to censor me by interrupting and talking over me. So an entailment of some. See, here's a censorship. Here's a censorship. An entailment of. Here's a censorship. Here's a censorship. Here's a censorship again. All you can do is censor. An entailment of something being ordered is that it's logical. That's it.
In the way we understand it.
Oh, you got
Doesn't
no way to
matter.
understand things?
Doesn't matter.
North's telling him
No,
to take
I
5
don't think
days.
we can fully comprehend God to any substantial
Nobody's
metric.
claiming you can
Nobody's
fully
talking about that,
comprehend
dude. Why
God.
do you jump? Why do you jump to things that no one talks about? It's crazy, but
That's what you're saying, logic. I mean, that's where you're going to go with the logic.
Nope,
Nope.
that's not the case.
Yeah.
no. Simply that logic
That's what
is
the logic's for,
foundational to reality. And
Alright, so you agree you
without
conceded to the previous point, that's why you're moving to a new point. That's another concession.
It's not moving.
Hey, would
You're
you
using
agree
laws
that the
of logic
creator
to
is
identify
foundational?
the deity.
Do you agree the creator is foundational to reality? Like he's the necessary precondition?
More
Okay.
questions.
Okay. If it is
Endless.
I'll just go with the argument that if it is the case that the creator is
I
the
put something out,
foundation
you
for
ask a
all of
question.
reality and reality is ordered, therefore the foundation of reality is logical.
you can't
That's
can't separate
convolution.
logic.
That's
You can't
convolution.
separate
You're
You can't
embedding
separate logic from
Yeah, so I'm
from the
gonna
one who
respond,
created
Alicia. Like
the
when he talks,
reality
it's
that
not
we
your
live
turn
in.
to piggyback. I know you guys love to do it, and then Gally will
You
try and go
crying?
next.
You crying?
Yeah,
Got dunked
you're
on.
convoluting logic into the deity. You're trying to treat them as the same,
Define convolution.
right? I just did.
Define
You're treating them as
Convolution
the
is when
same.
you take two data systems and you convolve them together, two signals into an input and a convolution matrix into an output signal.
Right. So you make two things that are different the same. Like logic
So
and a
okay, then
deity
if
are
that were
not the
true, if that were
same.
true, then
But
you
you
would be
just
able to
said they were.
you
Your
would be able to
argumentation.
delineate you would be able to delineate logic and order from the creator. Go ahead, show us.
Yeah, it's
Ooh,
man-made.
he did a silent LeBron this time.
It's man-made. God gave us the capacity to figure out logic and how to communicate with each other. He gave us
Figure
the
out.
ability.
Figure
You
out
just
means it's
refuted
not
yourself in the
man-made,
same
dude.
breath.
You just said
refuted
figure
yourself
out.
in the same breath.
Because he
You
gave us
your
the
argument
ability,
has to
it
be
means
man
therefore he is
dude.
that.
Your argument has to be man created logic, not figured it out like it was already there. How was it already there?
We have the capacity. You're trying to say God is
From
logic.
when
Because
does the
logic exists,
capacity
that
come?
is God. Okay, everything that exists is therefore God.
From
No.
whence
And
does
there's
the
no
capacity
separation
come?
between him and his creation. He is his creation.
No.
That's what you're saying.
Nope.
Is that what the
That's-
Bible says?
That's
No.
called
No one's saying that
revelation.
you're
Bible
refuting
doesn't say that.
an
That's
apparition.
not
No one said that.
revelation. That's the
No one said
consequence of
that.
what you're implying.
No one said that.
You're
Not a
implying it.
necessary entailment of our statements at all.
Right. So all right.
If it is,
So
you don't have an argument for that.
so it can be man-made.
No, it
Created
can't.
by man or discovered.
Okay, what is the
Capacity to create it. Well, technically
is
it would
the
be discovered.
Okay,
What is
cool.
the
So where
contingent?
is
Hold
do
on.
you agree? No, the
Wait,
laws of
wait a
logic
minute.
are mind dependent, right?
I
So
don't
if
know.
we
I guess they
discover
could have
something,
created it.
if we discover something that is mind dependent, that means there's an ultimate mind that has these qualities and attributes.
Yeah, no, I would say we could create it, right? We could build this, which could be wrong, right? This
So then
might
you
the
think
laws
man
of
is a
logic,
creator.
the
Okay,
laws of
yeah, there
logic
you
might
go.
be a
Pure
man-made
rigor
tool,
is the
right?
pure
That
rigor is
limits
the
us
creator.
to like on our understanding of how we see things and understand things by
Yeah,
keeping us
Aristotle
like
is a
in this
creator.
one solid tight framework, right?
This is what
And not
happens when you
and not
this is
accepting. So you don't want me to talk, huh?
no, this
I'm
is what
trying to
happens
explain
when
what
you
I think
can't
the
agree
laws of
humans are
logic were, but you
humans,
don't want to.
dude.
You don't want my opinion. You don't
Because
want
you don't
an
think
actual
humans are
answer.
humans, bro. You think they're gods that they can create things.
No, I'm saying we could build things that might be detrimental to us for
Yeah,
our
but that's just
overall
appealing to a
understanding of
possibility. We're not.
reality.
That's
Because
appealing to a
we
possibility, dude.
pigeonhole
We're dealing with
ourselves into
reality,
this
dude.
strict line of thinking that doesn't encompass
Yeah,
everything.
thinking. Yeah, I know,
And
dude. Yeah,
and
you
you're
are stuck
saying
in thinking.
God made this.
Yeah, you're stuck in
And
thinking. We
God is
get
the
it. We're
limiting factor
thinking.
of
You're
why we can't
thinking. I don't know
understand
what that is,
reality.
but whatever it is, keep your thinking to yourself because we're thinking here.
It's like the Bitcoin halvening. Things are happening.
Never genuine. Never genuine with you guys.
Dude, you're
We're just taking you at
IQ,
we're taking you
bro.
at your word, and
perspective.
you get
You don't
triggered
want a
by it.
different
It's weird.
outlook. You want like people to just conform to you. That's all you want. Adapt
Is
my
logic-
arguments, accept my worldview. And,
Oh, you don't
and
want
don't
people to be
challenge it ever.
conformed to the
And
image
if you
of
do
Christ?
challenge it, I'm just gonna chop you the whole time.
You don't want
Game
people
up
to be
on you and
conformed
try
to
and
the image
fucking
of Christ?
throw your religion in your face.
Okay, so you don't
endlessly.
want people to be conformed to the image of Christ?
It's not what I said.
Yeah, it is. It's directly what you said. You
Your
said,
worldview. Your worldview is very specific.
yeah, it's a Christian worldview.
Yeah, it's your Christian worldview.
No, it is
Where
the
you
Christian
think God is the
worldview.
laws of logic. That's very niche. And not shared. I promise you it's not shared amongst the
No,
majority.
you're misphrasing it.
You know it,
But
and I know it.
Regardless,
No,
you're
it's relevant.
presenting an idea, however vaguely, that logic, which is evidently derived by man and its capacity to reason and to be logical, you're suggesting that it's contingent upon man. That's retarded.
No, in a sense it could be, right? But at the
That's
same
what I
time,
mean.
the
That's
capacity,
retarded.
the capacity
Because if
to
it was
get there.
contingent upon man, the implications of that are that
Why do you bitch about me chopping you,
creation.
Alicia? Why? Why do you bitch
the
about me chopping you?
the implications of that are that man is contingent, or that creation is contingent upon man.
Well, it also
No,
states
no,
that
that
man
is
can
you
be
conflating
infallible.
it. You're just inflating that consequence to be an absolute statement.
Do you agree the laws of
No,
logic
that's
are
not the case.
infallible? If the laws of
Dude, you
logic
gotta
are
let me
infallible,
respond
then
at
they
some
must
point.
come
This
from
is
an
so
infallible
tiring,
source.
Torah.
If the laws of logic are
I have someone
infallible, then they must
misrepresent me.
come
You
from an
don't let me
infallible
defend
source.
myself, and you start asking me questions.
Yeah, if the laws of logic
It's
are
just
infallible,
derailment.
they have to come from an
Poor
infallible
tactics.
source.
So I said we were given the capacity to establish these tools. These tools might just limit our understanding on all of reality if you stay in this strict framework. So to
no, I
say
didn't
this strict
misrepresent you.
framework that doesn't explain all of reality and isn't capable of explaining all reality, that is actually God. That actually flows from God. Okay, well, what are you saying about God now?
Well, now you're just
Walk that out.
now you're just
What does
lumping
that
stuff
mean?
in together. You're lumping
Well,
stuff
let's
in
walk
together.
it out. I'll walk it out with
I'll
you.
walk it out for you real quick. If the laws of logic are infallible, the source of them must be infallible. Is man infallible?
In your worldview, not mine. Because I'm saying they could
Okay, the
be
laws of
man-made,
logic are fallible. Give your argument.
right? I just
Remember,
did.
you can't use the laws of logic.
No, I'm saying they might have limits, Torah. There might be limits to that strict framework of viewing everything.
You don't have an argument for that,
right?
though.
Like something like quantum laws of logic.
You are a
We're going
materialist.
quantum
You are
and
an
then black
atomist.
holes, and then we're gonna go to physics on Mars. Let's go, bud. All right, let's go.
Dude, you want to send your PhD and fly to the moon too, bro? Come on.
Yeah, so we hit limits with the laws of logic. I think
No, we
that is
didn't,
true.
bro. No, we
Right?
didn't.
With the
Okay.
laws of logic, you are not going to explain the spiritual aspect of this world, and you're not going to be able to explain the metaphysical.
You're
That's another concession because now we have to go to the religion of scientism to refute the religion of.
Yeah, because you're showing where inductive reasoning can lead you wrong. Like with quantum, that's all inductive. So you're showing right now how probabilistic truths aren't always true. Therefore, induction is not a valid method to come to the truth. Thanks,
When
bro.
paired
We
with
went over that a
deduction,
while
it is.
ago.
When paired with deduction, it is.
Okay,
Yes.
give the deductive argument for quantum.
You can't. You can't. I already established that. Deduction on its own cannot support its premise.
Okay, so is it possible the atomic theory is
You
wrong?
could never get to that point.
Is it possible the
to
atomic
justify it.
theory is wrong?
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, then therefore, why are you using it as a proof for your argument?
Because that's not the only proof I gave. I said the spiritual aspect. Go ahead and logic that one.
But isn't that what the Aether does? They point to the atomic model, say everything's electric.
Yeah, but try
What?
getting to the spiritual nature of things with logic.
Wow, Sinek is paying attention.
You want monadism? You want epistemic nihilism? That's what you're asking for?
Go ahead, explain the spiritual nature of things with the laws of logic. Or are they a tool that's limited in a specific framework?
Yeah, we're gonna need to know what you mean spiritual things.
So you don't want to answer it.
Just tell us what you mean by the word spiritual things.
The spiritual nature of things. You don't understand what that is?
No, I don't. Can you explain to me
that's
what you mean
unfortunate,
by
Torah.
the spiritual things? Do you
Yeah,
mean
that's
things like
unfortunate.
love and laws of logic and knowledge and causality? Are those the spiritual things?
That's unfortunate, Torah. You need me to define spiritual?
It's not an argument, bro. If you're going to put on the table something that you want us to explain, and then I'm like, how are you using this word spiritual? And then you don't want to define it, it shows the weakness in your
It
argument.
shows you're running.
I'm not
So
running
you don't have
anywhere.
to
I'm
answer the
asking you
question.
to engage with
You
me.
want
You
to
guys have been
challenge my
having-
definition.
He's
That's all
knocking
you
at
want
your
to do.
door.
I know the
Drama.
tactic.
You guys have been exasperating and forcing this drama for over 1.5 hours now. Please.
Yeah, it's been like
Please.
2 hours.
Please.
Let's find a new topic.
This is actually exhaustive to listen.
It is
And,
exhaustive. Where the fuck
and
are the
it's
mods for the
all
last 2
Rigger's
days?
fault. Literally, it's all Rigger's fault. Nobody else is doing anything wrong.
Dude, especially this side commentary by Wish. I helped you get your microphone turned up, dude.
This is
But the
what we
only thing
wanted.
that you've
This
been
is
doing
now
is
what we're gonna
adding
put.
to the
This
voice.
is what we're going to do with the conversation now. Just talk about other people.
No,
At least
we're
Wish
going
has
to
the
we're
decent
going
enough
to
to
Has
we're
wait.
been 2
going to
days
make
of
an
issues
accountant
caused by
check.
one guy.
We're gonna
Not
make
one
an
guy, but there's
accountant
one guy
check
who's been
of
only
where the
causing
fuck we're
problems,
going
no
with
doubt.
all this. Sorry for
it's Rigger.
overtalking you, Noah. If you may restate, I'll go after.
I was gonna say for like 2 days now, there's been one character who has not added value and only retracted value from convo, and nothing has been done.
Rigger, he's calling you out,
Okay.
man.
Okay, that may be the case. I have not been present to verify that, but okay. Let's not continue with that then. If that is the case, let's please just can we find something else to talk about? It can be an argument if you guys just want to argue, but please.
No, I found out
at the-
something. I found out something that's interesting. I don't know. Tora might want to know about it. But you remember how you remember how yesterday we were arguing about Jesus Christ and Talmud, or some people were making the case that Jesus isn't in the Talmud? Do you remember that? Or someone said that? It says Yeshu. It doesn't even say Yeshua.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Did
Yeah,
anyone-
I did.
Yeah. Did you know that the rabbis use the word Yeshu as an acronym to basically say that Jesus' name it means may his name be blotted out and burn in hell? It's
Isn't
actually
that
an
what the
insult.
Isn't that why they call themselves Jesuits?
I don't know about that second part, but I know for a fact that in the Talmud, when they say Yeshu in a place of Jesus, it is actually not that they're talking about someone different from Jesus. It's that they're purposely spelling his name wrong because they have an acronym somewhere else that equivalates Yeshu to may his name be blotted out in hell. So when people say, "Oh, it doesn't say Yeshua, it says Yeshu." Well, yeah, the rabbis know how to spell his name. They spelled it wrong on purpose, and it's an insult. They're literally when they say his name like that, they're saying Jesus is in hell. So like if anyone's like, "Oh, it doesn't say, it says Yeshu," yeah, the rabbis know that. They're specifically using that as an insult to say Jesus is in hell. So like
Why
anyone
is it
making that
necessary to
argument,
say it
they're
like
either
that, though?
lying or they are just ignorant of the rabbis and what they mean in the Talmud.
At this
Or
stage,
it's the story you
you should
believe.
just label them as both ignorant and liars at the same time.
The Talmud clearly expresses that Jesus Christ is an excrement in hell. It is not compatible with Christianity whatsoever. It should be
I
denounced
wouldn't
by
even
any
say
Christian.
those words out loud. Personally, I don't even know if it's proper to even say that kind of
I
stuff
mean,
out
dude,
loud.
it's crazy that we have literally the entire written record of every church, every denomination, every nation for 1,400 years, all supporting this idea that Judaism is anti-Christian, and then all of a sudden in early 1900s, everyone's like, "Oh, we love the Jews." It's like they literally hate you and have been killing you,
Thanks,
and
Ronald Reagan.
all that stuff. Your whole entire history.
They hate your God. They literally hate your God.
They hate your God. They blood sacrifice your children. They do all this crazy stuff. They've been
People
kicked out
blood
of all the countries for
sacrifice
it.
their own children all the time. It's called abortion.
Yeah, but at least it's not codified into their
Yeah,
religious
there's
text.
Christians that say there's Christians that argue against abolitionists for the right to have abortion. So it's not just one group of people. The enemy is within. It's selfishness. That's the enemy.
Yeah, but it's in their text, bro. It doesn't say that in the Bible. It says it in the Talmud. That's the difference. It's like you're talking about people who are not properly practicing a religion. You shouldn't identify them as Christian and connect that to their actions if it goes against the text of their religion. I can connect it to Jews because it is
same with the
in accordance
people.
with the text of their religion.
I'm pointing out the bigger enemy called selfishness. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing. I'm pointing out there's a bigger enemy. It's selfishness. And the only way that's fixed is internally within a person. So that
Sure,
selfishness is not
so-
going to be outside of yourself.
If I may comment on that before we continue. Okay, so a mass group of people sure can be socially engineered to hold abortion as well a practice. You know, so what we really got to look at is who has enabled people and
It's
socially
called
conditioned them
infanticide.
to think that the abortion is a good thing, because that could just be the very same established enterprise who is attempting to shove sin, as you call it yourself, upon well,
It would be
a
individuals. It
specific
wouldn't be a
targeted group.
collective. It wouldn't be, it's a complex system, so it would just be a bunch of individuals. It wouldn't be like there's a top dog doing it. It's just
The
a complex
promotion.
system.
If you have any awareness of how humans are social individuals, much like sheep, I can show you an like an example from market strategy. If you have many different, like you have, let's say, 5 sellers down
Dude,
a
this is not
sidewalk.
science, bro. This is statistics. You're just doing behavioral nonsense.
Yeah, no, it's not behavioral nonsense. Just give me 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely not
If you look,
nonsense.
if you look down the side, if you have a sidewalk with 5 sellers, and you create a fake one of the sellers, let's say none of them have any people that's buying right now, and then you add in a few stand-ins around one of the sellers, immediately that's going to attract more people. And the more people that are standing there, meaning fake stand-ins, the more people will come there and group and think that there's something to
That's
be
not,
found
no,
there.
that's not necessarily the case. Not in every scenario.
It
Obviously,
kind of is, bro.
I'm
It
not
kind of is,
saying
bro. People are making billions of
every
dollars off these
scenario,
concepts.
but
It's
that's the
called social
Not
proof. It's like
necessarily. Yeah,
it's called
it
social proof.
works only. Yeah,
It
it
works.
only
Yeah.
works in a selfish society. All of those tactics will only work if there's first selfishness.
Practice what
That's
you
not
preach,
true
brother.
either.
Practice it.
That's not true.
I want to see you
That's
practice
not
it. Put
true either.
everybody else besides yourself first, and let me know how long you sustain
I
that.
tried my best with you, Rigger. I tried.
Doubt
Has
it.
nothing to do
Doubt
with
you've ever
calling
tried.
it
You'll preach
guys,
it
don't
though.
start again. Saying that people come in groups where other people are purely based to selfishness or selfishhood or so. That's a extreme reduction of the human
No,
behavior
I can
into a
I can
Yeah, it
give
very
is
you
an
the
extreme
argument.
reduction.
sinister
It is
worldview.
an
I can
extreme
give you
reduction.
the
Please don't do
argument.
that.
I'll give you the argument. The reason being that it is the case is because people look for validity for their to feel good inside from others. That's a selfish act.
It's
You
called
say
respect.
so. What's selfish? Please elaborate.
If you need someone else to validate you as a person, that's a problem.
Yeah, it is certainly a problem, but it doesn't mean that you're selfish.
It 100% means they're selfish because they're looking to validate themselves.
That doesn't mean that they're selfish. It means that they're insecure, perhaps, or hurt.
Don't you
More
validate yourself
concerned
through God?
about their reputation than their true character.
I know
That's
that
also
I am but a
that's also a
worm.
reduction.
I am
That's
just
also
a
a reduction.
vessel.
A
Yeah,
Listen
but don't you
reputation
carefully.
is
A
just
validate
what
child.
yourself
people
through
think
God?
about you.
It's impossible for me to please God on my own.
But that's how you
It's not
validate yourself.
necessarily selfish due to being
Hey.
selfish. A person
Hey.
can do that specifically because they want to be part of a community, so they feel a necessary responsibility to heal themselves so that they can contribute. That's
Yeah,
not
that's
so. Then I
definitionally
already
selfish.
given. Now you gave you a social example of human behavior that showed you that it's not 100% selfishness.
Yes, it is. At the end, you said so that way they would feel better about themselves.
No, I did not say that. I said so they can contribute to.
For what
That's not.
purpose?
I did not say. I did not finish the statement there or my assertion with because of feeling good about themselves. People, I'm not sure if you've done this yourself though. It could just be nesciency, but I have for a much part of my life, and so has my mother, worked a lot to provide for others, where I myself do not get anything in return, and also or don't get a lot in return or not anything. depending on the situation. And most often, this is very draining.
So why? So what? What
so
is the
tell me what's selfish.
expectation for? Why do you have
Tell
an
me what the
expectation?
selfish
Hold
is.
on. Why do you have an
Explain what's
unrealistic?
selfish.
Hold on. Why would you say it's an unrealistic expectation to feel drained?
I didn't say that.
Okay, then therefore, is it wrong to feel drained?
No, it's not. But I'm asking you, in my giving, where is my selfishness?
No, I don't believe. I believe what you just demonstrated was selflessness. I think that's beautiful. But then you said it feels very draining, and it sounded like you were giving negative connotations to draining.
I said that it can even. I said that it can even be. I said that it can even be giving, even when it's negative. It can be balanced. It can be. I can gain from it or feel like
Yeah,
good about
I
it, but
agree.
it's,
Yeah,
I'm not doing it
selflessness.
due to
Yeah,
self.
in the end, selflessness is good for you. I agree.
Yeah, and I'm saying a child or anyone really, it doesn't need to be a child. Anyone can do what we talked about earlier, also due to selflessness, meaning not selfishness.
Yeah, it's all
But
design. It's all based on the intention of the individual.
not only, but that's part of it. Yes.
Holy shit. Mark it down. We made
You should.
progress.
So take the
What'd
goat
you say?
back.
Market is down?
No,
Mark
not
it down.
mark
It
it. I
says.
said,
Like write it
we
down.
my God.
Take notes.
Oh,
Please
market,
forgive
like
me.
Mark. I guess I'm Mark.
Got
Got you.
Monopoly
Okay.
money on the mind.
I was like fucking about to check. I was about to selfishly check my S&P 500 real
Yes,
quick.
selfishly. So, yes.
Yeah, I was about to grapple my hands together and really selfishly check my stock.
Yeah. So
Well,
let's go back to the sidewalk with the queue, right? We have a group gathered around one of the sellers. Now, people may gather there not due to selfishness, but really also due to selflessness. If I'm going to use that the same word, yeah,
if I want to help someone,
to to
I'll
to
help them.
say to say that they gather there 100% due to selfishness is to prescribe human behavior as if you are. As if you are some kind of like educational theorist or pedagogue theorist or human behavior theorist or well a
Pedagogue,
social
my favorite.
scientist.
Bring
Yeah.
back pedagogue.
So we gotta figure out now, Torah, your pedagogical / educational philosophy claim, which was reified as being true itself, unfortunately isn't an actual truth or an
You're saying my
ultimate
approach.
reality.
You're saying my approach to teaching is not an actual truth.
I was saying your reified claim asserted as absolute truth is
Okay, wait.
not
What did you mean by
absolute truth.
pedagogy or whatever? What did you mean by that?
That's someone who overacts.
Pedagogy is the.
It's like a drama queen.
It says most commonly
No,
understood
no.
as the approach to teaching. It is the theory and practice of learning and how this process influences and is influenced by the social, political, and psychological development of learners.
Correct.
So it's a behavioral
That was well
science
put.
term.
You
That
got
was
it.
well put.
So it's a behavioral science term.
Yeah, and I am.
Hey, I got
am
news for you. Behavioral
a
science is not
dietitian.
science.
Okay, we can shift the topic, sure, but before we do that, just so you know, that's that's where I'm coming from.
No problem, bro. Go get your psychiatrist degree.
I have a question. I mean, sounds like we got some experts in here. Science, to me, from what I could get, the original meaning means knowing, and nescience means not knowing. So when you say it's not science, what do you mean? Do you mean not knowing, or do you mean
No, I don't mean in that sense. No, not in. I mean in the sense of the standard scientific method.
today's mainstream blah blah? Okay.
Not What are you talking about? You disagree with the
Mainstream.
scientific method? The
Yes.
scientific method. Yeah, you disagree with it.
Completely. Ask
Okay.
me why.
No, I can agree with you, but do you agree with it if we assume the laws of logic, uniformity of nature, and that there's a reason for everything?
I don't assume anything
Okay, well, what's your reason for that?
because my own inventions, what I bring about, is accidental. I keep an open mind. I don't put on blinders and tunnel vision to set out to prove or disprove something. When I'm experimenting, I'm observing what's going on.
Okay, that's
This shit
fine. Yeah,
gets
you're going to
occurred
need the laws of
all the
logic for
time.
that. Yeah, you need the laws of logic for that, so you have to assume
Laws
the
of
laws of
logic.
logic are true, at least,
Okay.
right?
Who came up with
How do
that
you
one?
discriminate?
That's like the law of identity. That was who is that? Leibniz? Let me look up the laws of logic. I gotta find that one out because you guys are
It's
using
presupposed in order to reason. It's
The law of
necessary.
division?
the
Is that what he
presupposition
said?
of a framework, etc., theoretical framework. I'm very familiar with all this.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
look up the name.
In order to formulate sentences in the English
Laws of
language,
logic.
you have to presuppose the laws of logic are universal and immutable.
No,
you don't.
I want to know
What?
who.
You don't even need to know about the
Okay,
laws
Didn't
of
give me his
if that is
name.
not the case, then you wouldn't be able to
I'll
define
find
any
it.
of the words that you're saying.
That's not true. A child
The
can do
laws
that
of
without knowing
logic
the laws
came
of logic.
before
Aristotle.
language.
Okay, you're
Yeah, Aristotle.
philosophical.
Aristotle's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's philosophy. There's nothing wrong with philosophy. It's thought. You're talking about
But they
thought.
had language before they had
Yeah.
Aristotle.
Yeah, in
This is
order to
thought.
Yeah,
have
that's the
thought,
problem.
you have to have a presupposition that thought is possible.
No, that's not true at all. You think prior to any thought about thought.
Okay, then you
Yeah,
don't have to think that
I have
thinking is real.
vision before
This is just
anything.
changing the baseline.
When you have a problem, there's nothing but solutions to me. Many.
I agree.
There's not
I
just
agree.
one.
Yeah, I agree.
Dora, we have to restructure. Don't rely on the derivative of an activity to come to a prescriptive claim about its being. To say it again, in other words,
You're saying descriptions come prior to prescriptions?
listen,
You have an argument for that?
a thought about thinking, an activity a being does, even animals think too.
You have an argument.
Yeah, listen. Not everything requires an argument, so as does clarification.
Do you have an argument for that? Not everything requires an argument.
Reducing everything to an argument is reductionism.
And what's wrong with that? You have an argument against reductionism?
Argument.
It depends on how it's used.
How are you? Yeah, let me look this up too. Terminology changes for some
You've
reason.
reduced reality to just reality, so you're a reductionist.
That's not a reductionist, that's category. Right categorization. Reality is just reality. Cat is just cat.
Yeah, so it's just a
Not
law of
the
identity.
word, not
Yeah.
the word. Yeah, sure. You can call it
and
law
what
of
is that?
identity.
Yeah,
I
of
guess
course, but
just
you can't just
quality
assert it
change.
axiomatically, right? You have justification for your claim. Reality is reality, right? The
Yeah, but
justification is the law of
saying it's
identity
a
due to
claim.
the reduction of the contrary into absurdity.
Okay, 2 steps back again. Giving right descriptions to things are not claims, but they are namings. Or providing
I don't
the
care
name
what the
for a
name
thing
of the
named.
thing is. I don't care about the name of the thing. I'm talking to the ontological status of the thing. I don't care how you define it. Definitions are meaningless for the point of this conversation.
Epistemological.
Sure.
Ontological.
I don't care that we've named the apple the apple. I'm talking about what the apple is actually.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I want to get to.
what the apple is actually is now we call it a fruit, but is it actually a fruit?
Oh wait,
Question mark.
how did you
It
get
is
to that
part of the
universal?
real.
How did you get to the universal category of fruit from the particular apple? And then what about the apple? Isn't that composed of a bunch of particulars? How are you resolving
There is
getting
no
from the
fruit
one
in.
to the many?
There is no apple or fruit. There is just the real.
That's right, and that's called modadism. And he doesn't want to follow it all the way through and accept that he's an epistemic nihilist.
Not true, and this is a really weird attempt to. Feels like character assassination. What's the
Not
point?
character
Yeah, it's
assassination.
got a
It's just
habit of
a
that.
necessary
Got a real bad habit
conclusion
of that.
of your argument. Your argument has entailments.
What I'm getting from all this, the way you approach your communication form, just remember, 10 steps back, that I'm a professional communicator. Your approach to communication is to attempt move me through providing me my own arguments by yours truly, as if those are truthful labels to my activity, acts done, or simply actions, as if you are some kind of you're at like some kind of like a table and you can read what I'm doing exactly, but it's just to the description that you've made. Like you're a religious philosophical strategist who has a few camps that
Yeah, you don't have an
you
argument,
push.
dude. You don't.
I'm
You
not
just
finished.
you just
But this is
claimed
an
I
argument.
did a
This
character
is an argument. This
assassination
is an
while
argument.
you're going
Calm
into
down.
a complete
Yeah,
character
you don't
assassination.
like me perfectly detailing your behavior, don't you?
It's not
So now
perfect,
you
dude.
gotta
It's a straw man of
make
my.
a red herring.
It's a
Guys,
It's a
straw.
red
guys,
herring.
guys, stop. Just go one at a time.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying
can
to
I finish?
follow along, and it's really difficult. The traditional values and beliefs are unfounded, that existence is senseless and useless.
Yeah, it was not your time to talk, LearnShare. He interrupted my what I was saying.
Yeah, continue
I'm,
with
I'm
your
trying to
character
follow.
assassination.
Continue.
Go ahead.
Continue.
Yeah. So, okay. You acting as a religious philosophical strategist, Torah, attempting to color me
Can you define
with.
that?
I'm not finished. Yes, I sure can. Okay, I'll restart my sentence if you keep interrupting. You acting like a you acting like a religious philosophical strategist who is attempting to color me with a specific character that is contingent with certain philosophical framework, for example, science, which easily gets ridiculed by your own religious philosophy. Because as a strategist, you are creating traps which makes your religious philosophy a captor of what I fail to understand upon the labels you provide for me. It's very easy to track along with and understand. Every time that you come with such a label and attempt to force that category upon me as if that even describes or attributes or is a quality, or is
Irony.
really the essence of what I'm
My
doing,
rebuttal is
it's
your
very
argument right
easy.
back
It's
at you.
very easy. It's very easy to track along with and understand for a
Yep. My
professional within
rebuttal is
communication.
my rebuttal is your argument right back at you.
Too okay.
That's too quote. That's too quote. It's a
Oh, you
fallacy.
want me?
Irony.
That's not a.
Learn your
It's not.
fallacy.
It's not. It wouldn't be a fallacy because you're already in an ad hominem attack. You're attacking the person I am. So it couldn't be that if I use an ad
Victimhood
hominem, you're gonna
manipulation.
go, oh, you use the ad hominem while your whole argument is based on to the man.
Victimhood
And it doesn't matter.
manipulation.
The ad hominem attack doesn't mean that my argument is necessarily wrong. My rebuttal is take all the words you just said and apply them to yourself. That's my rebuttal.
Yeah, that's because you can't originally say what I said, so you just say whatever you said. I copy that, take a mirror, and that's you. You're acting like a child in a kindergarten who can't
You want me
say
to
it herself.
articulate it for you? My
You
rebuttal
know
is
what
that
that you know what
SEAC
that
comes
you know
in
what
here
that
and he
equals
has
to?
defense mechanisms built up into his arguments already. And then when he
No.
uses an
Your defense
argument about
mechanism is doing
science, he
just what
has
you
to
just
go
did.
against his actual worldview in order to prove that argument about science. So
A lot of
therefore,
projection going
SEAC
on.
has built up this philosophical, religious, strategic view of the world, and all he's using is strategies. There you go.
Look at him attempting to imposture me to hide himself. Now you're
That's
attempting
not
to
an
I don't know if
argument.
this is working, guys, because both of you are sort of making. You're both
Yeah, this
sort
is
of
garbage.
addressing each. Hang on one second. You're both sort of addressing each other's person. I don't know if this
Now we
is.
get an
I mean, is this the type of conversation you want to have?
No, we
There
can't
is
have
no
an argument
argument.
like
There
that.
is no argument. What's the subject?
It's
Someone
just
sum
ad
up what the
hominem.
argument is.
I already tried to interrupt him and say he was doing a character assassination, and then we had to allow
What's
him
the
to
argument?
continue with the character assassination.
Yeah, you both did. You both
What's the
keep going after
actual
each other.
subject? Can
Both,
anyone
yeah,
steal
both of
man?
you guys are making.
Can anyone in the whole chat steal man? What is the affirmative and the negative side in the argument being had right now? If
But
not,
you know there isn't. You know that there isn't a subject. It's both people are addressing each other's person. So no, obviously no one can do that.
So let me
this is how I
there's no
understood the
argument
argument.
happening. Both these
Hold
guys
on,
should be
this is.
quiet.
Can I at least give
Stop
my
wasting our time.
This is what I understood the argument to be. The gentleman laid out his worldview, and I claimed that that worldview has an entailment called epistemic nihilism. Then that man started to attack my character. I am not attacking the character of the man. I'm telling him what the entailments of his argument are.
But it's not.
Okay, epistemic nihilism.
I am describing
Can epistemic nihilism be direct?
Hang on,
directly
Noah.
addressed, please?
Let. Okay, so Tora just made a point. Let Synac respond.
Yeah, so I am not.
No, he has to actually respond to the point, though.
Noah, just stay on mute for a bit. They're gonna do a 1v1. They're just gonna talk to each other. We're trying to get it back on track.
Tora, neither am I attacking your character, although you feel that and claim me to do so. I'm describing
Epistemic nihilism. That's the subject.
Yeah, we can talk about that. We can go away from this and go to that topic.
He said that you have a modalist or some weird worldview and that it entails epistemic nihilism. Can you please respond to that and only that?
I have done that about 2 hours back.
All right, cool. We'll just move on
been,
from the
clear.
topic. You guys can change the topic. If you want to hear his response, go back in the live stream 2 hours.
LeBron James.
Something about that, so, or maybe 2.5. I can find it when I get home. I'm driving home now. I've been at work this whole time, just making. Now I'm on my way home.
Could you find an iron while ironing?
But okay, so before we move on to another topic, then Torah claims that my philosophical framework is monadism, and
the internet agrees. Silence this concession.
claims of my philosophical framework from nesciency. And we may continue that conversation at another time if you guys want to. But let's move the topic. We can, for example, talk about epistemic nihilism if you want to have that as a topic.
What was it called? Monolism, or what did you
It's
say?
monadism. He's arguing that the ultimate
Momadism.
Yeah, the constituents of reality are physical force points rather than physical particles. Because it's all off the real, what you feel.
Force points. Please define force points.
Actions.
So you're saying you're moving me to the camp of action and reaction, or movement, or what are you doing? Please continue. It's your claim. It's your positive claim, so you have to substantiate your positive claim. You can't just throw out the claim. Like, this is something you know. I've heard you say this on numerous occasions. If you're going to make a positive claim, you better substantiate your positive claim.
I tried to
You're
earlier, dude. You wouldn't engage with
okay.
my cross exam. I gave you, I said, I'm going to give you a multiple choice question, which means you must choose one of these. And you said, I don't choose any of them. I can't
Yeah,
engage with someone like that.
we saw both of that because when you did that last time, I said it's none of these, and then you said you'll have a follow-up question. Then I gave the follow-up question. You agreed that that was the right follow-up question, and I addressed that. So this has been resolved already, unless you fail to comprehend my answer to the follow-up
Dude,
question
when I give you
as
a
to why it
multiple
was none
choice
of the
question of A, B,
options
C,
provided.
you only have three choices, and you picked one that was not one of the three choices. So
Yeah.
I just said, okay, never mind. This guy's not going to engage. So I just went along with what you were saying.
Okay, so Tora, you understand that you can fail to
LeBron
provide
James.
a correct choice, and that all three of your choices that you provided could all be false. Do you give that?
I
Tora?
did, dude. I did. I gave you that. Yeah, I gave you that
Yeah.
for the sake of moving on with the conversation.
Okay, but Tora, if you're going to give me that purely for the sake of moving on with the conversation, although you know it's good to move on with the conversation, but if you're doing that just sort of like to because you feel that this guy doesn't get it, it must have been one of these three choices. I'm just gonna play along and give him his time to just say something, and then we move on. Then you fail to understand that the three choices or options that you provided, it could just be so that all three of them are false. You treat all three as absolutes, where you could just
Okay,
as
dude,
well
I'm going to ask the question
fail to
because
understand the fourth or fifth or sixth or seventh or 100 of different other options.
okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the question again just because there's people that weren't here when that happened. I asked SEAC a multiple choice question, A, B, C. So you have to choose one of them. Okay? And
I
he
don't have to
decided
choose
not
one of
to
them.
engage with it. So it was fine. But I asked him, when you look at a cat, what is the most real thing there? A, the physical atoms and cells. B, the soul or the life force that makes it a single cat. Or C, the idea of a cat, the perfect blueprint.
Yeah, and all of these present falsehoods because all of them are not. Then I said, well, there's another one, which is it's none of these. There's another one, which is that proof of the cat. It's the cat's existence, being.
Yeah, that would be
It's
C. I
neither an
told you
idea.
that would be C, the
Oh,
idea
that's not
of
an
a
idea.
cat, the perfect blueprint.
That's not an idea. A cat, a being a being that exists is not a perfect blueprint to its existence.
And what is it?
Well,
Wish you had my
let's explore
My
this
fault.
further because it could just be that we are talking the same point and that we're talking past each other, right? So
It could be,
let's
yeah.
explore that. It could just be. So I'll allow for that, and I hear you do too. So let's explore that. What do you mean when you say perfect blueprint? But when you also included in that idea. So I need to understand from you. We're going to have a coherent conversation going forward. What for you is an idea? Do you appeal to a definition made from consensus, or do you have a personalized definition? And then also, what's blueprint? Please, or you know, if I'm asking the wrong questions, just provide me the necessary, your understanding of the matter at hand, or that whatever comes contingent with that question. And then we can proceed, and I'll do the same, or I can start.
Yeah, an idea is a concept. So it would be
Okay.
like the ontological status of the cat, like how you can differ that like a lion is a cat and your little house cat is a cat. They're all cats. It's a concept we
Okay.
have called cat and
Okay.
catness. And there's
So,
ness to the cat.
so you're pointing to the letters making a word or a name for a being, not the being
No, sir.
itself.
Nope, not at all. I'm pointing
What are you
to
doing?
the ness of it. Like cats have catness.
Okay. So instead of pointing to the being itself, you're pointing to
The essence, the ontological
yes.
status, the essential attributes.
So
If I shave my cat, is it still a cat?
okay. Well, we certainly are coming closer to things or doesn't matter here. So now I'm curious. Essence. It may just be that I know, but I'm gonna ask you anyway. Okay. And it doesn't mean that I'm placating you or anything. I want to understand how you understand essence. You might have a better understanding. It might be misunderstanding. I don't know.
Essential
Let's figure it out.
attributes. Essential attributes.
Essential attributes. So now I keep having to ask further. So what is an essence? So essence is essential attributes. It sounds like a circular definition, but now we have attributes. So what are attributes?
Are you an epistemic nihilist that you're asking me this question? That you can't know
No,
anything?
no. I want to understand what you have put into
Attributes are the things
this.
that make a thing a thing.
Attributes are the thing that makes thing, things that make thing a thing. The things that make a thing thing. So what are the things that make the thing cat the thing cat?
It's attributes.
It attributes. So the attributes are the things that make a thing, and the thing, the attributes that make the thing cat,
Oh, you want
thing
me to
cat.
list the attributes? You want me to list like attributes of what a cat is? I didn't know I had to really go. Are you an epistemic nihilist, bro? Like, what's going on here? You don't know how to define
It
what a
could
cat
be.
is.
Let's
Cats have
find out.
fur.
Let's
Cats have tails. You know, they got feet. They got claws. You know, there's specific attributes that makes a cat different than a dog, right? I'm wondering how you can determine the difference if you don't know what an attribute is.
It's not that I don't necessarily know. It could just be. I'm exploring your understanding to see if it comports with my own.
It could just be. Yep. It's epistemic nihilism.
No, this is how you run a thought experiment without bias.
Yeah, it could just be or not. Right?
But let's take a step back to the original option. Category like option 3 was an idea, right? And there was something else. But we
You want
have
the
gone some
question
steps
again?
now. You said an idea is a concept. Then you're talking about essence. Now we're talking about attributes, essence being attributes. Is essence and attributes one and the same?
No.
So attributes
An
can be
essence
just certain
actually could
things.
be a category of attribute.
Certainly. Or we can have attributes that you call essential attributes. So we can have non-essential attributes and
Yeah,
essential
accidental
attributes.
proper. Yeah, we can have accidental properties.
At least you claim they're accidental.
Well, no, I'm not saying accident like car accident. I'm saying accident in the term in philosophy.
Yeah. But if but that's a philosophical claim, right?
All
It's a belief
all claims are philosophical claim.
in some way. In the traditional notion, sure. I'm willing to agree with the claim being a claim.
Yeah, an
I'm calling a
accidental
philosophical
property
claim.
is an accidental property is a non-essential property or attribute that a substance happens to have, but which is not necessary for its identity.
Sure. Happens to have though. How do you think it came about? And this is where you claim God, right? So it
How did
wasn't
accidental properties come about?
but are in the foundation of God, is anything accidental?
Yeah, gravity would be considered an accidental property.
But if God ordered the universe, how is there any accident?
You're not using the word accident like I'm using it. You're using it like a car accident, like this was an accident, like I made a mistake. It's not a
So
mistake.
neither one of you understand
No, I'm not.
accidental
I'm not. I'm not
properties
saying it's a
or
mistake. I'm saying
accidental
it's by
attributes?
happenstance.
Neither one of you can
Yeah, it's not
understand.
necessary for gravity to exist for God to be real.
Okay, well, but this is somewhat shifting. At least it feels like for
It's the
me, it
laws
might
of
not be that.
physics are accidental properties of the creation.
That sounds like a claim.
It is a claim. Yeah, I just put a claim on
Yeah,
the table.
yeah. So, but we don't know that. If God created the universe, then
No, we know that. We know that because if you don't
well,
know that, you can't know anything.
okay. I know that I have a cinnamon bun waiting for me when I get home, and I don't know if God exists.
Okay, I'm disengaging at this point, dude.
Yeah, because I do know that I have a cinnamon bun waiting for me when I get home,
Yeah,
but I don't
except if
know if
someone
God
eats it
exists.
before you get there, then you were wrong. So
No, I
therefore,
know that
you don't have
I know
you don't
I
have
know
any
that it's
reason to
there.
doubt the existence of God. You don't have an argument.
No, I know that it's there because I've placed it somewhere, and
That's
also
begging the question.
I have a person guarding the cinnamon bun. But
Yeah,
you're right.
an
It could
infallible
be.
person. You have an infallible person guarding your cinnamon bun right now.
But we could point to a possibility and say that it could be so that someone eats it.
You're begging the question if you think I have a cinnamon bun at home, therefore I know my cinnamon bun will be at home when I get there. That also begs a question on the space-time continuum. You're assuming space-time continuum.
Not really. I have a fiance who made cinnamon buns and said that there are cinnamon buns for me when I get home.
Yeah, how do you know that that's the same cinnamon bun that she made?
By the fact that when I put my teeth in it, I actually just look at it. There's no one who can make these kind of cinnamon buns anyway. At least that
Okay,
I
but
know of.
is it the case that she could have fed all of the cinnamon buns she made while you were there to someone else and then made another batch of cinnamon buns and you would believe it's the first batch?
Well, a cinnamon bun when I get home is still a cinnamon bun, and it doesn't need to be the cinnamon bun of the first batch.
This is just gonna regress.
Yeah,
This is
into
like the stupidest.
epistemic
This is the stupidest thing
nihilism.
I've ever
It's
heard.
No,
going
it's
This
to
is
not.
the dumbest
regress
It's
shit I've
not
into
heard.
epistemic
epistemic
though.
nihilism.
No,
It's no
because
epistemic nihilism.
epistemic, you have to say like you
I'm
can't have
asking him
truth.
how he knows what he knows, and every single time he's using a fallacy to say how he knows what he knows. That's how you know his argument entails epistemic nihilism.
How
Not
do
at
you know
all.
what you know?
Because the God
I
has
know that
revealed it.
my fiance is trustworthy through experience, through living life, living with her, doing things together. I know that she's sincere and honest, and
Okay, dude, I'm done with the
I don't call
dogmatic. You can
paranoia.
just
I'm not.
dogmatically assert your position. That's
No, it's
fine.
not a
No arguments
dogmatic.
necessary. I'm done, dude. You
And
got me, bro.
I have more than faith
You win,
that
LeBron.
I have more than faith that my fiance, when she honestly and sincerely tells me that she made cinnamon buns and I'm getting them when I get home, I have no doubt in my heart or my mind or my brain or any locality that there aren't going to be cinnamon buns when I get home. Because that's ultimately what it rests upon. Now,
Are these ontologicals? Are these ontological cinnamon buns or like epistemological cinnamon buns?
we gotta ask Torah, but I don't think he knows.
Very great addition, Noah. Thanks.
Yeah, it almost as great as all your fucking poisoning the well earlier, Wish. That was
If my girlfriend makes me
Yeah, we're
cinnamon
not
buns,
talking
do
about
I
me,
do I get to the
Ziak.
same level
We're
as
not
you,
talking about your
Siak?
honey buns. We're talking about Noah's addition to the conversation.
Well, let's talk about your addition to the conversation, though, which the only addition you give is poison.
Hey, I've been sitting here muted for the past 2 hours. You can't say shit about what
I
I've been
actually
adding.
got you guys from fucking attacking each other to actually talking about a subject.
That
So
wasn't
no,
you,
I've actually
Noah.
added way more.
That
And
wasn't
you
you.
constantly need to be steered like a
It
fucking
wasn't
cattle
you,
to
Noah.
like do any sort of productive convo.
Noah, you were talking shit
No, I
yesterday
didn't
on
talk to
Jewish
me.
people. You
in a
literally
combo.
exposed
Does
yourself
anyone
saying
have a
you're
topic?
anti-Semitic,
I've
bro.
only ever heard him disrupting current conversations. I never actually heard him in a combo.
And it's damn
Even
near impossible to
even if he
understand
was in the
anything you
combo,
say.
he's just working towards disruption in the combo. So trying to discern.
You clearly haven't
the
heard
difference.
yourself the
All
past
I
48
see
hours,
is a
by the way.
common denominator of disruption.
What have you been doing the past 48 hours, Rigger?
He's been disrupting the chat.
Making people scream and freak out? Good shit.
Is that what you do when I talk?
That's what
You
you've been
scream and
doing,
freak out?
dumbass.
You think I have
This
that
is ridiculous.
superpower?
Gio, where are you?
LeBron James.
Oh, I posted that. I posted a pic for you, Tora, in chat from a large language model. It says deduction is a truth-preserving procedure. If the premise are true, the conclusion must be true. Notice carefully. Deduction cannot justify its own premise. Holy shit. Deduction depends on assumptions, definitions, or axioms.
Yeah, so the true nihilist is actually the person who only points to inductive and deductive reason as the only way to gain knowledge. Because
I
both
don't.
are
I don't
actually,
do that, sir.
both are in
I
the
don't.
camp of nihilism.
Don't put me in that camp because I don't even think that. I think the most strongest proof is transcendental.
Does Elijah, Galley, and Torah agree with that definition?
Yeah, can you define an axiom, bro?
So
Is an
is that
axiom
a
an
yes or a
axiom?
no?
Is
Is
an
that
axiom
a
an
yes?
Is an axiom an axiom, Peer Rigger?
Dude,
Yeah, I
if
asked the
you call
question.
out
You just
several
not want to
people,
answer
you
it?
can't complain that several people address you. You know that, right?
LeBron
Can
James.
we not
So
move
can
up
I
to
get
the
a,
just
can I
call
get like
on
a concise update
your rigor?
from Galley for like 10, 15 seconds? Just a concise update of like where we're at in this conversation since I left an hour ago.
We're moving on to a new
Rigger
topic.
wants to go back to deduction, and he just asked several people for their position. And then he's going to complain he's being dogpiled after asking
No, I just
several
posted
people
a
for their
picture.
position. You don't have to
So
interrupt
like,
me every time I talk, man. If you keep doing that, I'm just going to server mute
Yeah, it's
you when
kind of
I
hard when
talk.
you're
So I
talking
know
about
you
me.
have
my
Yeah,
goodness.
when you're
so
talking
like,
about me directly.
so like ultimately what I got from this being in here, being a passive observer pretty much the whole time, was that there's like two main points. One is this deduction versus induction thing, and on that particular point, you guys don't seem to be diametrically opposed. There's just like a few smaller points that you're disagreeing on, but the greater point that it's a disagreement seems to be that there was a claim made that logic doesn't have to be existent already, that it can actually be created by men, which are in themselves creation. And that seemed to be the biggest point of like discontinuity and like the whole logical progression is that somehow logic can somehow be dependent upon men.
Now, the
No,
argument was
it's a
deduction
discovery.
specifically, right? And that's why I just read out what the ChatGPT spit out about deduction, right?
Therefore, it's true.
And that was my literal argument that they were claiming is completely wrong. Because I took the position of
That's the
between
problem.
induction
Yo,
and
You're not
I have a
able to
question for Torah.
express it.
you getting
You're not
the
able
truth,
to express
right?
it
And now all
implicitly.
four of you little hens start clucking, right?
Appeal
Okay.
to AI fallacy.
I got a
Okay,
question for you, Tor. I got a question for you, Tora.
You can't hear me out though, right?
Appeal to
I can
AI
hear you out.
Overspeaking him when he's to address himself, guys. Come on.
Yo,
Don't
Tora,
dogpile and overspeak
I
him
got a
when he's
question
gonna
for
address
you.
Every time.
It's an appeal to
Earlier-
AI fallacy.
Well,
Earlier, Tora.
dog piles.
Okay,
Like
who cares?
clockwork.
Or I don't need you to complain, Tora. Earlier you said, Tora. Earlier you said, someone said you only believe in deductive and inductive reasoning, and you said no, that's not true. I believe in other forms of gaining knowledge or something like that.
Yeah, proof, like evident proof. Yeah, I believe there's
Okay.
4 types of proof. There's inductive, deductive, pragmatic, and transcendental.
Could you go through pragmatic and transcendental for the chat?
Sure. Yeah, pragmatic is like because it's worked. Because it works. In reality. And then transcendental would be like how Newton came to the conclusion of gravity. That he's saying the necessary precondition for something to be moved is there's a push. So therefore, if something is falling down with no one acting upon it, like rain or apples falling off trees, there's a push there.
Isn't that in and of itself deductive?
Yeah, transcendental arguments are often put into the form of modus ponens.
Right. Okay. So it's the expression that's deductive.
Yeah, these are different forms, like modus ponens and stuff is forms of argument. That's why you'll have things called formal fallacies and informal fallacies. An informal fallacy means the content of the argument is wrong, but it could be correctly formed still.
Right.
But back to like the main point, I just want to like get a clarification. So, do you still maintain at this point in the argument, Pure Rigor, that logic could have been existent as a condition of man and not prior to man necessarily?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so like there could have been a time when men were, in other words, there would have been a time where, like, because you believe in a God, so God like makes the world, then He makes man, and then sometime after that, logic comes on the scene.
Yeah, it could have
That's your
came
position?
from men. Yeah, it could have came from men reasoning.
Okay.
Right?
What about
God,
this time?
God could have given us the
Hold on, I want to engage
capacity.
with him. Oh, sorry. I wasn't cutting you off. I was trying to tell the other person. So in that in between time, right, from the
Yeah,
time
you
that
just cut
logic
me off.
appeared. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I
Yeah,
heard
but
somebody
you
else.
did. You did, and then you continued to go.
Okay, go ahead, Rigger. We'll do a one-on-one.
LeBron James.
Well, I just wanted to ask you a question. I'm not like trying to be argumentative, man. I'm just like trying to get a clarification. So, like, I want to know what your idea is. So there's this point in time after man's made where logic comes on the scene, right? But what about like before that, the entire time from creation up through man's creation up until logic? Before that, would that mean that there was no logic prior to that, in your view?
Do you think logic is a physical thing?
Well, no. I'm just asking,
You're
like, if
speaking
it
of
comes.
it as a physical thing.
No, I'm not, man. I'm trying to clarify
It
like
seems
what
like
you
it.
believe.
What
Well,
do
just
you
without-
mean by? Do I think it didn't exist? What is that supposed to
Yeah.
mean?
Well,
Was it present?
You
guy
you
just
clarified
doesn't know
that.
what you mean, man. He's a fucking idiot.
You clarified that you believed that logic could have come on the scene after man was created, and it was, it was contingent upon man, basically. And so I'm asking
to
you,
an
if
extent.
that's the case, what about before that? All the time that prior to man existing, and then while man did exist before logic, was there no logic at all? Yes or no?
Right, that's what I mean. You're treating it as a physical thing. You're speaking of it as a physical thing, right? It just means men came to the conclusion and formed these laws of logic through reasoning and rationale with interacting with the physical world. And God gave us the capacity to come to these conclusions. But it might not be the absolute truth to all of existence. It might not be the tool to figure out all of existence. And I'll say, yeah, I stand by that. Because once we go into the spiritual world and we try to explain that with just logic, we're going to run into some serious problems.
Okay, fine. So
that opens up kind of another question, I guess.
Why
I
would
mean,
you? Well, hold
based
on.
on
Why would you grant him, dude? Logic is
I haven't
represented
granted
by
anything. I haven't.
physical
This is a
events.
one-on-one,
Yeah,
real
real
quick. Can
life.
we just have a one-on-one between
So,
Oh
Piazza
yeah,
and?
one on one. Retarded guy versus fucking. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
so
He
based on
should be
that,
allowed to
it seems like
repeat
it
the
seems
question without granting anything.
it
Sorry,
seems
just
like
to
you're
say,
it
Why
seems
are we
like
cutting people out?
it seems like you're operating from a definition of logic where basically logic is based upon men defining these seemingly apparent laws. But that means that if that's your definition, necessarily logic itself must be contingent upon man-made definition and not something that's inherent.
Noah, what are you doing, bro?
Sorry, I apologize for hot mic.
So you're saying definitions are contingent.
Yeah, like if there was no man to define or to observe these laws of logic, would there still be logic?
I mean, you'd have something like divine logic, but as far as what we consider logic, I just see it as a limited tool. Because if it wasn't limited, then we could explain all of existence with it. We could rationalize all of existence, but we can't.
Okay.
We can't reason everything. We can assume a lot of shit.
We have very limited knowledge too. Like we don't actually know whether logic could or couldn't reason everything. We just know within our scope of knowledge it can't. Right? That's not like necessarily a universal thing. But like within
Well,
your
that's just
framework,
not true. We've seen its limits.
Well, we don't know what we don't know.
Right, but what we do know, we can't fully explain it.
That
This is where he goes to quantum, bro. This is where he's gonna go to quantum.
It's not even
Oh, that's
quantum.
all right.
Just
The
a spiritual thing.
one-on-one.
Spiritual thing. You go to the metaphysical, try and talk about the metaphysical. You can't
Yeah,
really do it with.
but do you think
can't do
God
it with our vocabulary? There's no
understands those
real words
things?
to explain certain things, right?
Hold on. Do you think God understands those things that we don't understand?
It's like a non
are you
sequitur. I don't get it.
are you saying that
He
you've
does.
never been able to
Wait,
say
wait, wait,
that
wait.
you love
Hold on,
someone?
wait. Please. We
You have ever
would of course all say that God does understand those things because he understands all things. So then the question must become, well, if God does understand those things, to God are those things logical?
That doesn't even track, dude.
Really
I don't even know what point you're trying to make.
Rick. He just doesn't understand anything.
I have no idea what point you think you're making with that.
Within the mind of God, who understands all things, those things that you said we are unable to understand, and therefore logic is limited, in the mind of God, who does understand them, are those things logical to him?
No, you're trying to take a man-made logic and saying this is God's logic. I reject
Where
the
did I
whole
say
notion.
anything about man-made? This is where
I
I'm talking about your definition being flawed.
Right. Everything you're doing right now is trying to say something that you think is man-made is not actually man-made. It's made from God. And this is the logic God uses. No, I don't agree with that. So what you're
So
saying doesn't even make sense to me.
He doesn't have an argument against it, though. That's the weird
Like
part.
I'm looking at the logic God would use as divine logic.
Okay, so it's still logic, right?
Right. And that would allow him to communicate with deities and divine beings, right? In a different way than I could even comprehend. They might not even need voice. They might just communicate through vibration for all I know. Would you call that the laws of logic?
This guy doesn't
I
believe
wouldn't.
his Bible.
I wouldn't say the
Why
laws of
would that?
logic
Why
are
would that
hold
be
up there.
illogical, though? That
So
doesn't
Trying
make
to go
any
and
sense.
explain things.
Real quick, this is where I see this going. Right now, we've established that God has ultimate knowledge. He understands all things. And he does understand them through some form of divine logic, which is higher than ours, which is perfect where ours is imperfect. But here's where the argument really leads to from there, right? Yes, I'm glad. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. So now, what that means is what you are currently calling logic as applied by man is simply man's limited understanding and ability to comprehend divine logic. But divine logic itself is universal, and what we esteem to be the quote unquote defined laws of logic are simply parts of divine logic that we have been able to ascertain. Logic itself must therefore be universal.
I mean, I'm looking at it as logic leads us to the idea that there must be divine logic, right? That's just a pure assumption of like there must be some way, and by divine logic, what I mean is there must be some way, some tool that is used amongst the deity and the divine to communicate. And you can call that whatever you want. For colloquially, I'll call it divine logic. So it's in context, but it doesn't mean it's like logic in the strict sense of what we consider logic. They just might
Why not?
communicate completely differently
Why not?
on a level that we can't comprehend. But to sit here and like assert that they speak in proper like sentence structure, they use the law, like no, I don't think that's so.
Okay.
Well, I
I
think
really
it's
don't read the Bible.
comprehensible, understandable, and ordered.
No,
It's
I look
and
at it.
Here's an
I look at it as
example of a
taking like
question
a
that will
man's
help
view of the world
elucidate.
and superimposing it onto a deity's world. That's what I
Here's an
see happen.
example of a question you could ask Pizio. You could ask him, but with the example of rule of identity or law of identity. What in his understanding would be the potential violation, if any, of the quote unquote spiritual that he invoked earlier, and or the quote unquote God's logic or divine logic, as
Right.
he put it.
Right. So speak as if I know the metaphysical universe.
God has always
Right?
been
That's
and
what you
will
want me to
always
do?
be.
So I
God,
can say this doesn't fit in.
God
This
has
doesn't
always.
fit in, and then what? Act like I know about the metaphysical universe God operates in? What?
I got you. I
That's
got you,
not a
bro.
question.
I got all 4 laws of logic right here for you. God has always been and will always be identified as God for eternity, upholding the law of identity eternally. God has always been and will always be truthful, never contradicting himself, upholding the law of non-contradiction eternally. Every proposition God declares is true, past, present, and future, which upholds the law of excluded middle eternally. God always has a reason for everything he does, upholding the law of sufficient reason eternally. This is why Locksmith doesn't come around. Once he heard that, he realized the flaw.
In other words,
What? You just
there's
put
no
God in
reason.
front of the laws of logic. That's
In
all,
other
literally
words,
all
there's
you
no
did.
justifiable reason to suggest a distinction
And none of that is
between
supported by
the
scripture.
laws of logic, as referred to by him, of man's position on it,
You
or
want
the
the scriptures
suggestion
for
of
all of those? I
divine.
have scripture references for all
I
of
know you
those
don't.
arguments.
I know not once in the scripture does it ever reference the laws of logic.
Yeah, he says, I am that I am. You know what that
Right.
is?
That's your
That's the law
personal
of
interpretation.
identity. And he says
Yes.
he
Oh
will
shit!
always
Wait,
be.
hold on. The
Nuclear
fact that the
nukes just fired.
wait, the fact that the scriptures are written in a language debunks your point.
No,
That's
The
true.
no.
fact that I
It
talk like
doesn't
a
address
robot makes me sound
anything. Doesn't address anything. You're just saying that you're just what would you call that? Like reification? Reifying?
Define
No, I don't
reification.
I don't think that's accurate.
Well,
You're
at
just
least one
saying
person
because
understood what I
Rager, I
said.
think you have
there's
great.
language, therefore God must have created language.
Dude,
Okay, we'll
I
give
think
all
you,
credit to God then.
bro, I
Okay,
think you
that's
have
fine.
great arguments when it comes to plumb bobs and stuff, but
I
when
don't
it comes
care.
to
I
this
don't care.
philosophy
I
stuff,
don't
bro,
care,
you're
Toro.
out of your bounds,
This
bro.
little meta character fucking analyzation shit, put it in your back pocket.
I
Save
just
it for
gave you a
somebody that gives a
compliment,
shit.
bro.
Yeah, I don't care. Is what I'm telling you.
What does it mean to not care?
What does it mean to have a girl's name?
What does the word mean?
What does it mean? Wait, what does it mean to not be able to read? Have you never read your Bible? Goodness sake.
I dated a chick named Alicia.
No, you. I mean, well, that's not my name.
Oh,
So
Yeah,
what
I did.
is that? What does that have to do
Did.
with anything?
Yeah.
That's not my name. You can't even read
All
it
right,
properly.
you guys need to
That's
stop
English.
making out and dating in here and do that in the LGBTQ.
No,
Sir.
but this is categorical ignorance of the language of pronunciation, and case in point to the subject of the Bible.
Alicia.
Elisha, the second to Elijah, the one with double portion,
There's no
a
J
male
in there.
prophet, a male
J in there.
prophet after the order of the Most High. You don't know your
There's no J.
scriptures. You are ignorant. You didn't hear what I
There's no
said.
There's no J in there.
Elisha, the second after Elijah, the one who got double portion, a prophet after the Most High. How ignorant do you have to be? Just go and do a Google search of the name as written in my profile.
Looks like Alicia to me.
Go and type it up into Google. Are you that slow?
Yeah, looks like Alicia to
This
me.
is the guy that
Sounds
had
like
to be
Alicia.
corrected on attribute because he called it attribute.
Yeah, I messed it up. Oh no! And you're the
Oh,
guy
is
that
it
had to be
possible?
corrected on what deductive reasoning is.
Dude,
And
why
I
Is
don't
it
you
gave
go
you
and pay
possible?
information.
a
You
tribute?
refused to
Why don't you
address
go
it.
and pay a tribute to
Completely
sound
destroyed
reasoning
your
and
whole argument with
look up my name?
one little question to ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Just took
Look up
appeal
my
to
everything we
name.
argued
AI.
about for 45 minutes,
Yeah,
threw it in the
appeal to
dumpster.
AI.
I said,
Yeah,
wow,
let's
this dude
appeal to
really was
AI.
clueless.
Yeah, how's AI know that?
Yo, type my name into your LLM and see what it says.
A
He's
lot
like,
to
because
say.
Reddit
You
agrees
absolute
with
A
me,
lot to
monk.
say,
therefore
but no
I'm right.
concession, huh, Tor? No
Absolute
concession about you
monk.
being wrong, huh?
Yeah, well,
Of
you're
course not.
saying because
Too
Reddit
proud,
agrees with
right?
you, therefore you're right. That's your
Too
claim.
proud.
Where does your AI get its information from? Reddit?
Too
It's a
proud,
language
Tor, huh?
model. This is the irony of this whole thing. It's devoid of
Devolve it to
understanding.
that. Devolve it to
Why don't you
ChatGPT
ask
can't
it
understand what
if
deductive
man?
reasoning is.
Why don't you ask if
That's your
logic is a
argument.
man created
Oh,
thing?
ChatGPT. Oh, that's the route you're gonna go. ChatGPT can't understand what deductive reasoning is. Yeah, that'll hold up.
Okay, you
All right,
guys are
bro.
back
Why don't
at
you type
speaking
into
past each other.
ChatGPT if the Earth is a globe?
Why don't you type in the ChatGPT? Why are you so?
This
Never
is like
mind.
the third or
I'm
fourth
done.
time
LeBron
you guys come
James.
back to this bickering. If you guys can't be in the same room without catfighting, think you
Yeah,
got
this
a
is like
problem with
extremely
God,
gay.
right?
You're the one who couldn't answer simple questions about a cat. What are you talking about?
I'm not a nihilist.
This guy's gonna invoke cats
You're gonna
after
get it
failing
with
to
Tor.
engage in a
I didn't claim
cat-based
you were a
questionnaire.
nihilist. I didn't
You're
claim
gonna
you were
get
a
it every time with
nihilist, bro.
Tor, because what he's gonna do, everything he does is working towards reducing anything and everything you believe to absurdity. That's his
Heck yeah,
whole
bro.
entire
That's
angle.
what
So
I
it's
do.
just gonna
I
devolve
compare
every
worldviews.
conversation into bickering.
I compare
Because that's his one
If it's
worldviews,
angle.
absurd,
and
Let
all
me
if
reduce
it's
his
worldviews
absurd, that's
position
reduce
your
to
to
problem.
absurdity
absurdity.
by any means possible.
The only
If
worldview
it
that doesn't reduce to absurdity is the Christian worldview. Sorry, bro, that I
That's
do
very
worldview
Even if I
comparisons.
reject
That's the
what
whole
the
point of debate,
definition
in
of
my
deductive
opinion, is to
reasoning.
do worldview comparisons. That's what
Yeah,
debates are over.
yeah, I'll
That's
reduce
contradiction.
somebody's
If all
position to
reduce to
absurdity,
absurdity,
even if I have
then
to
so
straight up
is gravity.
lie about reasoning itself.
If all
Hey, you
reduces to
straight
absurdity,
up
then
lied
so
about
does
my name.
infinity.
You're slow and unwilling to
Yeah,
learn.
when I pronounce it, that's what it sounds like.
You're slow and unwilling to learn. You didn't even go and type it up into Google.
Guys, can you not hold the room hostage for another hour to a cat fight?
Oh, shut up,
Understand that
dude.
you guys are secretly in love with each other. This isn't
Shut up.
Grinder, okay? This is not Grinder. Go to QOps if you
Was
wanna
that
flirt with
Cinnabon?
each other.
Was that Cinnabon there?
Stack is
The fact that
right.
you're bringing
Stack
that
is
stuff up
absolutely
suggests
correct.
that you are yourself a degenerate. Why are you bringing up
If you
faggotry?
wanna flirt,
What's wrong with you?
go to QOps, guys. Come on.
Yeah, Siak is absolutely right. It's like a
QOP
garbage
doesn't
fest over
exist.
here.
Thank you for agreeing. Well, can we have an actual conversation and not like
Thank
this
God.
Grinder party?
Yeah. Could we?
How can you have a conversation with
Could we?
people who refuse to accept the foundations of the language they're speaking?
Oh, you mean like
And then,
deduction?
and then
You mean like the
linguistics,
definition of
and
deduction
then
reasoning?
linguistics in general.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That'll go for 45 minutes arguing with people that know nothing about deduction. Yeah.
Are you claiming victory without being
It
able to
seems like
demonstrate it?
Elijah wants to make out with pure rigor, and they're
Seems
keeping
like
us
it.
hostage.
But
But I'm just
Noah,
not
you're a
interested.
faggot as
Well, no, it
well.
seems
What's
like
wrong with
both of
you?
you. It's a two-way street. It's not
I don't
that
know.
it's only on. It's that you want to do it to him as well.
Noah,
It's
why don't
like
you
they
shut your
wanna
filthy mouth?
they wanna punch and slap each other, but slowly leaning in towards kissing each other, and then just totally make up.
You guys are
I've seen
degenerates.
it.
That's
I've seen
exactly
the
what it
This
argument.
is
is,
the
bro.
type of stuff that comes out of your mouth. You're degenerate. Noah,
You're
you should know
degenerate for
better.
arguing with
No,
another man over fucking bullshit for an hour.
this is not an argument. What are you talking about?
You're right. It's not
You
even
bickering
argument
with
anymore.
another man is degenerate, and me and Siak
It's not.
pointing that out is
It's
not
not
degenerate.
bickering. It's not
It
bickering. You're
literally
not
is. You
listening
guys are
to.
an old married couple. Calm down.
You're not listening. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
I've been listening to everything you're
That's
saying,
bickering.
liar.
The irony being that you actually agree with my position, which makes no sense. Why you're talking like this, other than
Some
just
of your
you're bored and
positions I agree with,
you want to jump
but I don't
want to
agree
jump
with
on the
you bickering with
bandwagon of
another grown
making
man.
gay
Now you're trying to
jokes.
bicker with me. Don't make out with me, please.
No, you're just
Stay
jumping on the
away.
bandwagon
Stay
of
away,
making
please.
gay
Get away
jokes
from me,
like a
please. I
filthy
don't want to be
faggot.
made out with. This isn't
What's
Epstein's
with
Island.
your
You can't do
filthy
this to me.
speech?
Hey,
This
we're not
isn't
No,
gonna
what's
do a
with
Epstein's
your
name
Island.
filthy
You can't
calling.
speech?
just
Please,
force
guys.
yourself on me.
Please, guys,
Yeah.
don't name call. Just move on.
I wish we had
Do we
that
have an
time
actual
here
topic
4 hours
like
back.
Yeshu in the Talmud being a insult to Jesus directly? You
You know what that's going to invoke? Or who that's going to invoke?
Maybe we should not have a conversation upon the stories because it just creates this bigger drama. Like it's like a cry fest.
That's another thing, bro. Last time you told me pedagogue meant drama queen, and then today you had a different meaning for it, Zainak.
Yeah, you got to spell that for me.
You literally said last time a pedagogue is like a drama queen and an overactor, and then today now it's some sort of teacher. This is like your favorite word, and now I'm more confused about your favorite word because
No
you've been using
style
it.
of teaching. It's a style of teaching.
Is it a dramatic style of teaching? Is it a drama queen? Like, because that's what I'm trying to understand what this pedagogue is.
Yeah, he considers like you if you take the Bible as your approach to life, that you're like using like some kind of style of teaching, you know. And he has his own style of teaching as well, so it's like a non-point.
Okay, what I have said on some occasion is that there's a lot that goes into drama. First and foremost, it's how most of you likely sound of it. You know, just drama, people fighting, bickering, just unnecessary, an unnecessary event or happenstance of some kind of like two people going against each other and it's drama. That's one way to talk about drama. Another is that
If
if
you're
we
going
go
to
further
define
into
drama as unnecessary things, then surely the use of too many words would fall under that. And isn't that what you do on a regular basis?
then we have another or a more fuller understanding of drama, which is that it's a piece or a
LeBron
play
James.
on the stage of a theater, and drama has drama viewed with drama pedagogics, meaning how you likely come to understand the regular functioning of a story, which is that it has a moral. It's an attempt to impart a moral teaching, and usually the moral teaching comes at the end. Very traditional. So the drama is like a play. It comes with an imparting of a teaching. That's the pedagogy, which gives understanding or knowledge to.
So it's like teaching through like an overly dramatic, acted out type of thing.
It doesn't need to be. It can be, but that's just.
It is.
It can be. It can be staged to be that, but it can be staged to be anything. Or it can just
That's
be.
one way of describing it, Siak, is what you're trying to say. One way, one pedagogy is what you said, Noah. Another one is how your algebra teacher did it.
Yeah.
Why don't you just describe what an actual pedagogue is?
Pedagogue.
I can do that too.
And their purpose.
We can go on to that too, but first to
This
just
is
finish
I don't know.
this
Well,
is
the
he
drama.
calls
this is
everyone like a
this is a
pedagogue, and I'm still
this is
like
a historic this
scratching
is a
my head.
historically yeah, but Noah, this is a historically established word.
Certainly
It
is, and
sounds
I'm not
Greek. It sounds
denying it
Greek
from
to
wrong.
me personally. I could be wrong, but it sounds
It
like a
is
Greek
Greek.
word.
It's Greek, yeah. It comes
It would
from
have been it
the
would have been
same
Greek and
time
Roman
period.
because obviously the Romans borrowed from the Greeks a lot. But in short, a pedagogue would be someone that a traditionally or more than likely because of the means required, somewhat wealthy guy who wants his son more so than the daughters, I think, historically, raised in a certain manner. That manner would be the exact way that that father expects his son to be, which is basically a replica of him as a man. And that pedagogue that pedagogue would be charged with both the standard of the father and his house and his rules, and also charged with being a constant presence in that son's life until that son graduated, quote unquote. That's the
Yeah,
shortest version I could give you.
when you pair
That's
it
what
with
pedagogue
method
is.
actor,
There's a lot going into this, so if I may finish. With the drama, we can also, you can, for example, when you're training to, if you're training to become a doctor, they can create an like where they were doing operation earlier. It was called operation theater, unless they're still calling in that places and other. But when you're practicing to become a doctor, you're learning likely through a drama. Like they create a situation. For example, like a psychologist, they will hire in actors who play the person or the subject that is going to be treated. And then you enact a drama, like an event or situation, where they train the role through that drama. That's one more way to do it too. But usually that's called applied theater. But it's a drama that's staged to help you train in a real life situation. But obviously it's it's staged and obviously not real, more so than just being a play, sort of play it out. A pedagogue, traditionally, at least, well, pointing to history, is a slave who led his master's children to school and had the charge of them, generally. So it was
So you're
someone.
calling them like a pedagogue for Christ or something?
Well,
that's what the law is
in
referred to as.
In a
I mean,
traditional
I
sense,
would say that's not a bad thing though.
in a traditional sense, it has now in the modern times, it's just a teacher of children, and one whose occupation is to teach the young, like a schoolmaster. But it's the correct word within the institutions. In a higher, if you're studying social science, you don't necessarily write teacher, because teacher is not necessarily the right word for. You want a category that encompasses not only teaching. The category of pedagogue is more formal and has more authority.
And is ook observing and correcting the
pedantic.
behavior of a child, because I learned for that. That was my education. It's the development process with elder people, disability people, and children that have all kinds of trouble. But it's more the daily life. You're teaching them how to behave, basically.
But it's also a last point. But
What's
this
the
is not
topic here?
always.
What's the topic? We're talking about the
Pedagogues.
theater, CX theater,
Talking about-
or
Yeah, pedagogues.
But there's a last point with the pedagogue is that his ways, it's a pedantic. His ways has become formal, or they have become a positive or pedantic, like I said. One who is in his manner of a schoolmaster. So there's a lot that goes into it, but all of these definitions don't need to be there for one to be a pedagogue, although it
for what they earned. So the Quranic narrative is this system